Well, welcome along to Anglesey and the Classic Sports Car Club, everybody. It's great to be back here in North Wales, and we've certainly got the weather with us for what is going to be a fantastic 2 days of racing. Over the course of this afternoon, we're going to see cars from the 1960s, the 70s, the 80s, right the way through all of the decades up until the modern era. The swinging 60s, the Adams and Page swinging 60s, Group 1 will be our first race of the day. So as we look forward to racing shortly getting underway, let's send you upstairs to our lead commentator for this weekend, Chris Buxton, who will guide you through the way the afternoons go to work.
Thank you very much, Mark, and what a beautiful scenery we've got. Not just the beautiful countryside, but the weather itself has graced as well here at the wonderful Anglesey circuit. So yes, it's Swinging 60s Group 1. That's the smaller engine cars are going to be making their way onto circuit very, very shortly. They are gathered in the holding area. Third event of the year, we started at Snetterton over in Norfolk and then over in Thruxton for round number 2. And here we are in the very northern tip of Wales to start off event number 3. Chris Buxton up in the commentary box. Mark Werrell will be running his way up the stairs and joining me very shortly before he then returns to the pit lane to see what he can find out for the drivers that are coming in to have their pit stop and to also speak to those that are on the podium. So 1.5 miles, 9 turns of this version of the circuit. It's the Costal variety. So the Tom Price straight is not in use this time around. Some wonderful mixture of long straights or certainly long sections for the bigger engines to get their horses galloping, and then some lovely twisty bits to help the smaller engines make up a bit of lost ground. There we go, few clouds. There's next to nothing up in the sky at the moment. It's beautiful, beautiful above. I mean, you really couldn't ask for anything better in this particular event. As the cars are now beginning to leave the holding area. Mark Werrell, what an amazing day's racing we have ahead of us.
Yeah, fantastic day of racing. It's always good to be at Anglesey, but when you get the weather like this, what's not to like? Full grids of cars, those enormous varieties we continually talk about in the Classic Sports Car Club, and yeah, beautiful sunshine as well. So wait and see what happens with them. Slightly shorter races than we're used to though, aren't we? 30-minute races rather than 40 minutes today at least.
Indeed, and we have a double header this time around, which is slightly unusual for the Classic Sports Car Club. It's not usual for every category to run twice, but with the slightly shorter amount of time that we have this time, the way that we're running it this time is every category will run twice. We have the 30-minute races for every category today, and tomorrow they will have their 40-minute races. We'll start a little bit early in the day to make sure we get all the racing action in. And again, look at the way that all the heat haze coming off the ground. All the cars are just absolutely resplendent. They look showroom new when you look at them with this range. When you get up close to personal, you might see the small character marks, as they're often referred to as. But there's so much available for all of our drivers, and we are going to enjoy a fantastic array of racing. 28 cars are going to be on the grid for this particular race. We did have 29. Sadly, we've had number 12, Carl Foster, has had to withdraw. So when we lost one of the Lotus Cortinas, but many cars will be gracing us for this first of the 14 races we have throughout the weekend. Mandatory pit stop in the middle, so 10 minutes racing before the pit stop window opens, and then the pit stop will take place. So any driver changes that need to take place will of course happen then. The pit window will remain open for 10 minutes, and then we will see out the remaining 30 minutes, and then tomorrow 40-minute races, the pit window is extended by 5 minutes for that reason. So we'll go through the grid very, very shortly. As a few cars there's quite a few cars that are regulars in the field. As we can see, the camera panning back up to the front. There's the number 87, that's the Wit and Wit, Abigail and Ian. It's Abigail starting that particular car. And joining them on the front row is Simon Benoit in the blue helmet in. Then on row 2, we've got Charles Tippett and Claire Norman in the BMW. It's Claire Norman starting that particular car. And joining them on row 2 is Tim Cairns, a regular long time racer with the club as they now begin their rolling lap. as they'll, of course, return to the grid to get to, it's a standing start, I believe, for this particular race. Then on row 3, Sam Polly in the minty green mini gem, a regular race winner in this category, starts in 5th position, and Dr. Charles Marriott in the number 62 car joins him on row 3 in the midget. And then row 4, James Atkinson in his midget. Alongside him is the 2-car team, Phil Stader and Mike Henney. So Phil Stader in his MG midget is out there at the moment, and when he comes in for his pit stop, it'll be Mike Henney's Turner Alexander Mark II that leaves the pit lane for number 40. Row 5, Rob Sinclair and Nick Aviard in the bright orange number 14 midget, alongside the second of the mini gems, the Crudgington pair, Pete Crudgington starting that one, the 21 car on row 5. Row 6, 173 is Connor Kay in the midget, and 66 Richard Perry in the Austin Healey Sprite. Row 7, car number 45 is Justin Potter and Simon Stowe. It's Justin Potter starting in that Austin Healey Sprite, alongside the number 88, the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, in the hands of Simon Page. Row 8, 134 John Hughes in the Frog Eye Sprite, alongside the Elwells. Gordon Elwell starts the Frog Eye Sprite, number 33, in 16th position. Row 9 is number 171 Kim Bradshaw in the midget, alongside number 41 Mark Lister in the Mark III Austin Healey. Row 10, 152 is Mike Stevenson in the Lotus Cortina, alongside a car that we really look forward to seeing in the pre-show, number 22 Nick Edmond in that wonderful Alfa Zagato Jr. Row 11, beg your pardon, is number 8 Mark Clapman, usually seen in an Austin A40, but he is in a Healey Sebring Sprite this time. And in 22nd is the number 2 Mini of Anthony Hunterson and Chris Winchester. Chris starting that one. And then on row 12 is the 86 Jervis and Jervis, with Henry Jervis starting the MGB, alongside the number 49 Steve Atkinson in the Healey Sprite. And then on row 13, Gary Lyon in the 105 Alpha GT2000. And then is the number 91 Vince Frost and Bramwell, Hillman in, beg your pardon, Vince Frost starting that one. And finally, it is Dave Cornwallis in the BMW 1600 Ti, and Paul Gregory starting at the tail end in the MGB.
I think we've lost one, sadly, on the opening lap. It looks as though the Austin Healey Sprite, the car of Justin Potter, number 45, has retired, and he's pulled the car off. We call it a straight, but it's the long kink that brings you from Church up towards the highest part of the circuit, up towards Rocket. You can just see in the background there is that car. Yeah, it's parked up close enough to the barriers, I think, so that it's out of harm's way. So hopefully we will be good to get the car the race underway. We can see driver is out, Justin Potter, a rather frustrated spectator for this first race of the day, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, which in reality Group 1, Chris, is the smaller engine capacities we see out, don't we?
Indeed, a bit of a martial intervention going on with the Wit and Wit number 87 car there, but hopefully that's not going to be too much of a bother. Yeah, what a shame to start the day off like that for Justin Potter and Simon Stowe. We will see them out in a Renault Clio later on in the tip-tops, but it does look like the 5-second board is readied. Engine doth rise, lots of fidgeting. Oh, what a start from Simon Benoy in the Hillman Imps. Roared away from the start. Then Abigail Witt on the inside line. Tim Cairns is now under pressure by the number 63, that's Dr. Marriott, in the next midget, as they now come screaming down towards the banking then. Looks like everybody is behaving the same. Oh, Simon Page, that was very, very close to the back of the Crunchington mini gen there. There's the Zagato. It's again resplendent in the sun, and wow, it didn't take long for Abigail Witt to start to regain a bit of lost ground there as they come back past our commentary position. There you can see the Turner, the number 18 of Tim Cairns. Sam Polly's made a position in that mint green mini gem, as you can see on the stream now, heading down towards the Rocket, or Rocket in at BMW side by side there. Lots of racing going on. That's what we love to see. 3 wide indeed. I know they're smaller engines, they are smaller cars, but they are having to sort that one out before they get towards the end. And so far, so good for the Swinging 60s Group 1 cars. That
was James Atkinson, who dived at the inside of Nick Everard whilst they were trying to get past another little Austin Healey as well. I think that was, that 3-wide battle. So the race leader, I think what helped Simon Benoy when the lights went out, of course, it is a rear engine, the Imp, isn't it? So you got all of that weight over the driving axle. And whilst I thought he got a lot of wheel spin, he really got a really good launch at the same point. So Simon Benoy is leading as the pack come over the start-finish line for the first time. The tail ender still diving their way down through the corkscrew, a fantastic part of the circuit, the corkscrew, but it's the Imp that leads. Second place is Abigail Witt, holding on well still, really. Third position now is Sam Polly, who has managed to get himself ahead of the turner of a hugely successful Swinging 60s racer, Tim Cairns, the number 18 car at the moment, sitting there in fourth place at the end of lap number 1.
Indeed. I'm a little surprised actually to see that Mini Gem in fifth position. That usually is very, very successful, but in the words of Sam Polly, when he spoke to him in the pre-show, he does tend to take it a little bit easier, certainly at the beginning of the race, and then everything comes to him as everything is warmed up, and he's already challenging the Witt and Witt MG heading up towards the Rocket Inn, as we're looking on the stream at the Marriott number 62, fending off the advances of the Tippett and Norman BMW coming into the Rocket Inn. And coming through that Rocket out, look how close. That's Phil Stader in the number 40 car, very close to the back of the BMW. Again, fantastic stuff. And look at the scenery you see in the background.
Yeah, I just had, for a split second there, I thought I saw a little flame coming from underneath that MG there. I want to try and keep an eye on that one, because I'm not sure whether it's my eyes were deceiving me, but it certainly looked as though there was something underneath Charles Marriott's bonnet. So I have to wait and see until it comes past us next time through. There's no obvious signs of smoke. No, I think it's just daylight. I think it's the sun shining through underneath the suspension of it, and that's what just drew my attention to it. So no such worries, I don't think, for Dr. Charles Marriott, but big worries here for Abigail Witt, who has got Tim Cairns in the turn and diving up the inside to try and squeeze his way through and take third place away. Can't quite do it at the banking. He gets a good run coming off the corner. Sam Polly ahead gets a little bit sideways at the wheel of the Mini Marcos, but they all remain in the same order. The Mini Marcos is second. Abigail Witt in the number 87 Midget is there in third place, and Tim Cairns, despite his best efforts, remains in fourth.
For the moment, I would say still plenty of the race to go. So you can see the time at the top of the stream, those watching live. Those watching trackside enjoying the weather. We hope you're enjoying the racing as much as we are, as we look at the Witt and Witt, I say Abigail Witt in control of the Midget at the moment, doing her best to hang on to the back of that exceedingly quick Mini Gem right ahead of her. I mean, it's such tiny wheels on that car. It makes me think it's Charlie Wheels. Oh, says Phil Stader, running a little bit wide. I think it's only Rocket out turn number 8. Side by side, their number 66 car. That's Richard Perry in his MG Minute, still side by side. Fantastic stuff. That's Nick Aviard in the Sebring Sprite there. Great stuff. I mean, they're sorting it out before they get through the corkscrew. That's a little cut-through section there before they come around and complete another lap. Oh, look at Abigail Witt having a look on the inside line coming down towards the first turn. Couldn't quite overcome the straight line speed of the Mini Gem, but not giving up on anything. Fantastic racing up front.
Yeah, she was almost there, wasn't she? She was coming under attack on the previous lap from the turner of Tim Cairns, who seems to have fallen away a little bit now, hasn't he? So it's just the Mini Marcos of Sam Polly that is leading the way. Sam is the only driver in the whole field of the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1 that has a extra time penalty to serve in the pit lane. That's because he was the winner at Snetterton. He won the race overall in Group 1. It would usually be a 30-second extra time penalty that they spend in the pit lane, but that's when it's a 40-minute race. Today, it's only a 30-minute race, so that time penalty has been shortened just for today down to an extra 20 seconds. So he is going to have to try and push as hard as he can, because he knows, Chris, in reality, that he's going to lose 20 seconds come the pit stops compared to everybody else in the field.
Indeed, he's certainly talented enough to make up that kind of deficit, but this is a very, very twisty circuit at the sort of second half of it, from the turn 7, which is Rocket in. Whoops, as we see a bit of a locker there from the 173. That is Connor Kay in the MG Midget, fending off the advances of the 81. That's James Atkinson in the yellow MG Midget there. So yeah, the second half of the lap, as you can see, we're just coming through the corkscrew on the stream here. That's such a twisty section, very difficult to maintain a rhythm through that, and then you get this lovely flowing right the way through from turn 1, essentially right the way back through to that twisty section. Lots of opportunity to really get the horses galloping, but it's very warm, so temperatures are certainly something that the drivers are going to have to bear in mind. Higher temperatures, tyres and brakes in particular. Smaller cars possibly not so much, but when you see the bigger machinery come out, that is definitely going to be something they have to bear in mind.
Abigail Witt up to second place that time through. The lap prior, she'd actually set the fastest lap of the race as well. 1 minute 22.048 for Abigail Witt. The battle's still going on down through the order as well, as Richard Perry in the number 66 Sprite comes under attack. Through goes Nick Aviard. So that is a change for what will be 7th and 8th position. They were in the opposite order as they came over the start-finish line, so that has sort of set them back as to how they were. However, Richard Perry is now back in full attack mode again and is drawing himself back up the inside and is going to squeeze his way back through. So they've swapped back, and they've swapped again, all since coming over the start-finish line. Fantastic little fight. And are they going to change again? No, not quite. He's having a go, but they're heading down in towards the corkscrew section of the circuit. It's not really an overtaking spot for Nick Aviard, so we just have to sit behind.
I dare say that battle is going to go on right the way up to the flag, the way they're going. But look right behind, Phil Stader is doing his best at closing on that, along with the next Sebring sprite. That's the number 88 car just going through the stream shot there. That's Simon Page, another long-time regular in the swinging 60s in that particular car. So he's joined that particular conga line. Look at that. They're not too far behind them, actually. It's Connor Kay in the 173 car, the red and white car that we were looking at earlier. He's joining that particular line. So we're nearly 10 minutes in. The pit window is not far from opening, and still have the big cluster of cars that are having a great old scrap for what is ultimately 6th position. Oh, that's Simon Page. Is that Phil Stader that's had an incident? Oh, no, and he's struggling to actually recover that one. Oh, no, they've come together. Where is that? I can't quite tell where that is. Church. Good spots, Mr. Werrell. Yes, that's one of the fastest parts of the circuit, so that's why Phil Stader's gone a very, very long way off there, doing his best to rejoin in a safe way. He's found a bit of a gap there for the between the next pack, which is the 152 car that was coming up upon him there. There's the 66 of Perry still leading that particular conga line. I think it was David Cornwallis that might have just gone through the shot there, that the leaders are now coming across, and there is David Cornwallis. Has been in pretty much every single race wherever the Classic Sports Car Club has gone. Mr. Cornwallis in the beautiful Radio Caroline car has followed, and now we see Sam Polly still with Abigail Witt, nailed to his bumper, closing in on the Hillman in of Simon Benoit. So the lead challenge is brewing very quickly.
Yeah, round through Church Corner they come. You can see the mini Marcus sliding in the hands of Sam Polly. So it's the blue Hillman Imp that leads, but look at the light green Marcus in the hands of Sam Polly. Gets a really, really good run out of Church. Has got loads of momentum heading uphill in towards the breaking out for Rocket. He's got the inside line, and Sam Polly, the Snetterton winner, goes through to take up the lead of the race from the fast starting Simon Benoit, but then runs wide coming out of Rocket, and Benoit instantly goes back through, and now Sam Polly, from briefly leading, is in danger of dropping to 3rd place. He put his hand out of the window there, I think, to apologise to Abigail Witt for sort of, causing a few problems for all three of them. They didn't get tangled up, but it was pretty close, wasn't it? And that was all to do with the run Sam Polly got, and then the fact that he got such a good run, he outbraked himself, and now Simon Benoit almost outbrakes himself coming down in towards the corkscrew. Fantastic stuff. We've now only got 30 seconds before the pit window opens.
Full tripod mode there for the Hillman Imp as the inside front wheel was fully off the ground. That Hillman Imp has been really strong in that last part of the lap, but he's going to really struggle now with Sam Polly nailed to his bumper very, very firmly with Abigail Witt right there with it. I wasn't sure. I wondered if the Hillman Imp actually made contact with the Mini Marcos there, but now that train is looking like it's going to be 4 cars strong. There's Tin Cans in the turner now looking to join the party. Fastest lap actually still belongs to Abigail Witt. That's 1:22.048. Now this is where the Mini Gem has been strongest, and there you go. Simon Benoit doesn't actually hold that inside line. He knows that the Hillman Imp doesn't quite have the ability to keep that Mini Gem behind, but this is where the Hillman Imp has been stronger. And there you go, you see, it looks like Sam Polly really struggles, particularly at turn 7, the Rocket in. Is where he went too wide last time. And there we go, there's Benoit trying to go around the outside where the Hillman Imp has been strongest, into Peel, which is at turn 9, now coming down towards the corkscrew as Mark Werrell now heads down towards the pit lane. Now that pit stops are open, Simon Page is in, unfortunately, following that contact with Phil Stader. But we can't keep our eyes off of this particular battle. Now coming through the final turn onto the start-finish straight. Sam Polly now has an opportunity to try and stretch away as Simon Benoit now has got to defend from Abigail Witt. Abigail Witt has really rediscovered the pace. Well, she didn't really lose it per se, but is now really looking to pressure the Hillman Imp coming through the banking now. And the number 99 looks like the exhaust pipe's about to fall off, but that is the design of the car. It's not there by accident. And on the inside now, coming through Church, the red MG Minute can't quite do it, or can she? That's very, very close still, side by side now, coming down through Schoolgate, through School turns 5 and 6. It's essentially one long sweeping bend. Tim Cairns has got the best seat in the house following that particular battle. Coming up towards turn 7, Rocket in. This is where the Mini Gem will start to struggle a bit. Oh, Simon Benoit didn't look like he had such a good run there. Great conservation of momentum. Oh, and Sam Polly's got a face full of one of the MGBs. That's the 99 car. And that is, reach out my notes, that is, beg your pardon, that's the 95 car. That's Paul Gregory started at the back of the field. So that's really disrupted his momentum. Now Abigail Witt right on his tail as they come through the final few turns into the corkscrew. Oh, and yeah, you saw Abigail Witt having to hit the brakes to not hit the back of the minty green Mini Marcos as Sam Polly brings his car into the pits. Then that reduces the Conga line down to 3, but no less intense. And that is the fifth car in that particular shot is the 66. That is Richard Perry looking to get involved. So that's that battle up front is looking no less intense. Several cars now coming into the pits as the stream now looks at. That's the 87 car that is coming through Church. So continuing there, but that's the Witt car. Now leading the way. Got herself a bit of breathing space. That's Simon Benoit, the second place Hillman in, our front row starter. Tim Cairns looking on, ready to pounce if he needs to. Then you've got the 66 car. Richard Perry. It's looking to do battle as well. We'll see how that one... there is Sam Polly. Sounds like he's struggling to get going again. That is... Oh no, there he goes. So the way the pit stop works is... you have to... I believe I'm going to have to recheck my notes on which style of pit stop we're doing. It is as quick as you can, or a 2-minute time pit stop. So the driver has to elect before the meeting which version of the pit stop they're having to do. So it looks like Sam Polly's struggling to get that car underway. He's doing a time pit stop. That's what the time in the background is for. And away they go. They struggle to get away from the particular line, as you can see. Big wheel spin for Sam Polly getting away. There's Simon Benoit. There's Simon Page as well coming out of the pits after having been in there a while. So, yes, difficult to know which car to look at. There is Polly really hustling the car hard, trying to get back into momentum with face full of BMW and an MG. That'll be the back starting Paul Gregory in the red and white MGB there. Sam Polly then dispatches off. He's got what I believe is the 134 car. That's beg your pardon. Oh, there's Tim Cairns taking that second spot from defending the second spot, I should say, from Richard Perry. So Turner versus Austin Healy. A real throwback to when these cars were racing in their prime. This is exactly what you would see. Absolutely fantastic stuff, and still battling on, but they've only got 5 more minutes to get into the pits. They don't have to be out of the pits when the pit window closes. You can see Richard Perry putting his hand up. He's indicating he's coming into the pits, and there he comes. The driver just has to have been into the pits when the pit window opens. Only being 10 minutes long is, of course, not very long when you're in the throes of battle, so to speak. But there's the Mini Gem again, trying to, of course, regain time from the time pit stop. Now, the way the pit stops works, the quick as you can option, which I don't think many people are in this category are running. When the car comes in, the engine must go off, belts off, get out, shut the door, open the door, and then reverse the process. So that's the quick as you can option, or it's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. That's the 2 different ways that the pit stops work. Different series operate under different conditions. It's decided by popular vote of the committee, essentially. As on stream, we are looking at, that's the 49 car that is being challenged at the moment. That is Steve Atkinson being challenged by James Atkinson. There is no relation between the two. They just happen to share the same surname. And they one drives an MG Midget. That's James Atkinson in the yellow car, and Steve Atkinson drives the Austin Healey Sprite. As the camera is at the moment looking as they're coming through Peel, turn 9, at James Atkinson's yellow car. We briefly saw the 33 there. That's Gordon and Helen Elwell. Gordon is starting that car, the Frog Eye Sprite, as he was coming through the latter part of the lap. There's the 81 car, which is James Atkinson in the World's View Garage sponsored MG Midget. That's in the B class. Now each racing category is split into classes, and in the Swinging 60s it is A through to F. So Group A cars is up to 1000 cc, and Bs are 1001 to 1400. C's is the same engine amount, but specific for minis. D is 1400 to 1600 cc, and E is 1600 to 2 litre. There's also category F for those categories running Dunlop historic tyres, so modernly constructed tyres, but are much more akin to how they would have been in period. Simon Page then on the tail end of the 171 car, that is Connor Kay. As well, there's a big old gaggle going on there. So this one of the races is difficult to know who's pitted and who hasn't. I can say from the timing screen, it looks like that Simon Benoit is the only one that hasn't been in the pits yet. Oh, that's close. Simon Page on the inside line coming through turn 8. That's rocket out, and then gets on the inside line of the 91 Hillman in. The 91 car, that's newcomers to the club. It's Vince Frost and Martin Bramwell. Vince Frost starting that particular car. As we see the 171 car. Well, there's Simon Page in the Sebring Sprite. Doesn't seem to be any worse for wear following the impact that he seemed to have had with Phil Stader. We didn't see what happened there, so we don't know, whether there was impact or whether one was avoiding the other, or whatever was going on. Look how tripod mode that is. It looks like almost like the front right suspension's collapsed on the 171 car. That's Kim Bradshaw in the MG Midget there. Again, another long-time racer with the club in the Swinging 60s in particular. Now, one class we don't have here this weekend is the Classic K, which a number of these cars would have taken part in, but because the class isn't here, of course, we won't see these cars coming out essentially that many times. Classic K are for cars homologated to the 1966 or pre-1966 Classic K FIA regulations. So it does contain a number of these cars, but some that don't, strictly speaking, adhere to that aren't in that. And that's the 173. That's Connor Kay. That's had a bit of a problem. I couldn't quite tell where that was. Looking around, I can't see where that car has come to rest. Just after Rocket had been told, so that's around turns 8 and 9, so that's why I can't see it from here, because I can't see that particular part of the second. And there it is. So yeah, that's on turn 9. That's Peel right on the outside line. It's a fairly slow part of the circuit, so hopefully that won't necessitate a safety car to have to come out. I'm not seeing the safety car board as we see the 33 car. Look at that, very, very close. That is the Elwell car having an argument with the 91. It's the Hillman I was mentioning earlier. That's Vince Frost with the 66 car now joining them. Richard Perry post pit stop. Simon Benoit, I have seen, has gone through the pits. Everybody has served their pit stop. Actually, Richard Perry is the fastest car out there in the 121s and now leads the race now that all the pit stops are dealt with. Of course, everybody isn't back up to speed yet. I think Simon Benoit was the only one that pitted as late as he did, but it hasn't worked for him. But then we were talking about success penalties earlier on, as we see the 152 Cortina there going on the inside of the Hillman in. That's Mike Stevenson, the 1.6 litre Cortina. As we see the 95 MGB Paul Gregory going past the very brightly coloured Hillman Imp. Oh, that's Simon Benoit in the 99 Hillman Imp. Oh, such a shame, starting so well. Well, there's support then for, I think it's difficult to know if that's 60. Oh, it's a code 60. It actually looks like a support flag, but so a code 60. So all cars must reduce their speed to 60 kilometers an hour. That's it's very bright pink, that particular flag. I thought it said 68. That's what confused me to start with, but no, that's we don't often see the Coast 60 utilised. But oh, that was very quick, and the green flags are straight back out. That, I suspect, was for the stranded number 173. I would imagine that's Connor Kay's car that was being recovered. So rather than utilising the safety car, they would have pulled out a Coast 60 there just to get the car out of the way. And Mark Werrell has found someone to talk to down at the pit lane.
Yeah, I've got Abby Witt with me, who started with the car from pole position. Abby, fantastic stint from you, right up there in amongst the battles for the podium places.
Yeah, it wasn't my best start though. As I was doing the rolling lap, my door was actually open, so the whole way round I was trying to shut it. Eventually got it shut, so my start wasn't the best. I think if it'd been a better start like the one at Knock Hill, then hopefully we'd be winning right now. But I've just heard there's a safety car, so hopefully that'll bunch us all together and get the win maybe.
It was always going to be difficult to try and beat a rear-engined imp off the line though, because Simon Benor, you know, it's got all the weight over the drive axle.
Yeah, true. I mean, we had a bit of a race together at Knock Hill as well, so I always know it was going to be tough, him being a little bit of a quicker car as well. So, but no, I just hope we get the win, because we missed it out at Knock Hill with a penalty, with not a 2-minute pit stop. It had to be 2 minutes. So, but no, really pleased with the stint. Absolutely boiling though. But no, the car's running fantastically. We unfortunately did have a bit of a crash last weekend at Cadwell, and managed to get the repairs done. And yeah, hopefully it just continues like this for the rest of the season.
But we'll see what Ian can do now he's on board. Well done on the stint.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, thank you, Abby. It's great to hear from our drivers, particularly when they've done well. As the stream now looks at the Mini and the MG having a bit of an argument as they come out of that's out of school turn. There we go. That's the lovely Union Jack emblazoned number 2. That's Anthony Huntington and Chris Winchester. Chris started that. And of course, now post pit stop, Anthony is in the Mini now, and there is that's Mike Henney in his car. Now that's the 2-car team going on. That's the second of the 2-car team, I should say, that is now out on track. Oh, it looked a little bit deep there, coming down through the corkscrew. Whoa, the Mini has gotten, whoa, he's gone very out of shape. There's Mike Henney. Now, I did think he was going a bit hot into the corkscrew, but that's gone a little bit wrong, and it looks like he's beached. I can actually see him out of the commentary box window, and that may well be stuck. As the camera is zooming in there, you can see the rear wheels are quite well bedded down there. Can he get that one going? It doesn't look like he's going to be in a hurry to try and get... Of course, he's now facing the wrong way, straight into the racing line. So he's going to have to be very careful about how he recovers that car. Of course, if he can get it going again, he still hasn't moved. So there may well be a need for a safety car on that one. The yellow flags are out at the moment. So was informed drivers of a problem. As you can see on stream there, the green flag being waved on the start-finish straight to indicate the trouble has cleared. Well, there is the number 2 Mini. That's now in the hands of Anthony Huntington. That's a lovely Union Jack. Very reminiscent of its origins. Mike Henney is out of the car. That's such a shame. Just went all wrong for him going down through the corkscrew. And sadly, he's beached that one. And will take no further part. Very frustrated. Barely did a lap in the car. A great shame. There is the number 2 Mini. And that is, he's in 20th at the moment, is that particular car. But there's always somebody to find. That's, again, another part of the Classic Sports Car Club with the eclectic mixture of cars we've got. There's always somebody to race. Full course yellow. Yeah, I did have a feeling that would be the case following the stranded car of Mike Henney. That's the Turner Alexander Mark II. That has to have marshals to recover it. So, you know, they've got no choice. They have to put the yellow flags out there. Again, that may well necessitate. It's essentially a safety car. Again, full course yellow. Everybody has to slow down to, well, there you go. Very crawling pace they have to follow to ensure that the marshals can recover the car safely. But that is very well beached in there. There you go. So, you know, the marshals just, you know, they're going to try and power that one out of there, but that's going to be tricky to do. That's a great chance. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, so you can either take part in the Classic Sports Car Club as an individual driver, or as a shared car, such as the Abigail and Ian Witt. So when the car comes in for its pit stop, one driver gets out, the other driver gets in. Or you can take part as a two-car team, as Phil Stader and Mike Henney have done for a very long time. So Phil Stader in his green MG was the starting driver of the pair, and then Mike Henney in the red Turner Alexander Mark II was the second car for that team to come out, but sadly has come to a very sticky end. And they're trying to find a way of getting that car back out, but with only 3 minutes of this race remaining, it could spell an early end of this particular race, as that's going to be very, very hardy. I can see the Marshall, bless him, absolutely, or Marshall's, I should say, really digging in hard to try and push that out. Just not having it at the moment. Great shame. We will, of course, see everybody out again for the 40-minute races tomorrow, so that won't be the end of the day, or end of the weekend, I should say, for Mike Henney. Runs Henny Cider. Used to race a Frog Eye Sprite, along with sharing the team, I should say, with Phil Stader. Stader runs an executive car company. Still under code 60, as you can see, the bright pink flag is indicating that everybody is to reduce their speed to 60 kilometers an hour. And that the Turner still hasn't moved, unfortunately. So that, I suspect, is going to be a very anticlimactic end to what has been an absolutely fantastic race. Imagine Richard Perry, though, is going to be very happy about it. And Richard Perry, in fairness, claimed the fastest lap after the pit stop. Is still the only person to have actually gotten into the 121s. 121.409, his best lap in the Austin Healey Sprite, the B category. As I was saying earlier, that's for 1 litre to 1.4 litre cars. Tim Cairns in second, having followed on very, very closely in that early squabble. And then Ian Witt in the pole starting MG. There is the stranded Turner. Not able to move, and I suspect that is, checker flag is out. They have had to declare the end of the race. Sad, but that is the nature of the beast. They have to take the safety of drivers and marshals very, very seriously. And in order to try and recover that car, it would have to be basically pushed facing oncoming traffic. So they've taken the right decision, the only decision really they could do, which is to finish the race early. So it is a win for the number 66 car, Richard Perry, in the Austin Healey Sprite, sponsored by Med Race Engineering. In second is Tim Cairns, a highly experienced driver in the Turner Mark II. He was an MG Midget champion in the 70s. That was previously owned by Charles Marriott, that particular Turner. And in third was the Witt & Witt number 87, the MG, so brought home by Ian Witt, who, if they'd had the opportunity to try and push on, they may well have tried towards the sharper end. Winner of Class B was the overall race winner. There we go, you can see on screen for those watching the stream. Fourth is the Tippett Norman number 34, that's the BMW 2002. So Charles Tippett brought that one home, winner of Class E. Then Simon Benoit. Such a shame because he had such a strong start, but finishing in a strong fifth nonetheless. Sam Polly, oh, what happened to you? He was charging so well early on, but still the winner of Class C. That is for the mini derivatives in between 1 litre and 1.4 litre. Then it is James Atkinson in the number 81 car in 7th. In 8th is the Sinclair Aviard MG Midget. 9th is the Crudgington Mini Gem. 10th is Simon Page in the 88 Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. 11th is Kim Bradshaw in the 171 car, and 12th is the car 152, that's Stevenson in the Cortina. 13th is the number 8, which is Cloutman in the Austin Healey Sebring Sprite, usually out in Austin A40, but he's changed car this time around. Then it's the Elwell number 33 in 14th position, the Frog Eye Sprite. In 15th is Gary Lyon in the Alfa Romeo GT2000. The 105 car. In 16th is Mark Lister in number 41 Austin Healey Sprite Mark III. 17th is the 86 Jervis & Jervis MGB Roadster. 18th is the 134 Hughes Frog Eye Sprite. 19th is the number 2 Mini Anthony Huntington, bring that one. Anthony Hunting, if I can get my words out correctly, bringing that one home. In 20th is Steve Atkinson in the number 49 car. And at the tail end was Nick Edmond in that Alfa Romeo Zagato Junior. And 22nd position was Gregory in the MTB Roadster. 23rd was Dave Cornwallis in the BMW 1600. In 24th was the number 91 car. That's Martin Bramwell bringing that one home, the Hillman Imp. And then it was those that didn't see the flag, so the Stader and Henley combination. We didn't see the 173, so Connor Kay, sadly that car coming to rest. Charles Marriott in the 62 car also not seeing the flag. What a great way to open up the racing here at Anglesey. The weather is only going to stay like this for the rest of the day. Once everybody has come to rest, we'll be handing back down to Mark Werrell, who will be catching the drivers, or the top 3 drivers for the podium interview. So that is Perry, Cairns and Ian Witt. We heard from Abigail Witt during the pit stop phase. It's amazing that they got that car rebuilt following Thruxton. That was only a couple of weeks ago. So the Thruxton is a very, very fast circuit. A few drivers had a few troubles there that have managed to make it here to the North Wales. As soon as everybody has gotten back into Parc Fermé, we'll have, of course, a few minutes to recover Mike Henney's car, and then the next race, which will be the Turbo Tin Tops and Pumas, will get underway. But we'll head down to Mark Werrell for the Podium 3.
Ready when you... Well, you're coming together, it's fine. So we've got Tim Cairns, who's just finished second in our Swinging 60s Group 1 race. Frustrating end to the race, but you're involved in some great fights.
Well, I was watching brief, I think, probably. I think that the 3 cars at the beginning were a little bit quicker than me, but, you know, by the time they're dicing with each other, you can hang on to the tail. So that was good for me. I delayed my pit stop on the grounds, so I was probably going faster than I would on my own. So
anything you can
take the positives, haven't you?
Anything you can do overnight to try and find that bit more speed for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the driver needs a good talking to, I think, probably.
We'll let you have a talk to him. We've got Ian Witt as well. We spoke to Abby after her stint in. She put a great stint in, and you brought it home on the podium.
Right, I didn't know that. No idea, because they were all shaking their heads, but that's fantastic. I congratulated Tim because I thought he'd won, but that's great news. We were out at Cadwell last weekend, and we were taken off, so congratulations to everybody who was involved in that. Mark Wright sorted out the doors, Matthew Key and Michael Key's garage did some great work, and also it's all been rewired. Mick Cottrell's done a cracking job on that, and the car was running great, but it is warm, starting to slide around a bit, but good clean racing. I mean, I believe that all the incidents are just people who've run a bit wide onto the grass rather than contact, so that's great news. But unfortunately, as I say, we had contact last week, which, yeah, it's not good, but the CSCC pride themselves on the fact that there is very, very little contact. So it was great, and a great pleasure to be here. Look forward to tomorrow. We'll see if we can scrub some speed off during overnight then.
A longer race tomorrow as well, 40 minutes, so there we go. If it's warm today, be even warmer tomorrow. We'll wander down and we'll grab a quick word as well with our race winner, Richard Perry, who I think maybe missed the checkered flag and did an extra lap because he enjoyed it that much, so that's why he is last to be with us. But we saved the best until last, Richard. So
I'm not so sure about that, but no, it was. I didn't really realise what was happening because I was looking for the checkered flag, but I swear it wasn't there. But you never know. But no, it's brilliant. I really enjoyed that. I like the. Normally we have a rolling start, and I really enjoy the standing starts, and it gives you a chance because it's the first time I've been here.
You did a really good job. I mean, you win the race, but early part of the race, yourself and the other sprite of Nick Aviard were having a great fight.
Which was that?
The other red one.
Oh, yes. He's very quick into corners, and I'm not very good at braking. I brake too early, but he was phenomenal. He really was.
Well done on the win. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you very much.
So there we go. That's it from race 1, Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. Let's go back upstairs to Chris Buxton.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, so race number 2, which will be formed very, very shortly, is the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops, and the Mr. Tyre Puma Cup will be forming, and there they are, looking very, very gorgeous in the sunlight. There we go, look at that lot. Such, again, amazing mixture. You can see the Pumas now just coming out of the holding area. The Puma Cup does tend to be paired with the Motorsport Schools Turbo Tin Tops when it comes to classic sports car racing. So on the pole then for the Turbo Tin Tops is the number 5 Seat Leon. That's Phil Briggs. Joining him on the front row is the Astra of Adam Chamberlain and Scott Carruthers. Adam Chamberlain starting that one. Row 2 is Sean Woodard in the Mini, and number 59 Andrew Marson in the Abarth. What a stunning achievement. Look at that Italian flavoured Fiat Abarth there. Great effort there. Number 95 Adam Bailey in the Fiesta, and number 1 the Club Chairman John Hammersley in that beautiful Scirocco in his traditional racing colours from days gone by. Row 3 in 7th position is the Treble 6 Stephen Berry in the Mini, and joining him is number 14 Lee Campbell in the next Mini in sequence. On row 5 is David Marson in his Abarth. Now, it was going to be Kevin Fulbrick and Chris Williams in their number 26 Mini, but they have withdrawn, so we will not sadly be seeing them. So it's the treble 3 of Small and Thorne, which is Simon Small and Wendy Thorne. Wendy Thorne started that in their Fiesta. Next up is David Cox in the 150 Golf, and then it's the treble 9 of Francis and Wortley, rounding out row 6. Row 7 is the number 6, which is Richard Marston in the next Fiat Abarth, and then it is 1, 2, 3 Paul Clothier and Kev Smith in their Mini. And then on row 8 is the 196 Puma of John Glover, the lead of our Puma cars. And then number 100 is James Clare, the next Puma in line. Then it is row 9, 63, which is Aaron Clark in the Mini. And then 152, which is the Jackson & Jackson, Neil and Frank Jackson. So it is Neil Jackson starting in that Puma, the green one with the checkered roof. Then row 10 is the 187, which is Mark Kobler in his Puma, and then the number 98, Robbie Dancy in the Mini. Then row 11 is number 60, Jack Audley in the first of our pair of Master RX-8s. And then it's the 101, which is Gareth Cotgrove and Martin Smithson. It's Gareth starting that one in the Puma. And finally, on row 12, it's Mark Jackson in his Puma and Stuart Eardley in his Mazda RX-8. Mark Werrell joins me back in the commentary box. You're certainly getting your step count in, sir.
I certainly am today. It's beautiful out there. I'm not surprised that a lot of the drivers are commenting on how warm it is. It's warm outside of the car, so in a full racing suit with a balaclava on, a crash helmet on, and in a racing car with all of that heat soak coming through, it's going to be tough. Thankfully, they are shorter races today, and I think there'll be a lot of drivers who will probably be quite pleased for that. It's not due to be quite as warm tomorrow when we have the longer race, but yeah, be uncomfortable out there. You're going to feel it at the end of 30 minutes.
I remember at Snetterton, it was absolutely freezing down there, and people were still coming out absolutely bathed in sweat. You had a nice toasty commentary box that day.
It was rather warm in the commentary box. Yeah, it's still warm here, isn't it, now?
True enough. Yeah, it's absolutely glorious. No complaint there whatsoever.
So Phil Briggs on pole position, Adam Chamberlain alongside. Who's your money on?
Oh, those two. I mean, I'm actually looking at John Hammersley's Scirocco. That thing is absolutely blinding when it does well. Now these skins are a bit more highly strung, so we may well see a few more retirements, unfortunately, from this particular lot. As the light is on, ready to go, and we are away racing. It's a good start from the Astra. Storming start. Phil Briggs is really bogged down. As well, top of the one that's bogged down was my bet for the race. John Hammersley has not had a good start whatsoever. So it is Chamberlain from Briggs coming through into the banking then the Minis. Well, no, actually, that's the Abarth actually working his way through. That's Marson. That's Andy Marson in the lead of the Abarth. Oh, and there's a spin. Which one of the Minis is
Robin
that?
Dancy.
Yeah, Robin Dancy, a newcomer to the club, has ended up facing the wrong way. But look at the gap that Briggs and Chamberlain already have for themselves, and that's just in half a lap, absolutely screaming their way towards the second half of the lap. Then you got the little Fiat Abarth. I really didn't expect that Fiat to do as well as it is, but absolutely stunning stuff. Big move there from Stephen Berry in the treble 6 car, getting ahead of the 95. That's Andy Bailey, another newcomer in the mint alloy Ford Fiesta. Then you've got John Hammersley in his traditional racing colours on that Scirocco. That's an absolute missile when it gets going, but not a great start for the club chairman, but so far so good from the field.
Yeah, driving solo, isn't he, this weekend? John Hammersley, coming under pressure from the Volkswagen Golf of David Cox, whilst the race leading pack are already descending their way down through Cascades for the first time. It's Phil Briggs that's going to lead the first lap of the race. It's Adam Chamberlain in the Vauxhall Astra VXR that's there in second position. Andrew Marsden in the Abarth is in third place. Fourth place is Sean Woodard at the wheel of his Mini. Then it's the 666 Mini of Stephen Berry that sits behind, and then he's coming under pressure from the Ford Fiesta of the fast-starting Andy Bailey, who's almost drawn himself alongside coming into the banking, and takes a wide line in, leaves the door open, might lose a place here because Lee Campbell's trying to sneak his way through, and the number 14 Mini's going to go ahead of the Fiesta as Andy Bailey runs wide, coming out the hairpin, and there's contact, door-to-door contact between the two of them. It's bent the mirror around on the Mini, as it caused a front puncture as well. There was certainly a fair clobber between the pair of them, wasn't there?
I think that was a wing mirror that disappeared from the number 95 on Bailey's car. And look at John Hammersley trying to make that one 3 wide now, coming up towards Rocket Inn. And a good move then from the Scirocco on the outside of Lee Campbell. Again, that's not where the Mini's going to be at its strongest. Now the Mini is going to start to come good. But these are turbocharged and supercharged cars, so coming through these twisty bits, I don't think there's going to be such a big disparity as we saw in the swinging 60s perhaps, but then we will see. I wait to be proven wrong. I usually am when I make these kind of predictions. There's Kevin Fulbrook. I thought Kevin had withdrawn the car, but he's quite clearly
he's
there.
driving solo. Chris Williams,
yes,
who was scheduled to share with him, as he's not racing.
Yes, Chris Williams sadly ill with COVID, so he's had to withdraw. There's David Cox in his Golf. He's had that for about 3 years, if memory serves. So again, a regular in this particular category, followed by the next Abarth in line. 3 Marsons, all in field Abarths. Lots of tyre squeal, as you can hear on the stream as they're coming through one of the faster parts of the circuits, coming through turns 1 and 2. There's David Cox then lining up the back of Kevin Fulbrook, father of Josh Fulbrook, who we regularly see as well, doing battle with father. We just saw John Hammersley then going out of the shot. There is Lee Campbell and the AirTech sponsored Mini. And lots of squabbling going on, as you would imagine. Now the general rhythms has been established. There's the Pumas. That is usually led by James Clare, which is actually, that's the one at the bottom of the shot there, as they're now coming through Church, which is turn 4.
Yeah, it's the Jacksons that lead, isn't it? It's Neil Jackson in the white car that's coming under pressure from James Clare, isn't it, who is right behind him.
Beg your pardon, yes.
And then it's John Glover in the yellow machine, and John Glover is coming under attack from Mark Kirby by the look of things. In fact, Mark Kirby is, behind. So there the lead 4 cars entered for the Puma Cup. A very cheap way to go racing for Puma. You think what you can pick them up for, not a great deal. Prep them for racing, which is a standard kit of parts that you buy, and it does make for a very competitive race car.
I mean, they still have the dashboard and the radio still in there, so they're almost completely road specs.
Yeah,
so
it's a little 1700cc Zetec engine, which actually is Yamaha derived. So it's a Yamaha derived engine that was in the Zetecs, the 1700 Fords at the time. But yeah, it's a great little chassis on the Puma, and they do go well. Just look how tight it is. First, second, third, and just out of shot fourth, all heading down through Cascades, all fighting for the lead of the Puma Cup element of the race.
Absolutely. So they'll carry on along their merry way. Continuing their own scrap for lead of the Puma Cup. And again, there you go. That is what just a handful of tenths looks like. Then you got one of the Mazda RX-8s right behind them. So that's car number 60, which is Jack Hordley. Yes, again, that's a new car to the series, I believe, in the black RX-8s. There's a couple of Mazda RX-8s. Sometimes we see a few more of those, but we've got 2 of them in the field this time around. Again, they're fairly close to road spec as well. Not a great deal changed in those. Mandatory safety equipment, of course, in every car that has to go racing. But on the whole, the Pumas are the only one that's that's not in the shot is the 142, which is Mark Jackson's car, who's had a bit of a trouble start, it looks like. He's behind the field. 3 Jacksons in the field.
All related as well, aren't they? Yeah,
they
so
are.
You got Neil Jackson, who is in the 152 Puma. He shares that with his son Frank, and Frank's uncle, or Neil's brother, depending on what way around you want to cut it, drives number 142 car. So yeah, very much a family affair in the Jacksons. Now there, we might have another change for position here, because that was Stephen Berry who ran a little bit wide, and it's allowed Andy Bailey in the Ford Fiesta to squeeze his way through as they head round through the banking. So the Ford Fiesta moves back up into 5th position. Berry, which is Stephen Berry, loses a place and now comes under attack from John Hammersley, who throws the Scirocco up the inside. And the man who can trace his roots back to, 1978 was it, when he first appeared in the Debenhams Ford Escort Series. Been racing for 5 decades now as John Hammersley, the CSCC chairman, gains the place.
Absolutely so. I mean, you did see that Stephen Berry had to get out of that one. I mean, who's realistically going to win a door-to-door battle between a Scirocco and a Mini? I think it's a fairly safe bet who's going to win out between the Volkswagen and the BMW Mini there. But yeah, Steve Berry wisely bailed out of that particular defence. And look at that, you know, Hammersley's not wasting any time already on the back of the 95 car. Andy Bailey looking for a move. Lee Campbell on the inside line, brave if you can pull it off, but didn't. He sort of bailed out of that one just coming down into the corkscrew. The track is wide enough if you've got the run, but he opted not to go for it. Discretion is the better part of valour and all that. We're fast approaching the pit stop window. Again, as a reminder, in the 30-minute races, the pit stop window opens 10 minutes in and closes 10 minutes after that. So 10 minutes before opening, open for 10 minutes and close for the final 10 minutes as Lee Campbell has a look in the outside line coming through the banking. Again, not going to go in his favour, but he wants to try and get the momentum coming out of the banking down towards Church. Can't quite get it done now. Do I see John Hammersley making a move on Bailey? Can't quite see in that particular camera shot. We'll catch up with the Scirocco shortly. Still, the Minis still having an argument, still side by side. And yes, John Hammersley did indeed get ahead of the number 95 car. Just saw him going through the shot and look right behind. These two Minis are being caught up by the next one, as that's Fulbrook, and still side by side, Berry and Campbell still having an argument, still jostling for position. Now coming through turn 8, Kevin Fulbrook is like, you carry on, that's allowing me to catch up very nicely. Mini versus Mini versus Mini for what is going to be 8th position overall.
Yeah, so it is Phil Briggs in the Seat that leads. It is Adam Chamberlain just before the pit window opens in the number 87 Vauxhall that's in 2nd place. 3rd place is the Abarth, that's the 59 car of Andrew Marson. 4th is 27, which is Sean Woodard. 5th at the moment was Andy Bailey's. He came over the start-finish line last time through. It's going to be John Hammersley now at the wheel of the Volkswagen Golf. Andy Bailey in the Ford Fiesta drops to 6th, and then we've got the trio of the Minis. Berry, Campbell, Fulbrook, all there in 7th, 8th and 9th. And the Volkswagen Golf of 10th place, which is David Cox, is also under pressure because right on his tailpipes is the number 3 Abarth in the hands of David Marson. So that's your order of the top 10 with about, 90 seconds to go before the pit window opens.
And Lee Campbell again, still under pressure from Berry, and now Kevin Fulbrook looking to get involved in the argument. All three of them, all three are R53, so they're all supercharged engines rather than the R56s, which are turbocharged engines. So they've got exactly the same machinery under the right foot. It's just whatever their personal setups are different, and how brave they decide to be with the application of the throttle. At the moment, it is Campbell from Berry from Fulbrook as they come back into Rocket, back into the twisty bit with Mark Jackson in the Puma, finding himself a very popular man, and Campbell's boxed in behind the Puma. Oh, that's going to force a 3 wide coming back up towards Peel to turn 9. But nicely navigated there from Jackson, didn't get in the way. Berry now just noses into the lead, but Campbell's going to have the inside line coming back down the hill towards the corkscrew. And when we catch up with him again, yep, that is Campbell back in the lead, but the unloaded wheel is locking up. And that's nothing particularly major to worry about. Mark Worrell now heading back down towards the pit lane, see who we can find to have a chat to, as Fulbrook now is having an argument with Steve Berry coming down the start-finish straight. Can't quite pull the move off. You just saw David Cox there in the back of the shot as he's just dethroned Dave Marston from 7th position in his Fiat Abarth. But these 3 Minis are doing a fantastic job of giving us all the entertainment we need, as Fulbrook has wandered 2 wide on the exit of turn 3, kept his foot in it and pushed the Mini on to keep himself in this particular argument. Fantastic stuff, kicking up a bit of dust for those that are trying to follow. There's a bit of a gap between himself and David Cox. You might just see him at the top of the shot, not quite. It's for those watching the stream. Glad to have those watching the stream getting involved in the chat. Make yourself known. Who are you supporting? It's great to have you along either live or post-event. We always enjoy your company here at the Classic Sports Car Club. And of course those watching trackside enjoying the weather with us here at beautiful Anglesey. As we continue to watch this trio of Minis. The Briggs and Chamberlain battle up front has somewhat dissipated. About 4 seconds between them last time around, although Chamberlain was quite a bit quicker on that particular occasion. Back to the Pumas. James Clare now leading the way of this particular battle in the 100 car. As you can see there from the 152, which is Neil Jackson, which is Father Jackson, Whoa, having a look on the inside line. Can he get it done? That's coming up through turn 7. Yes, he can, as James Clare was put completely out of sync and almost nudges into the side of John Glover. That particular car has actually been seen in the hands of several people. I believe it is John's car. As that pack is now, I was going to say, it's now down to 3. There was a 4th Puma in there, but it's still there. We just saw it in that particular shot now as they come down towards Corkscrew once again. Keeping the racing nice and hot as we look, or as hot as the weather, as you could argue here. Any of them coming in? One of them did. There's John Glover in the yellow Puma, deciding now is the time to do his pit stop. Now it's a bit unusual for the pit stops for this particular category. So the Turbo Tin Tops are doing a quick as you can pit stop, whereas the Pumas are actually doing the time pit stop. So it's a bit unusual to have 2 different styles of pit stops in the same race, but they're 2 completely different categories. So that's why that's going on. As we see the 152 Puma keeping his position, that's Neil Jackson, trying to fend off the advances of James Clare, who is a regular front runner in the Puma Cup. Now just the 2 of them in that particular squabble, as there is the next one in line, which is I believe it was Mark Kerbel in his car, as you can see the 101 car, which is Gareth Cotgrave. I haven't seen him in this particular Puma battle, unfortunately, but he's just come into the pits as well, I can see. As James Clare still staying on the back of the 152 car as they work their way through turn 7. Up towards Peel, which is turn 9. Keeping the Pumas, I mean, even though they're a bit slower in pace than some of the cars are up against, I mean, that makes the racing no less exciting. As, of course, they're all, as we were saying earlier, they're standard, almost road spec cars. Very little has altered on these vehicles other than the mandatory safety equipment, and it's done like that for a reason, to keep the cost down. So that's exactly why that was done. And now you can see Mark Kerbel in the background beginning to close in on the 2 ahead. So he's looking to really make his mark on this particular Puma battle, which is, as you can see, still being led by the Jackson pair. It's gone a little bit deep going into the banking. That could have given James Clare a bit of an opportunity. So he has given him the opportunity side by side now for the Pumas coming down towards Church, but no, not quite in James Clare's favour. Well defended there from Jackson, or Jacko, as you can see on the front of the car. Lots of fidgeting going on up front with the pit stops going on. Slipstream, as much as these things aren't particularly aerodynamically efficient, they still will give a bit of an aerodynamic advantage to the ones that are chasing. James Clare is just biding his time at the moment, still working his way through the field, or through the turns I should say, and that's one of the Fiats that's catching up to them. As is the way with multi-class racing, it's always up to the faster car to make their way past the slower one. That's the number 3 car that's making his way through. That's Dave Marson, who started where did Dave Marson start? He started 9th in this particular race. So one of the 3 Marsons, one of the 3 Abarths we have in the field. Is he going to come in? Nope, he's not interested in that. We just saw the black MX-5 go through the shop. It was Andy Bailey of, I've forgotten which car that was, my mistake there. You see some of the cars. There's the Jackson Puma, the green one, or the other Jackson Puma I should say. Mark Jackson. That's piloting that one. That's been a regular in this series for a while. Back to the lead of the Pumas. The rest of the field are a little bit spread out, although now the pit stops are beginning to be served. This should bunch up some of the field again. There's the 87 car we can see on stream. So that's Adam Chamberlain handing that car over to Scott Carruthers. So that, I believe, is Adam Chamberlain's car. Again, a fairly regular addition to the Turbo Tin Tops. It's changed colour, but that's about it. It's a regular front runner in the series. Out goes Scott Carruthers then. We've seen him in a few cars in the CSCC as well, as the number 95 car is working its way past the Pumas. As Andy Bailey in the turbocharged Ford Fiesta ST. As we are now indicate, you don't have to use your car indicators. Actually, say, oh dear! As the number 22 Mazda RX-8 nearly comes to grief, that's Stuart Erdley nearly tangles with the lead Puma, as we see Puma, Scirocco, Puma Mini all coming in to the pits then to serve their mandatory stop. As I said, it's a 10-minute pin window they have. It's already over half gone, so it disappears pretty quickly. As you can now see the tower on the screen then, John Hammersley is back up into the lead of the race from starting in 6th place in the Scirocco. Oh, it's an argument of the Marsons. It's a battle of the Abarths. Now that's Richard Marson in the 6 car, David Marson in the 3 car, both of them Abarth 500s. A bit of a different front splitter arrangement going on between the 2 cars. That's the 95 car, Bailey coming through. Andy Bailey having to pick his way through the traffic. There's the number 60 Mazda. That's the second of our 2 Mazdas. That's the one I couldn't identify earlier. That's Jack Hordley. And Mark Worrell has found someone to chat to in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've got Adam Chamberlain, who has just jumped out of the Vauxhall Astra VXR. Adam, on the front row of the grid, you had a good early battle with Phil Briggs in the Seat Leon, but he just sort of got away with you before he pitted.
Yeah, it was a good start. Had him on the first bend, but then as soon as he got on the straights, that car is so fast. Literally pulled away from him up the back straight. But we'll see what Scotty can do and see if he can pull it back.
Yeah, you opted to pit that little bit later on, which means you were in the lead of the race when you came in to hand over to Scott.
Yeah, that was literally just so we get fair driver time, really. It was just trying to get the same amount of track time, really.
Think you can catch him? Think you can overturn Phil Briggs' lead that he had?
Scotty can, yeah.
We'll give it a go.
We'll give it a go.
Good luck with the race.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Having a chat with Adam Chamberlain in the Astra VXR. There's a mighty fine beard on Adam Chamberlain there. And there is Phil Briggs as you go through the shop. And there is the Astra we've just been talking about, the number 87 car, picking its way past, I think it was Mark Kerbel's Puma. And looking at the timing screen now, they've served their penalty. They're only 3 seconds apart. Now, Steve Berry, I don't think has been in yet in the 666 Mini. So still got to bring in the the Cooper S R53 supercharged 1.6 litre car. There is who was leading the race for a little while, the club chairman John Hammersley. There is Mark Kerbel in the 187 Puma, chasing James Clare. So the lead of the Pumas has gone over to the number 100 car, I believe. So once the timing screen has sorted itself out post pit stop, of course, the pits will always aggravate the timing screen. And actually, the lead of the Pumas is still in the hands of the 142, which is Mark Jackson, but I suspect that car hasn't been in yet. So realistically speaking, it's the other Jackson Puma that leads the way with James Clare right behind them, position-wise at least, in second. That's the 187 car, which is Mark Kerbel. So we got a 3-way fight, or we will have a 3-way fight for the lead of the Pumas again. Fantastic stuff. That's Mark Kerbel. Again, apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name quite correctly. But that's how I believe it is said. Just coming through the final turn onto the start-finish straight himself. Now, position-wise, it looks like it's John Glover that's taken the lead of the Puma Cup now. Now that the pit stops are all done, or vast majority of them are done at least, the pits window will shut in 10 seconds time, so if they haven't been in, it will be a penalty. And for anybody that doesn't serve their pit stop whatsoever, it is a straight disqualification from the event. So again, the pit stop taken very seriously, but I believe everybody, a vast majority of people have been in. I don't know whether that might not have done, I can't see it on my screen unfortunately. Might be the 142 car, I'm not 100% certain of that. I've just gone through the shot actually, so if he has served his stop, he's doing very, very well, leading the Puma Cup by quite a way. So less than 10 minutes to go then, pit window has now closed as we look at Kevin Fulbrook in the 26 Mini, making his way past James Clare in the number 100 Puma, up towards turn 9, which is Peel. You could hear that roar of the supercharger. I was going to say on stream, you can hear it pretty much anywhere. That's the third place car. That's Andy Marson in the Abarth Assetto Corsa, as it's called, starting in fourth and remains in third position. A great effort there a car that I confess I didn't think would do too well. There's the treble 9 Mini. That is Aidan Francis and Sean Wardley. Sean started that one, so that is now in the hands of Aidan Francis, being challenged by the 199 car. By the 123 car, I beg your pardon, which is Paul Clothier and Kev Smith. That is our race leader. That's Phil Briggs in the Seat Leon. And that's been with the club a few years and has gotten stronger and stronger with each meeting it's been to. So that is doing very, very well. Was just plain blue for a while, as now, as you can see, got some racing credentials on the bodywork. Leads the Chamberlain Carruthers car by about 3.2 seconds last over the line, as you can see on the tower. And there is the Astra. So are we seeing a charge from Scott Carruthers? Well, Adam Chamberlain, as Mark was speaking to, was fairly confident. That doesn't look like 3 seconds to me, but that gap, of course, will ebb and flow as they come through the braking zones. They're going to head towards the line now. We'll get an update on what the timing is between our lead two. That's leading Group A, which in this category is 1900cc and above, is the Class A cars, 1.9 seconds. So Scott Carruthers is absolutely flying in that car. So it's Adam Chamberlain's car. Scott Carruthers, like I've said before, we've seen him sharing a few times. But at the moment, he is in that beautiful Astra. There is Phil Briggs doing what he can to hang on to the lead, but he is going to be under assault pretty soon from Scott Carruthers. They make their way past the number 22 of Stuart Eardley. Staying out of the way, very nicely done. As we see Phil Briggs now coming into turn 7, into rocket in. Can't quite see it on the stream who is catching. And there is Scott Carruthers. So I think Scott may have been slightly disrupted in the traffic there, trying to chase after race leader Phil Briggs. On they go nonetheless. That's very, very deep for the 87 car, but that is why he was getting around the number 22 RX-8 there. And Phil Briggs is going to find himself with a face full of somebody else in a minute. Just saw coming through the shots. The person he is going to find himself face to face with is the treble 3, which is Simon Small and Wendy Thorns. Simon in control of that one at the moment. And there they go through the shot. There is Scott Carruthers. Yep, you can see the timing has changed a little bit. Andy Marson is leader of Class E. You see the colour coding on the tower there for those watching the stream. Dictates the different classes that they're in. So the cyan blue at the top actually matches Phil Briggs' car, actually. Is Class A, so that's the biggest engine category, which is 1900cc and above. Class B, which is being led by, I actually don't think we have any Class Bs, come to think of it, is the 1750 to 1899cc category. We don't have any Bs with us this weekend. C is 1500cc to 1900cc supercharged only cars. Leading that is Simon Berry in the Mini Cooper SR53. We still watch Scott Carruthers picking his way through the traffic, coming through turn 9. Can't quite see from that angle where Phil Briggs is. There Phil Briggs is. And that gap, I would say, has dropped again. So when the Astra can really get its horses galloping, it is going to do well. They're going to come over the line. Let's see how the time changes. 2.2 last time around, 2.3 this time. So Phil Briggs finding a tenth and a bit on that particular lap. Class D is 1500 to 1749cc, which is being led by the 95 car. That's Andy Bailey's, his Ford Fiesta. Leading Class E, as mentioned, which is the 1300cc to 1499cc, is the Fiat Abarth of Andy Marson. As we see Phil Briggs now going to put a lap on David Cox's Golf. A fairly straightforward outside manoeuvre going through School, which is turn 6. Now that could catch Scott Carruthers slightly out again. Scott Carruthers seems to have a good habit of finding traffic in the twisty bits, which is not ideal for turbocharged cars. It's not ideal for supercharged cars either. Oh, wow. Now that got a little bit ugly for Scott Carruthers. It looked like Scott was going to go for the inside line, but David Cox was possibly unaware that he was there. So Scott had to bail on that one. And even though it wasn't too much of an impact with the outside wall, look at the damage. Now, hopefully that's not caused any significant damage to the Astra. It looked like it was just a glancing blow, but that bumper doesn't look very happy. At least it's not hanging off. About that could well have scuppered their opportunity to challenge for the lead. And Phil Briggs will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief, because Scott Carruthers did look like he had the pace to challenge for that top spot. The Seat Leon now could well dance off into the distance. 10 seconds to the good with only 3.5 minutes remaining. Could well have guaranteed Phil Briggs the top spot in this particular race. But that's going to give him the success penalty. Let's have a look at a replay of that incident. So there's Dave Cox in the 150 Golf. Now you can see Scott there starts to commit to the inside line, but then has to bail because David Cox has suddenly gone for that inside line himself. And that's again the slight touch on the wall. But it does look very ugly, doesn't it? It doesn't look like anything's about to fly off the Astra though. Bit of dented pride. I'm sure there's a few colourful words going on. Again, full tripod mode coming through the twisty bit. In case you're wondering why the cars will have a wheel dangling like that, the undulation change really exasperates that kind of weight transfer that goes on when a car is braking and turning at the same time. And Scott, again, very, very wide. I wonder whether he may well just be being very, very cautious with the Astra. Again, it's Andy Chamberlain's car. Even though it wasn't a very big hit, you can see that it has caused a bit of damage to that bumper. And Scott Carruthers may be unsure of the exact extent of damage. Maybe it has put the steering out of whack. He's bringing it in. So he's not happy about something, or he's going to bring that one in to be examined. And Andy Marson has gone through to take second position in the Abarth Assetto Corsa. So that could be just a cautionary check over, or they could be seeing if they're going to retire the car. Fair amount of yanking going on that inside corner for the number 87 Astra. It's coming back out again, so it was just a cautionary look. And fair play to Scott Carruthers. He didn't want to chance that it was okay. He decided to take the safer option and bring that one in to be examined. As we now look at on stream, there is Scott Carruthers in the Astra just coming out of the pits, right next to Andy Bailey in the number 95 Fiesta. Now, I would imagine Scott Carruthers now going to have a bit more confidence to push the Astra a bit harder as he's coming through Church, then down towards Schoolgate and School, turns 4, 5 and 6, that long back stretch where the cars can really get whatever horses they've got under the bonnet, they can really deploy them along that particular section. There is David Cox in the Golf. There's race leader Phil Briggs in the Seat Leon, chasing the Puma leader. I believe it's Puma. Oh, beg your pardon, that's the 101 Puma. That's Gareth Cotgrove and Martin Smith. So Martin now in that one. It's a newcomer to the club. You see the Rookie X, or the Novice Cross, on the back of the car. That means they haven't done 6 races in that car yet. So as soon as they've had 6 signatures, they can discard that Rookie X with just a notification of to other drivers that particular individual they're catching out to may not have as much experience as expected. So that's actually going to put John Hammersley in the Scirocco up into the podium spots. Steve Berry in the treble 6, leader of the C-Class. See the red accented number on the tower on stream is now up into 4th, with Andy Bailey in the Fiesta up into 5th, leader of the D category, which is the 1500 to 17.500 cc class. As we look at Phil Briggs, checkered flag being readied for the Seat Leon. And around the final corner, without too much fuss, your winner for race number 2 for the Motorsport Score Turbo Tin Tops and the Mr. Tyre Motorsport Puma Cup is Phil Briggs in the Seat Leon. Second in the end, actually, was John Hammersley. So where did Andy Marson go? He was in second last I knew. He's either stopped or he's had a problem somewhere. Oh no, the timing dial was slightly incorrect. It does happen if the transponders misbehave. Suddenly saw Andy Marson's name drop there, but no, Andy Marson is going to take second in the Abarth Assetto Corsa. Oh, me of little faith. I didn't think that small 1400 would actually do well. No, he's now listed in 3rd, so the timing tower is not 100% sure who's where, but either way, as more cars come over the line, John Hammersley is going to take what I believe is 3rd position in the number 1 Scirocco, followed by the treble 6 of Steve Berry. He's going to win the C-Class. Then it is the Chamberlain Carruthers Astra, the number 87 car. Winner of the D class is going to be Andy Bailey in the Ford Fiesta. Winner of the A's, of course, race winner overall was Phil Briggs. Winner of the C's was, in the end, Lee Campbell in the number 14 Mini. And winner of the E's, I believe, is Andy Marston. I say the timing tower has got him listed in 9th, but I believe that was a mistake. But when the cars return to the holding area, we will have our roving reporter, Mark Werrell, go and have a chat with them and get their feelings on the matter. I would imagine, well, I mean, the Chamberlain Carruthers car isn't on the podiums. I suspect there may be a few words that are slightly less savoury, but either way, that's the nature of the beast. But that is how the table currently looks. Let's say a bit of a question mark over Andy Marston there. So not 100% sure what's gone on with him, but he is currently listed in 9th. But Phil Briggs and John Hammersley 1 and 2, with Steve Berry in 3rd. Then it is the Andy Chamberlain Scott Carruthers car in 4th, with Andy Bailey in 5th. Then it is Lee Campbell 6th, Sean Woodard in 7th in the 27 car. We didn't really mention him at all in the Mini. He's previously shared that with Shields Bergstrom from Wisconsin in the USA. Then it is Dave Marston in 8th, then Andy Marston 9th. Again, subject to confirmation. Dave Cox in the Golf, rounding out the top 10. In 11th is the Thorn Small Treble 3 Ford Fiesta. In 12th is Clark in the Mini Cooper SR53. Then the Treble 9, the Francis Wortley car, takes on 13th. And 14th is the next Fulbrook, which is Kevin Fulbrook in the Mini. 15th is the Clothier Smith Mini. 16th is Rich Marston in the Fiat 500 Abarth. And then 17th is Hordley in the Mazda RX-8. So winning the Mazda RX-8 contingent was indeed Stuart Hordley. 18th is the Stuart Erdley, beg your pardon. Winning the Pumas was John Glover in 19th overall. 20th and second in the Pumas was James Clare. 187 is 21st, which is Mark Kerbel. 22nd is the Jacksons. Those that I believe didn't see the flag were the Cotgrove Smithson car, the 142 Jackson car, and sadly the number 98 Dancing Mini didn't see the flag. We now head down to Mark Werrell to have a chat with the top 3.
So Phil Briggs, winner of the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yes, it was a lovely race. We had plenty of pace. Once we got out in the lead, I just managed the gap really. I didn't want to push the car too much today because we've got another race tomorrow, so it does make sense. Very happy with the car. A bit more pace in it still. See what we can get out of it tomorrow.
Not quite a lights to flag victory because the Vauxhall Astra pipped you off the line, and then of course you pitted that little bit earlier.
I did expect that. These cars are never great off the line. We are working on that. It will get better. But yeah, we had expected to have to come back. We had that planned out.
Well, well done on the win. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There we go. So that's the race winner. We'll wander down here and have a word with the CSCC club chairman, because John Hammersley has managed to bring the Volkswagen Scirocco home into second place. John, driving solo as well this weekend.
Well, what a surprise. Up until the last lap they were showing me P4, then P3. What happened?
Car ahead had a time penalty, I gather, so that was what promoted you to P2.
Well, I wouldn't have driven so fast if I'd have known. Yeah, missing Nigel, I have to say. Poor old Nigel's laid up with a really back problem, really bad back problem. I'm hoping he's going to be fit and ready for the next one that we're doing at Brands on the Indy circuit. But Nigel, I miss you, mate.
Another race tomorrow, longer one, driving solo again, bit tough work.
It is, yeah, but, you know, I'm OK with it. I had no tyres left towards the end, but I figure most of the other guys have got the same problem. This place just eats tyres, and I was very nervous of something going bang on the front corner. So, you know, last few laps I did try and nurse the tyres a little bit, but tomorrow's a fresh day.
Well done on today.
Thanks, mate.
And then we'll grab a quick word with Stephen Berry, who finished in third position. Stephen, just a quick one. At third, you're pleased with that, but some great fights you were having.
Oh, it's what a track. What a track. It's my first time here, and it really did amaze me. You know, the level of skill and concentration that you need on a lot of the sections of the track, even when it just looks like a straightforward left and right, you've really got to think about it. and my tyres I think were gone maybe after 20-25 minutes. I had a late pit stop, and I think that actually gave me my tyres a little bit of time just to cool down a little bit. The first couple of laps I thought I've got a bit more grip, and then it was a case of, right, well, where am I? My pit board was saying first in class, but I don't think, I certainly didn't expect third.
Well done on third overall, and Anglesey's gained another fan. So with that, we're done with the Motorsport School Turbo Tin Tops. Let's go back upstairs to Chris Buxton.
Thank you, Mark Werrell. Having a chat to our top three. Roving reporter for the weekend. Next up is the Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. It's the 80s segment of the Future Classics. They've already started their rolling laps. Let's blast through the grid. On pole, Stuart Dayburn in his Battleship Grey TVR Tuscan takes on the top spot. Following him is Dave Griffin in the M3 E36. Row 2 is Matt Holborn in his Tuscan alongside Oliver Smith in his M3 E36. Row 3, car 27, Roger Hamilton in his G20, followed by his brother Nick Hamilton in his G20. One red, one blue. On the fourth row is Billy Thompson in his Tuscan, and then it's Aidan Farrell and David Whelan in their beautiful 911 993 RSR. It's David Whelan starting in the Porsche. Row 5 is Luke Plummet in his Ginetta G20, alongside Mark Chilton. This time he's brought the Porsche 928 S4 with him. He usually has the beautiful Godzilla Skyline, but not this time. He's got his wonderful Porsche. Row 6, Matthew Lewis in the Marcos Mantula, and Colin Philpott in the Jaguar XJS. Row 7 is Robert Allman in the BMW E36, and David Sharp in the Lotus Elise S1. And row 8 is number 41, Glyn Davies in his Elise S1, alongside Rodney Frost in the next of the Powerbell Jaguar XJSs. Row 9 is Chris Boone in the supercharged Jaguar XK8, and then it's the number 54, the BMW 318 ISE 30, in the hands of Michael Kidson and Tim Bentley. It's Tim that starts the way. Row 10 is Stephen Thompson in the 944 S2, and number 33, Stephen Robertson in the first of the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1s. Row 11 is car number 28, Daniel Stewart and Ray Ingham. It's Daniel Stewart that starts in his Jaguar XJS, and Jamie Sturgis in the number 87, the BMW M535 E28. Row 12 is Sam Moody in his MX-5, alongside Matthew Davis and Damien Gray. It's Matthew Davis that starts in the XJR6. On row 13 is John Fox in his Porsche 944 S2, alongside Theo and Piers Bridgman Williams, if they've managed to get the number 6 Rothmans flavoured Porsche running. They'll be starting on 26th position. Row 14, Richard Brown in his Lotus Elise S1, alongside Thomas White in the 325i E30. And finally, it is Hannah Bryant and Kevin Hewer in a Rover Metro. Unbelievable, we're seeing a Metro for the first time in ages on the field.
And we've also got Keir Edmonds tagged in onto the back of the field as well. He
Excellent.
qualified out of session at the wheel of the Porsche, but I can see that he is out there. So we do have the silver and almost martini liveried Porsche of Keir Edmonds at the back. He could be one to watch out for in this one. He should climb through the order.
Absolutely. I'm keeping an eye on the Tuscans, though. Stuart Dayburn is near untouchable in that thing, but he's got pre-93 touring car champion of Dave Williams alongside, so that is going to be a wonderful battle to see. And do we have the Rothmans Porsche? That was the other one I was going to look out for.
Don't look.
No, we've got a gap alongside Whelan and Farrell. Sadly, the electrical issue on that number 6 has failed them. So it is lights out, lights ready, flag up. It is time to go racing again, and it's an absolutely storming start from Matt Holborn, actually, from the second row. Can't quite dethrone Stuart Dayburn, but what a start. I think was that Michael Fatuli? No, it was Ollie Smith, beg your pardon, in the 36 BMW. Storming start up into second. A terrible start for the Diet Coke flavoured BMW of Dave Griffin. Not ideal for him, but as you can see the field streaming through the banking. Turn number 3, looks like everybody has got through. Matt Holborn is holding on to third position from Dave Griffin there. There's the two Hamiltons in their Ginettas. There's the Whelan and Farrell Porsche with the, that's Colin Philpott. A long time, very successful Jaguar XJS racer, part of the JEC or Jaguar Enthusiast Club Racing when they were part of the club. As we see the number 16, Struth, what a great run there for Luke Plummer in the Ginetta. And there's Mark Chilton in his car. Is there a problem for that number 9? I didn't expect it to be falling through the field like that.
That's David Whelan, isn't it, that is dropping his way down through the order. The 5-litre Porsche 928 Series 4 of Mark Chilton picking up the place, whilst the race leaders are down in towards the bottom of Cascades at the moment. Stuart Dayburn leading the way at the wheel of the grey TVR Tuscan. He's got Ollie Smith right with him, though, in the gold E36 M3, as the rest of the field all find their way down through that fantastic section of circuit, the corkscrew, where it goes from right to left to right to left. But first lap is chalked into the book. Stuart Dayburn in the TVR Tuscan leads the way as they head up towards the braking area for the banking for the second time. Hot on his heels is Oliver Smith in second position. Matt Holborn going well in the Gulf livery TVR Tuscan that sits there in third place, but is also under pressure from Dave Griffin, the Aussie that sits there in fourth position. The top four have pulled a long, long way ahead of what is the fifth place car, haven't they? Fifth place at the moment is going to be one of the three Ginetta G20s we've got in the field, Roger Hamilton.
Roger Hamilton, yeah. I love the fact, if you look down the timing screen, 5-litre Tuscan, 3.2-litre BMW, 4.5-litre Tuscan, 3-litre BMW, then a 1.8-litre Ginetta. Again, does that not validate what we've been saying about diversity in the club? The Ginetta's maybe a little bit away. You can see on the tower now the gap from in between the cars and the leader. So 4 seconds between Roger Hamilton and the lead at the moment. But Struth, that's doesn't mean the racing is going to be any less frantic. And we've already seen so far this weekend. Look at Dave Griffin wanting to get past Matt Holborn. And that gorgeous Tuscan. You know you're in for a good day's racing, Mark, and I'm sure you'll agree with when you can feel the engines. You don't need to see them, you just feel the engines roaring past you, through your feet, through the desk. The noises of these cars are absolutely phenomenal. It does look like the number 9 has managed to get up and running again. That's the second of the Jaguars. That's Rodney Frost, sponsored by Powerbell. So that car is actually looked after by Colin Philpott, the Powerbell Services camp Jaguar specialists, which Colin has run for a number of years. So he actually looks after both cars. Rodney Frost apparently just turns up, tweaks it for a while and takes it on the track.
We've got one car that's sat in the pit lane going nowhere at the moment. Red lights on at the end of the pit lane, so the driver's done the right thing and has stopped the car, but quite why the lights aren't going to green, I'm not entirely sure. Lights go out now, and that Porsche that's been rather waiting patiently has lost a raft of time there in the pit lane, but did the right thing, couldn't come out. Here we go. We've still got great fights all the way down through the order. Good fight going on for places. Down towards the bottom of the top 10 or just outside is between the David Whelan driven Porsche 993 RSR, under attack from the car that sits behind, which is the Jaguar E-Type, trying to sneak its way up the inside. Can Rodney Frost make it? No, the South African almost into the back of the Porsche there, coming under pressure from the red E36 of Rob Ullman that sits behind. Then you've got David Sharp in the little Lotus Lease Series 1, and then Daniel Stewart in almost the Hesketh livery Jaguar XJS as well. So that's a great little fight heading round through Rocket and round through Peel. Porsche, Jag, BMW, Lotus, Jag.
Beautiful, isn't it? It just makes you smile. It is a wonderful example of great racing machinery. And there you go, that's Rob Ullman trying to improve in his position at a fairly inopportune moment through the corkscrew. There's that lovely little Lotus, as you mentioned, which is David Sharp, and the number 20 car, it's kind of fourth in this particular train. Yeah, the number 9, I get the feeling that Porsche is a little bit off pace. I thought it'd be more towards the sharp end, but he's still going. There goes Rodney Frost on the inside line. Yeah, David Whelan did not defend that whatsoever. So oh no, not again. So the the Rothmans flavoured car did get out, but has had to come in. Now that might be down to the fact that I believe it was Theo didn't get the necessary number of laps in during qualifying, so they might be forced to do the driver change, but that looks a little bit more terminal. They're pushing the Rothmans flavoured Porsche backwards in the pit lane. It's a great shame. The Porsche that was being held up by the lights was Stephen Thompson in the Industry Insights number 944, the plain white number 15.
So 25 minutes of the race still to go, just under, which means we've got almost just under 5 minutes until the pit window opens for this combined Speed Panel A2 Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics, the 1980s group. There's still a great fight going on between David Whelan's number 9 Porsche that sits there in 11th place and Rob Ullman's number 154 red BMW that sits there right on his tailpipes as they carve their way up towards the final corner and then work their way onto the start-finish line. So Porsche under attack from BMW. David Sharp in Eeyore, as the Lotus is affectionately known, is still clinging on to the coattails of the pair ahead all of the time, whilst our race leader, Stuart Dayburn, is trying to stretch the lead advantage. Last lap through, Stuart was 1.4 seconds quicker than Oliver Smith, so all of a sudden, the amount of daylight first to second is up to 2.2 seconds almost.
There goes Rob Ullman, trying to pull alongside Dave Whelan in the Porsche, and again Dave Whelan not closing that inside line off. I think he's accepting that that Porsche's a little bit sick, but pressing on nonetheless. The 154 BMW now through into what will be 12th position, and yeah, you can see, you know, the body language of that. There goes Daniel Stewart in his XJS. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that one in the pits in not too much time. There's the gorgeous motor liveried BMW 535. That's Jamie Sturgis. We've seen him out in a Seat Leon in the past that's been sold to Chris Tilley. We also see Jamie Sturgis out in, was previously seen him in a Megane 225, but now we see him in this wonderful period livery BMW, and it's now trying to get past David Whelan. The Porsche is the Porsche coming in. Well, no, in fairness, he's going to wrestle on with it. I suspect that there's not a lot of fight in that car, but yeah, that BMW, that's I admire, I love the livery on that thing. But I've said so many times, and I don't apologise for it, these cars always look absolutely resplendent, especially in the sunlight. But when you've got the period livery on it, there's something very special about it, isn't there, Mark?
There really, really is, yeah. For the battle for third place, we've still got Dave Griffin fighting away with Matt Holborn, but the order's been reversed this time through, so the Gulf Livery TVR Tuscan of Matt Holborn now down out of the podium spots, or was, briefly though, he was out of the podium spots. He's got Dave Griffin back behind him again now, so they seem to have sort of resumed their little squabble, but it's back in favour of TVR. So it's TVR from BMW, TVR from BMW. That's the top four. Ginetta's in 5th and 6th place at the moment, with the first of those being the Roger Hamilton, ahead of Nick Hamilton. They will also be leading their respective classes, which is Class B at this stage. So we've got 2 minutes before the pit window opens. Out of Church Corner, accelerating their way down the straight goes Matt Holborn at the wheel of his TVR, ever closing as the Diet Coke Dave Griffin driven BMW. Is he going to try anything? He tries around the outside at Rocket. They are side by side heading in towards the corner. Now he's going to drive all the way around the outside. He might, you know, it's not quite going to work, however. So Matt Holborn, by the skin of his teeth and by sticking his elbows out, hangs on to third.
Yeah, this will be where the BMW's a little bit stronger than the TVR. TVR's got a fair amount of grunt, well, mind you, so does that BMW. The number 34 car, it just seems to be absolutely blinding no matter where Dave Griffin takes it, and really hustling hard. Matt Holborn at the moment. Yeah, I would think the Tuscan is going to struggle a little bit more in the twisty bits, but Dave Griffin doesn't quite have enough in those shorter twisty bits to try and get past the TVR. But now he's got a face full of traffic coming up. We did see, I think it was Keir Edmonds in the number 8 Porsche get a little bit involved in that particular battle. There's that Metro that we were looking at earlier. It's great to see Metro on track. There's Hannah Bryan and Kevin Hewer in that one, with Hannah Bryan currently driving that one. Oh, that's trouble for the 16. That's Luke Plummer in the Ginetta. It looks like he's pulling off, or has there been? No, there hasn't been a flag, so that's trouble for the Ginetta. Yeah, he's pulling that one off field. Where's he done that one? I can't quite see where that was. As we cut back to the battle for third position. Coming through the corkscrew was that Ginetta's had trouble, so hopefully he'll be able to roll that one into the pit. Dave Griffin trying again to get alongside the Tuscan, but can't quite do it. Coming through turn 7, as they're now going to find one of the Jaguars. That's our Jaguar newcomers. That's the XJR6, I believe it is, the 150 car. Yep, it is. There's very much got it out of the way. Didn't want to be involved in this particular battle. But you know, Dave Griffin doing everything he can to overcome the Tuscan. Mark Werrell has gone down to the pit lane to see who he can find. See if he can catch up with the number 16, see if we can find Luke Plummer if he does make it back into the pit. But look at this, Dave Griffin absolutely, his eyes boring a hole in the back of the Golf livery Tuscan as they come through turn 1 and 2. And lights on the BMW. I don't think you need those, Dave, but either way, again, you see how much later the BMW is on the brakes than the Tuscan. There's a lot of horses under the right foot of Matt Holborn. He's got 4.5 litres of angry Tuscan under his right foot, but then you've got the 3-litre BMW right behind. It hasn't quite got enough grunt along the straighter parts. You'll see there'll be a tiny bit of sunlight, not a great deal, because Dave Griffin is unbelievably quick. In fairness, so is Matt Holborn, as he's rather proving. But here's where the BMW should be that little bit stronger, but Matt Holborn's doing a brilliant defensive job in keeping that BMW behind for lap after lap after lap. But these two have crossed swords many, many times in the Classic Sports Car Club, so they're used to how each other work and what have you. That's Mark Chilton in his Porsche, then working his way past the Metro and also the white Lotus. That would be Richard Brown in the white Lotus. As we cut back to, again, the Tuscan versus BMW battle. More traffic right ahead of them. That's the 33 Mazda that they've just gone past. That is Stephen Robinson, the Mazda Misfits flavoured Mazda. That's the Mantula. That's the Marcus Mantula that is currently being pitted. That's Matt Lewis going through the pit stop regime. So even for a single driver car, you do have to go through the kind of the usual changing. So out of the car, belts done up before the engine goes on, etc., which is exactly what is being looked at here. And the number 75 will be let loose. Oh, nearly trips over one of the red BMWs there. It's Matt Lewis then continuing on his way. 3.9 litre Marcos Mantula. And still the war wages on between the Golf livery Tuscan and the Diet Coke flavoured BMW. Up towards Peel, turn 9, still the Tuscan holding that inside line, denying Dave Griffin any opportunity to utilise the slightly nimbler BMW. Still can't do anything about it. Oh, he had a look on the inside line there, coming down towards Corkscrew. It would have been a very, very brave move, as that's the Motul BMW, I think it was. Jamie Sturgis coming in. Just saw a notification there. That's Daniel Stewart in the 28 car in his Jaguar. It is Daniel Stewart that started that one. That's Daniel Stewart's car, that XJS, staying out of the way of this particular battle. He was indicating them to go past, not wishing to be involved in this battle for the final podium spot. And actually the top two, looking at the timings, are very close together as well. Stuart Dayburn and Ollie Smith are very close together. So a battle for the lead and a battle for third waging on. And there is the battle for the lead. So the number 70, Stuart Dayburn, in the Battleship Grey Tuscan, is used to just running off into the distance, has the fastest lap by quite some way, but has either been snarled up by traffic or does have a problem because he's been quite a bit off of that early pace in the last few laps. So Ollie Smith now in the M336 has closed him right down. Is the Tuscan coming in? I would say he is from that angle. Yes, he is. So Stuart Dayburn bringing the Tuscan in. That's going to hand the lead over to Oliver Smith in the M3, and off he goes. We'll see if that Tuscan is parked or if that comes back out to continue its run in the sun. Still no sign of a pit stop from the next two. Matt Holborn, Dave Griffin still having an argument for what is now second, with Stuart Dayburn having stopped. Having a look at the Battleship Grey Tuscan. No, they're checking the tyre pressures. That's usually an indication they're going to send the car back out again. Oh, look at Dave Griffin pushing very, very hard, trying to maximise his exit speed to get past the Tuscan, but so far it has not yielded anything. They roar down the back straight, headed towards School, or School Gate and then School, which is turns 5 and 6, then towards the twistier part of the circuit. Again, you see Matt Holborn having to take that very defensive line, and again, not enough space for Dave Griffin to try and maximise on that compromised right line for Matt Holborn there. Now up towards turn 8. I beg your pardon, turn 9, which is Peel. This right-hander here. Dave Griffin's able to maintain his distance to the Tuscan, which does not quite have what he needs to get past him. The number 9, that's seemingly sick. Porsche 911 993 RSR Cup car that was started by David Weenham. It does look like he's going back out again, so it could be that David, maybe there is a bit of a problem, maybe he wasn't too happy with it, but it does look like Aidan Farrell is heading back out on circuit. Both of them from Ireland, so a bit of a swim across the channel and for them to get here. There's Ollie Smith in the 36 BMW, but Will the mighty Tuscan get back out into a position to challenge him again? We will see. Stuart David hasn't moved yet. But still pressing on their merry way. Lots of people in the pit lane at the moment serving their time stops. So it's 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. So it's not stationary for 2 minutes. As soon as the car crosses the beam to signify the pit entry, that's when the two minute begins. And as soon as they leave the pit lane, the timer cannot be any less than 2 minutes. We've seen in the past where people have cut that by a second or half a second. If that's the case, they get a 30-second plus the amount of a pit stop shortage added to their race time. So it's quite a big penalty if they cut the pit stop too short. That was what caught me out with Andrew Marston earlier on, which is why he plummeted through the field. And Mark Werrell in the pit lane has found a driver to talk to.
So David Whelan has just jumped out of the fantastic Porsche 993 RSR. How did it go out there, David?
It's lovely to drive it again. It's a fabulous car. We just had a brand new engine. The last one was 22 years old. But I'm very rusty, and I tried to take one of them Formula One driver excuses, but I think I'm just rusty. But great, very enjoyable. Thank you.
Very well done. Many congratulations. So there we go, David Whelan. We're going to see if we can catch up with some more drivers in the pit lane.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, David Whelan. Wonderful fashion statement with the hat going on there. There's Stuart Dayburn working his way back through the traffic to try and regain that top spot. Ollie Smith has been in the pits, so the lead now in the hands of Dave Griffin. Nick Hamilton now up to second in his Ginetta. But Ollie Smith, I think Ollie Smith was the only one in the top pack that had to serve the pit stop. So everybody else has served their stop. So the race lead at the moment in the hands of the Diet Coke flavoured number 34. Actually, David Griffin is in the pits, so he was in the lead when he crossed the timing beam. So is Ollie Smith, actually. Battle between the number 59, that is Thomas White, in his 325. We were looking at that. There's that Metro we were talking about earlier. Hannah Bryan currently piloting that one. Very rare you see a Rover Metro still in the wild these days. Number 20, the Lotus Elise, that is Dave Sharp. He's had that car for quite a number of years. And Dave Sharp finds himself in 17th position, or 17th overall, I should say. He's 4th in the D class. Oh, here's a great argument going on between the BMWs. Oh, look at that. The 59 car, as I said earlier, is Thomas White in the black car. He's chasing off after the number 54 BMW, which is the Michael Kidson Tim Bentley 318. So there's a 325 and a 318, both of them E30s that are arguing for that one. That was Tim Bentley that started that one, so it's now Michael Kidson, I believe is his car, in the number 54 driver. They're working the way, that's the banking they're now coming through. 59's lost a bit of ground. Well, look at the ground he's lost. Now, certainly seeing that the 54 car is much nimbler in the twisty bits. Maybe the other one has got a bit more pace on the straights. Mark Werrell has found somebody else to have a chat to.
This time we've managed to catch up with Daniel Stewart, who's just jumped out of the number 28 Jaguar XJS. Daniel, it looked as though you were having some fun out there. It was getting sideways on occasions.
I'm surprised you say that. I thought I was driving on rails. I don't understand how you could think I was driving that wild. It's brilliant fun. I mean, the weather's perfect. What a track as well. Like, the scenery is brilliant. It's hard to concentrate. You're looking at the scenery in the mountains and then realise you should be racing.
You were racing, you're involved in some great battles, but now you've jumped out of the car and you've handed it over to the old hand, Ray Ingman, who's been driving these Jags for years.
He has, and yeah, he's my coach, so it'll be interesting to see what the times are like, actually. We had some fun at Brands Hatch together, and he overtook 20 cars at Brands Hatch when he did his stint, because he went out and everybody else got caught in the pit lane with the safety car. It was our best ever race. We overtook 20 cars without actually overtaking anybody on the track.
So comparison of lap times this evening, no doubt with bragging rights, and someone will be buying the beers.
Yes, I'd be interested. I'm not going to say anything really.
Unless you're the fastest.
Yes.
Well done, great stint.
Thanks a lot, thank you very much.
There we go, we'll head you back upstairs to Chris Bucks.
Oh dear, that's Dave Griffin's car. No, the mighty Diet Coke flavoured car has broken. It's so rare to see Dave Griffin have a trouble in that car. Oh, it's another one. That's the 65, I think. Looking at that shot, that would be John Fox in his 944. Have they come together? We can't tell from that particular camera angle what's happened. Now, I was seeing Dave Griffin's name drop through the field. I had wondered what happened. Oh dear, slippery surface flag. So there has been an impact that's dropped some slippery stuff out there. That's not ideal. Oh, and that's one of the Hamiltons that's also going for a wander. Oh, and that's the Hamiltons nearly coming together. So the blue one, I have to remind myself which is which because they do change car as well. So Nick is in the blue one, Roger is in the red one. And still having an argument for their particular position, which is Nick was last in 6th, Roger was last in 4th. So the Marcus Mantula is got to register his place on the timing board. Oh, that's getting close between the others. These two are usually fairly close to each other in the position. Yes, it's the same car, and of course they work together on each other's car. If one of them fails, then they will tend to share. Interesting flashing light arrangement going on there on the blue one, as they are now dancing around the 59 car. Thomas White. Yeah, Ginettas, you don't expect that gap to grow too big. There is the Marcus Mantula, though I was mentioning earlier. So that's actually 5th now that the timing board's sorted itself out. Everybody has got their positions sorted out post pit stop. There is the Marcus Mantula working his way past Dave Sharp in his number 20 Lotus Elise. Oh, Struth, that was close. That's Roger Hamilton's car. Oh, nearly hit in the back of Matt Lewis's Marcus Mantula. Now this is where the trouble spot was between Dave Griffin's Porsche and Dave Griffin's BMW and the Porsche that we mentioned earlier. So yeah, I expect the drivers to be a little bit more cautious coming through that particular segment. There's Matt Holbert and his now 3rd position TVR with a whole group of cars right behind and still flashing the lights. Well, there's no particular ruling on when you should or shouldn't flash your lights. Oh, judging by the sound on the stream, someone's having a bit of a rough time. That's the 150 Jaguar. That's Matthew Davis and Damien Gray, which was started by Matt Davis. So there's Damien Gray now in that particular car, indicating left, trying to stay out of the way. There's no particular etiquette for that, but you can do it to give a clear indication of where you're going to go to allow people past. Sometimes people accidentally knock the indicator and not realise they've actually left it on. It's Roger Hamilton again, coming up to the 33 MX-5. That's Stephen Robinson. Without called Jaffa Cake Racing is sponsored by, which the black and orange colour car. We haven't seen that for a while. I was going to say, where's the brother? And there he is. We've just seen Nick Hamilton go through the shot. So they've been racing together for quite a number of years, but recently got hold of these Ginetta G20s. It's great to see them out there. There's the 54. That's the Kidson and Bentley car, which is now in the hands of Michael Kidson. 150 Jaguar working his way through the last few corners. You see the tower is going to sort itself out with everybody getting in the right position. Now the Marcus Mantula, Matt Lewis's car, is now behind the 2 Ginettas. So the Ginettas now arguing for 4th place. There is the Marcus Mantula, as we see on screen, coming through turn 3, the banking. Way past the Davis and Gray Jaguar. Still indicating to the left. Oh, there was the Jaffa Cake Mazda MX-5, actually, as just mentioned, the black and orange one going through the shop. See on the start-finish line, there is Stuart Dayburn, now up into 2nd place. And it's Ollie Smith that he is chasing down. There's a 10-second deficit between the BMW and the Tuscan with just under 4 minutes, just under 5 minutes to go. He's quick, but is he that quick? That's going to be the big question. There's Jamie Sturgis in the Motorwell livery BMW, just getting past the Metro. The 87 car, where is he? He's out outside the top 20. Oh, big one. No, he isn't. He's in 8th. Didn't spot his name. He's 3rd in the A80 class, which, being that we have 2 categories racing, which are the Modern Classics and Future Classics. So Modern Classics deal with production, saloon, hatchback, sports and GT models up to the end of 1999. And the Future Classics deal with sports, saloons and GT cars with doors from the 70s and 80s. Now we've got the 80s segment of the Future Classics racing with the Modern Classics. We'll have the 70s part of the Modern Classics joining the second group of Swinging 60s in the very next race. We very much look forward to them. There's the Metro. As mentioned before, we see very, very few of those. We have had one in Special Saloons and Mod Sports, which occasionally joins the Classic Sports Car Club. We don't have that category here this weekend. As we see the white Lotus getting very much out of the way. That's Richard Brown. Was previously in a Golf GTI. It's now switched over to the 1800 Lotus Elise. Oh, and that's a 150 Jaguar facing the wrong way. He's managed to get that one going. Doesn't look like there's any particular damage. That's up at turn 7. That's a rocket in when that's happened. Mark Chilton, a Porsche specialist in the Porsche 928. He's usually in his absolutely blistering Nissan Skyline GTR. So we switch back to on stream to Stuart Dayburn in the number 70 Tuscan. 5 litres of angry Blackwell engineering at his disposal. Coming through turn 9 down towards the corkscrew now. Still got 10 seconds to close in. Most of the time getting away from him. That looks like it's going to be advantage Ollie Smith then in the BMW, but we will see, as we've seen numerous times this weekend, anything can happen in the blink of an eye. Never ever give up. That's the 150 Jaguar. That's our race leader, Ollie Smith in the 36 BMW. With a face full of Dave Sharp, his Lotus Elise, along with the number 9. There's Aidan Farrell now in that Porsche. Definitely he's rediscovered some pace in the Ireland-based car. M3 E36 in the hands of Ollie Smith. Oh, that got a little bit close. We don't want another impact down there. We don't want an impact anywhere, frankly, but that was a very, very nearly BMW integrating with Porsche there. Coming through the rocket in, that's turn 7. That's both cars live to fight another day. And Ollie Smith needs to just coast really at this point, but I doubt he's going to slow down any. Fast as that's still very much in the hands of Stuart Dayburn, but he's certainly lost time. I mean, certainly it looked like he lost some pace in the early part of the race. It could be well what's cost him the overall win. Stuart Dayburn is a regular visitor to the top step of the podium. Beautiful dark red BMW in the hands of Ollie Smith then, doing what he can to make sure he comes away. He was putting on a show on the exit of turn 3, the banking, getting the tail very much wagging. There's the number 8 Jaguar. Mark Warrell was speaking to Daniel Stewart, whose car that is, earlier on. And now Ray Ingman is piloting that particular car. That's the Kitson and Bentley BMW. That's Ollie Smith's job. Just gone past. 30 seconds plus a little bit to go. So one more lap. Unless Ollie Smith doesn't quite make it back to the flag. Actually, no, he may not make it actually. Turn 9. Now coming down towards the corkscrew. He could actually just back off and let the flag drop. Or is he going to push on to try and beat the flag? Could do it. It's a little bit close. Okay, he's going to beat it. That'll aggravate those that are a little bit tight on fuel. And there we go, he's crossed the line, just about beat the flag. So final lap then for this race then. It's the third race of the meeting, the Modern Classics and Future Classics. And to conclude their argument before too much longer. It looks very much set to be Ollie Smith. 8.5 seconds to the good. Even with all the traffic that he's got facing him, should be able to fairly comfortably add the win to his ever-growing list of achievements here in the Classic Sports Car Club. Down towards the final few turns then, as he stumbles across the 154 BMW. That's Robert Ullman. Yeah, it's not going to be too much of a challenge now for Ollie Smith to bring that one home through Peel, turn 9. As he starts to descend down the hill once again. It's difficult to appreciate how much undulation change there is here in Anglesey. The roar of the BMWs through the last few turns. There's the Metro again. Is the Marcus Manchita going to slow down? But your winner for race number 3 for the Speed Panel Motor Classics and Modern Classics and the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is Ollie Smith in the M3 E36. Second is going to be Stuart Dayburn in the TVR Tuscan, and third is going to be Mark Chilton in the Porsche 928 S4. A little bit distance down the road, but he will claim the podium. And so we're used to seeing Mark Chilton in his all-conquering, this is Skyline, but he's brought a beautifully roaring 5-litre 928 S4 with him this time. He still hasn't actually found that. There he is. He's now crossed over the line. Matt Holborn. Oh no, that's the 59 car. Hasn't made it. That's Thomas White. He's pulled that one off. The top of the shot is actually on the exit of turn 8. So as the checkered flag had fallen, he didn't quite have enough to make it home. A great shame for him. But what an incredible race we have had. So Ollie Smith and Stuart Dayburn are rounding out the field. There is Ollie Smith enjoying the splendours of the victory lap and the beautiful Welsh sun. Oh, big pardon, he wasn't up at turn 8 where Stuart had come to grief. But there we go, confirmation of the finishing order. So it is Smith from Dayburn from Chilton for the top 3. Matt Holborn in 4th in the Tuscan. Roger Hamilton, the lead of the two Ginettas, or the Hamilton brother Ginettas, I should say, in 5th. Nick Hamilton 6th. Matt Lewis in the Marcos Manchula in 7th. Rodney Frost in the Jaguar in 8th. Jamie Sturgis in 9th. And Colin Philpott next to the Jaguars in 10th. Chris Boone in the Supercharged X-King 8 in 11th. Then Rob Ullman in the E36 12th. The Whedon and Farrell number 9 Porsche in 13th. Then the Bentley Kidson BMW 14th. Dave Sharp in the Lotus Elite S1 15th. Robertson in the lead MX-5 in 16th. And then it is Keir Edmonds in the number 8 Porsche, the 911 Carrera in 17th. With White coming to grief, not making the flag, but is classified in 18th position in the 325 E30. 19th will be Daniel Stewart and Ray Ingman in the XJS, and 20th will be the next other MX-5, which is the 96 car of Sam Moody. And 21st is the Davis Gray Jaguar XJR6. We saw that having a bit of a spin towards the tail end of the race. Then it is Brown in his Lotus Elise S1 in 22nd. Then Thompson in the 944 S2. And the Brian and Hewer Rover Metro in 24th. Those didn't see the flag were Dave Griffin in the 34th. And the Bridgman Williams pair in the number 6. I think they did see the flag, but they were quite some distance down in their Porsche. Then Plummer in the Ginetta G20 and John Fox in his 944 S2. What an incredible race we have been treated to, with many, many more to come. I'm just waiting for the field to work their way through into the holding area. Mark Werrell will catch up with the top 3. Of course, quite a few cars are needing to be retrieved. I did think the attrition rate would be a little bit higher in this particular round. You can see one of them being pushed fairly indignantly down the wrong way down the line towards the holding area. We have Mark Werrell with the top 3.
We've got our first driver to chat to, and it's the race winner, Ollie Smith. Ollie, busy old race out there. Big smile on your face tells me all I need to know.
Yeah, it was good fun. Yeah, enjoyed it very much. The track's very slippy for some reason. Struggling with understeer and tyres, but yeah, really good fun.
Do you think that might be track temperature and you've just got those tyres out of the sweet spot?
I've absolutely no idea. Yeah, no idea.
But thoroughly enjoyable start to the weekend. Another race to look forward to tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, well done. That's our race winner. We'll just come this way and we'll have a chat with Stuart Dayburn, who finished in second place. Stuart, 7 seconds behind him, but you stopped for 10 seconds longer in the pit lane because of your performance at Thruxton.
Life's cruel, isn't it? It really is cruel. But no, I saw Ollie at Thruxton, and he had a mechanical failure, and he deserved to win that race because he was head and shoulders above everybody there. And I said, I'll see you at Anglesey, but I said I'll probably see the back of you, not the front. So he's done a brilliant job today.
Tuscan's done well for you again, though. Second spot, started on pole.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have finished, obviously, in the front, but no, it's done very well. And like Ollie said, I don't know what's going on with the track out there. We were here Friday, and the conditions were probably slightly colder. And I think what's happened is it's warmed up a bit, and it's made everything just a little bit slippy.
Thinking cap on this evening, and maybe a few tweaks for tomorrow.
I'm out again in an hour or so, mate. So I've got to get it right in the Open next.
Well, good luck with that.
Thank you.
And then from second place, let's have a quick chat to third position as well, because we've got Mark Chilton here. Just want to come around this way, Mark, so we don't point the camera in towards the sun. Busy old race. Nice to see you back out in the old 928 as well.
If I had any sense, I'd be out in it every meeting, but the GTR's broke, and my dad said, let's go and have some fun with the 928, and I said, no, but I'm glad we did now. Just goes round and round all day. So.
Goes round and round all day, but I wouldn't have thought that a 5-litre 928 and Anglesey is a great combination, but third place tells us otherwise.
It sort of feels nice, but yeah, it's not the best track for it. Just looked like I had a few troubles today, but that's the name of the game, isn't it? For your finish, so I might have to stick with this, I think.
When might we see the skyline back out?
Spa, it's glutton for punishment. Be the fastest thing there for 3 laps, and then you don't know what's going to happen.
It's a bit highly strung, but well done on third today.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
So there we go. That's our drivers spoken to down here in Parc Ferme. We can already see the cars for the next race are busy in the assembly area. They'll be heading out to the grid shortly. So let's hand you back upstairs to Chris Buxton.
Thank you, Mark. Catching up with the winners, top 3 from the last race. It's Adams and Page. Next group, it's the Group 2s. So Adams and Page Swinging 60s, the bigger engine lot from the Swinging 60s categories make their way to the field next. With the second of the Advantage Motorsports Future Classics category, the 70s. There's only a couple of representatives of that class here with us this weekend, but they are joining the bigger engines of the Swinging 60s group. So let's have a look at how the grid will form. Taking a few minutes to just clean out the track, making sure the last of the previous cars are cleaned up. Here we go. They are just leaving the assembly area. Again, another eclectic mixture of cars. We will be enjoying, again, a wide range of very familiar names to the club. So on pole for this event is the number 63, Jeff Beale in the Talbot. Joining him is Jamie Keevil in the bright red Lotus Elan S2. Row 2 is number 67, Jonathan Grayston in his Elan S4. Along with the 127, Martin and Andrew Hayward in their Ginetta G4. It's Martin that starts the show. On row 3 is Niall Sinclair in the Lotus 7, alongside Stephen Pickering in that beautiful V8 Sunbeam Tiger. Row 4, Dave Roberts in the lead of the Datsun 240Z. Along with the Wolf & Thompson Tuscan V8 is John Wolf that starts the way. Row 5 is Bill Watt in the number 60 car, the Lotus Elan S2. Joining him is the 341 Reliance Scimitar GTE of Phil Otley. Row 6, Chris Edwards in the 121 Triumph TR4, along with Dean Halsey in the Datsun 242Z, car number 240. Row 7 is the 126 car, David Shackleton in his Lotus Elan S1, along with David McDonald and Bailey Frost in the shared Triumph TR6. It's David McDonald that starts the way in the number 78 car. Row 8 is David Bailey in his Triumph TR4, along with Brian Cohen in the Lotus Elan S1. Row 9 is number 52, Mike Stevenson in his Datsun 240Z, along with Donald Laird and Kieran Bailey sharing the 151 Lotus Elan S4. It's Donald Laird that starts the way. And at the tail end of the field is Steve Chapman in the number 15 Triumph TR4. What a great race we've had. Mark Werrell rejoins me in the commentary box. Give him a second to catch his breath. I mean, you've been running absolutely everywhere. You've done 5K this morning, and that's been before the race has got underway.
That's true, yes. I did do the local park run this morning. It was thoroughly enjoyable down the road at Llangefni, albeit slightly hillier in Wales than I'm used to in Lincolnshire. So yeah, looking forward to this one. Be interesting to see how it goes with the Swinging 60s Group 2 mixed together with the Future Classics 1970s cars. Jeff Beale qualified on pole position, half a second quicker than Jamie Keevil, but Jamie Keevil was then 2 seconds quicker than the cars on the second row of the grid. So if qualifying comes to pass and same performance in the race, we should see the front two break away, everybody squabble from third backwards.
Absolutely. Jeff Beale has been in that Talbot Sunbeam Lotus for quite a few years. One of the few representatives of the Future Classic 70s division. I believe, if memory serves, there's only two, which Mike Stevenson in the Datsun 240Z number 52 car is the other. The rest are all Swinging 60s cars. Jamie Keevil has had so much success in that Lotus. Used to race with his dad Paul for a number of years in various Lotuses. Jamie had a horrendous incident a few years ago at Snetterton where the diff snapped coming through bomb hole. Wheel went one way, car went spinning the other. So that must have been, well, it was rather scary. The footage was, shall we say, not broadcast friendly. It
would get your attention and spike the heart rate, wouldn't it? Yes, absolutely. So yeah, Jeff Beale, be interesting to see how he goes here at the wheel of the rear-wheel drive Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. You say he's been racing for a good number of years. The car was always prepared by Phil Seaman, who used to share the car with Jeff when he was sort of just cutting his teeth in motor racing, but he's now, you know, of a pace that Phil has brought him on, and as ever is the case, anything that is Phil Seaman tuned is going to be a quick Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, because that's what he's a specialist in. So be interesting to see whether the 70s cars from the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics 1970s cars can overhaul Jamie Keevil in the Swinging 60s as and Pace Swinging 60s Group 2 car. So Group 2, it's largely the larger engine capacities of Swinging 60s sit in Group 2. The exception to that is if it's a Lotus, for instance, or a Marcos, a wooden chassis Marcos, they all go into Group 2 as well because of the kind of performances that those cars put in.
Indeed, indeed. Also going to look for Dean Halsey in the 240 car. He had a massive accident at Thruxton a few weeks ago. 80 mile an hour into the barrier at turn 1. Apparently clocked up 20 Gs when he hit the wall. It took about 15 man-hours to rebuild the car, but it is here and it is ready to roll. And he has a very lead foot in that car. He has won.
He won here last time out.
He did.
Yeah.
Yes, he's gotten stronger and stronger in that car. But either way, time to get business underway. Flag up, and away we go. It looked a bit of a hesitant, well, it was a hesitant start from Jeff Beale. He's been swallowed up by Jamie Keevil and Jonathan Cranston coming into turn 1. So it's Lotus, well, it's all Lotuses on the top 3, but it is Elan and Talbot with the V8. Oh, Stephen Pickering, take a bow, what a move in the Sunbeam Tiger, actually storming through the field. Now it looks like everybody has made it through unscathed so far. We'll now see as they come onto the faster part of the circuit. Jeff Beale having a look on the inside line, trying to regain some lost ground. There's the Thompson and Wolf Tuscan V8 behind. There it is, John Wolf trying to do something about it on the outside line. On the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, Jeff Beale up into second position as John Wolf settles behind Jonathan Crayston. There's Dean Halsey. There's the Lotus 7. Oh, that's very hesitant there from the 125 Lotus. That's Neil Sinclair. That's cost him a couple of positions to the Triumphs.
Yeah, he's dropped a long way down through the order as Neil Sinclair. He qualified 5th, but has tumbled well and truly outside of the top 10 as we are looking at the cars. They're just heading round through Rocket and through Peel at the moment, including car number 78, which is David McDonald's Triumph TR6, whilst the race leaders are propelling themselves already down through the corkscrew for the first time. It is going to be Jamie Keevil that leads the way. It is Jeff Beale that's there in second position. John Crayston in third place, starting to come under attack from the TVR Tuscan there in the hands of John Wolf, the white car with almost that martini stripe right the way down the centre of it. Now in a straight line, once they've got out probably of the banking and certainly out of Church, I expect that Tuscan to mount a real challenge for third position. He's got to be content for the moment as John Wolf, a driver we caught up with earlier on today, very much in his underwear when we interviewed him. He's gone through as he, side by side, heading in towards Church Corner, can't quite unlock the door to the podium spot there from John Crayston, but now the extra gun to the V8 engine Tuscan tells. He draws himself alongside and in front, and as expected, John Wolf up to third.
And as they enter the twisty part of the lap, this is going to give the advantage back to Jonathan Crayston then in the very nimble Elan. A bit of a lock up there. Oh, we've got someone actually spinning. Oh, that's not Sinclair. That's spun in the Lotus on the infield, coming out of Church. So trouble for him. He has rejoined the track. There he is on stream, but a very long way behind the field now. He's in terrible trouble. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings that one back into the pits. But there's Jonathan Crayston on the stream still, chasing that V8 Tuscan, coming through the corkscrew now to complete another lap. That beautiful growling V8 engine under the right foot of John Wolfe. We've seen them in a TVR Grand Tourer Mark III in the past. And also a Triumph GT6, I believe. We've seen Wolfe and Thompson in the
they started racing in the Triumph Sport 6 Club, as it was called, back in the 1990s. And even Martin Stackpole, who's their engineer, is another driver that harks back to his racing days in the Triumph 6 Sports Club. But yeah, they've been out in that. They've been out in Lotus Elands. They've been out in Ford Falcons, a range of things over the years. But this TVR Tuscan has not given them a great deal of luck over the course of the last season or so, and that is really not wanting to put the commentator's curse on it. But the number 13 Tuscan has been troubled.
Well, they wear the number 13, so they are rather setting themselves up for a fall in that respect. And here we go. There's Stephen Pickering now that's trying to make up some ground on Jonathan Crayston coming into turn 7. I remember a wonderful battle that Stephen Pickering was in. He was in a great 5-car argument for the win at Donington a couple of years ago. Dean Halsey was in that one, along with Simeon Kodosh in a Corvette, who he eventually won that particular race. Bernie was who runs the Bernie's V8. He was very, very happy about that. His lad doing very, very well. There is Dean Halsey in the freshly rebuilt number 240, chasing Phil Otley in the rarely seen Reliant Scimitar, doing pretty well. That's 6th they're having an argument for, as they are coming to complete another lap. There's the Tuscan, there's the Elan, and there's the Sunbeam Tiger, just coming through the shot as well. A wonderful 4-car argument, as mentioned, for 6th position. They're all fairly equally balanced when it comes to kind of raw power and manoeuvrability. Actually, 2 of our 240Zs are pretty close together. There is Dean Halsey in his 240 with Dave Roberts. We've seen him in Capri's in the past, but he's right on the tail of Dean Halsey.
And what's important for that battle is it's for the lead of the class. So the orange Reliant Scimitar of Phil Otley under pressure from Dean Halsey. Dean Halsey has got not that far behind him Dave Roberts in his 240Z, and they're all fighting away for Swinging 60s Class G. And now, has Dean Halsey got the overlap here on the Scimitar? Yes, he has. Through goes the Datsun 240Z, takes the place away, but more importantly, takes the class lead away.
That he does. He's, as we said before, he's been quite successful as time has gone on in his Datsun 240. So Class G for the Swinging 60s is anything between 2 and 3 litre, and also anything under 2 litre for a 6-cylinder engine, if I can say the sentence properly. For Class H is anything over 3 litre, which we don't have any H's with us this time around. But Dave Roberts, trying to cut back underneath Phil Otley, couldn't quite do it. Coming through the corkscrew, being chased by Bill Watt, retired airline pilot, in the next of the Lotus Elands.
Yeah, Bill Watt, again, another long time racer in the Classic Sports Car Club. I don't think I've ever seen his car in any other colour than white with that red stripe down the centre of it, so he's never changed the livery over the years. Now, is this another place Phil Otley is going to lose? Yes, it is. Diving through goes the second of the 240Zs. Dave Roberts gains the place at the wheel of the number 74 car, so having lost 1 place to 1 240Z, Dean Halsey, who was really pulled away in the last lap or so. Through goes Dave Roberts, so the orange Reliant Scimitar has now lost a further place. That will drop it down into 8th position, and the next of the cars that's going to be queuing up behind it will be Bill Watt at the wheel of the Lotus Elan, who might lose out on pure grunt to the bigger engine capacity Scimitar, but that little Lotus is going to be very nimble, isn't it, the top part of the circuit, round through Rocket and Peel and down through the corkscrew.
Well, there you go. You visibly saw just how much ground that Bill Watt was able to close in on the bigger engine Reliant Scimitar there. There's 3 litres under the right foot of Phil Otley, but only 1.6 for Bill Watt. But that's not stopping him from making his way through the field on the inside line coming through turn 9, but can't quite hold it. Little bit more horses available to Phil Otley. Has managed to defend that position coming down towards the corkscrew this time. But Bill Watt is very, very experienced in that car. He's been in Lotuses for a very, very long time, and is probably going to lose out for the first half of the lap again. You can see Dave Roberts just going through the shot there. Bill Watt having a look on the inside line, coming through turn 1 before the Scimitar has a chance to get all its horses galloping. You've got David McDonald in the next of the Triumphs following him being followed by the 121 car, which is the 121. I've forgotten because I'm looking at the wrong set of notes. My apologies.
Chris Edwards.
Chris Edwards, thank you.
What we do need to keep an eye is also what's going on for the lead of the race, because on that lap we just saw a new fastest lap of the race to the car in second position, which is Jeff Beal. 1 minute 17.210 from Jeff Beal. That closes the gap down to just 1.4 seconds first to second place, so that's something that's worth keeping an eye on, whilst for the moment we still concentrate on the battle that's going on for 8th and 9th position. Phil Otley at the wheel of that orange scimitar has been a busy old chap, hasn't he? Every time he's looked in his mirrors, there's a car there, and every time he's under attack. This time it's from Bill Watts, who isn't quite close enough as they head round through Peel. Now, is he going to be able to do anything to try and work the Elan through and ahead of the Reliance Scimitar whilst they dive their way down through the corkscrew? Not really an overtaking place. His best bet would be to maybe wait until turn number 1 and have a nibble there. For the lead of the race, though, Jamie Keeble still out front and leading, but still not that far away is Jeff Beal, is he?
No, your early prediction is certainly proving true. The top two absolutely sprinting away. With Jeff Beal's relatively poor start, he has reeled Jamie Keeble back in. Who was the quicker one last time around? Jamie Keeble was the quicker by less than a tenth of a second between the two. And Jamie Keeble has worked on that Lotus Elan for a great deal of many years, 1.7 litres to his advantage. Whereas Jeff Beal has been in command of the Turbo Sunbeam Lotus again for a long, long time, 2.5 litres under his right foot. But that's a car that regularly races pretty much anywhere where it's eligible. You'll see regularly Jeff Beal putting that into different categories here in the Classic Sports Car Club as well. Now he's very much got his sights set on Jamie Keeble, new fastest lap of the race as well, going to the Sunbeam Lotus in the second position, the number 63, 1:16.937, going to Jeff Beal as Mark Warrow makes his way down to the pit lane, see who we can catch, and a helicopter flying past. Well, there is a RAF airbase nearby, but well, we get everything over. There's a fair amount of boats out in the water, and now we have a helicopter flying past. Slightly further down the field, there is the number 52 car. Now that is Mike Stevenson in his Datsun. That's the third of our Datsun 240s. The battle for the lead continues to intensify. Now they're actually gaining, well, they're going through the back markers now. So there is the Stevenson Datsun 240. Fairly new car to Mike Stevenson, I believe. Or certainly new to the club. And it looks like, yeah, you can definitely see that gap has come down again. I mean, 7/10 of a second is not exactly huge, but Jeff Beal does seem to have the pace advantage over Jamie Keeble at the moment, but Jamie Keeble may well have just been keeping a little bit in reserve. A flash of the lights from Beal there. Not quite another fastest lap, but was faster of the two. Of course, they're working their way through traffic, so he's going to slow them down a little. And they're basically representing the two different categories. So Jamie Keeble is one of the swinging 60s. He's in Class L, which is for Lotus cars. And Jeff Beal is in the A70, which is for future classic cars of anything built between 1970 and 1980 of over 3 litres in class. But even though that's a 2.4 litre car, it is still classed in the A category. Depending on the power output, the course officials may reclassify a car depending on its overall performance. You can just hear how the engine just winds up ready to go. I wonder whether Jeff Beal just cooked his tyres a little bit. Jamie Keeble hasn't had an awful lot to defend against. The pair of them are some 25-ish seconds ahead of the next car down the road, which is the Wolf Thompson Tuscan V8s. And Jeff Beal is in. So this could have also been why he was maybe backing off a little bit on that lap. Ideal time to cool the tyres down if he's cooked them too much. Perfect time to bring the car in, serve the pit stop. Now this is a quick as you can pit stop. Last time I read the regulations it was. Now these are subject to change. But for the quick as you can pit stops, it's bringing the car to a halt, engine off, straps undone. He's actually tripped over his own serviceman there. Shut the door, open the door, get back in, do the belts up, get the engine going, and off we go again. And that is exactly what they're going through. As the pit lane procedures now get underway. Now, the reason why the pit stop procedures are different class to class, the club put the vote, or allowed the club to vote for what pit stops they would prefer, and each category's contestants basically voted for one way or the other. So that is why we see a mixture of the two classes. So we see a Lotus parade going on there. That's Niall Sinclair in the 125 car. That's the Lotus 7 we saw spinning a little bit earlier on. He's chasing the 126 Lotus Elan. That's David Shackleton. And also Brian Cohen in the 331 car. So definite display of Lotus there. There is the Wolf & Thompson Tuscan V8. Working his way through. That looks like it's turn 8, which is a rocket out. And up the hill towards Peel, turn 9. Where we saw the Chamberlain Carruthers car go a little bit wide. He was at that spot where it happened. V8 growl as it comes back down the hill. Bit of a mixture of cars they have. They have the TVR Grand Tourer Mark III, which they share, which has an MG, MGB engine, or an MG midget engine in there. And then they have this roaring 5-litre V8. There's 331. That's Brian Cohen. He's brought his car in to go through the mandatory pit stop. So you actually see now he's actually done the stop. He's gone back in the car. He's being belted back up again. The door must close and then the engine must start. The engine cannot be started before the belts are done up. That's Dean Halsey bringing his Datsun in. Going through the same procedure there. Now they will be penalised if they go through the procedure incorrectly. You see Dean Halsey. So there you go. Shut the door, open the door, back in again, and then belts up. The engine cannot be started until the belts are secure. Also, if they undo the belts too early, they will also incur a penalty for that. It's a bit of trouble for Dave Roberts' number 74 Datsun. It's being pushed at the end of the pit lane. They're pushing it out. Oh, that's a shame. It obviously can't get going again. They're trying to bump start it. Looks like, have they been able to bump start it backwards? That's slightly unusual. Yep, they have. They've managed to bump start the car backwards. That's impressive. And you're hearing Dean Halsey struggling to get his car going again. And away he goes. So Dean Halsey then was in 5th position when he came in. Now resume his racing then. There's Bill Watt and Phil Otley continuing with their argument. Now they were in 6th. It's a battle for 6th position, which has now gone the way of the Lotus Elan rather than the Reliant Scimitar. Bright yellow car. Had a break from racing, or a break from CSCC in 2021, I believe. But, glad to see him back with us. Who is next down the road? It's the McDonald Frost car that's next from them. The Triumph's going through the shop. There's Bill Watt's car, so that makes me think that Phil Otley's come in. Can't quite see from my commentary position whether the Scimitar has come into the pits or not. Yes, he has. I've just seen him come into view. There's Niall Sinclair, the Lotus 7 going through the shop on the stream. There's one of the Elans getting very, very squiggly. That's Brian Cohen in the white one. And the Triumphs having an argument on the way down to the first turn. That's the 121 car, which was Chris Edwards, arguing with the number 15 car, which is Steve Chapman. There's the 151 you can see on stream. That is the Donald Laird, Kieran Bailey Lotus Elan TR4, Lotus Elan S4, beg your pardon. David McDonald, beg your pardon, Donald Laird started that one, so Kieran Bailey now getting into there. There's the 331 on the stream again. Brian Cohen now in, so now the pit stop's done, he's in 14th position. Not many cars yet to serve the pit stop. Still a bit of time for them to do though. So they have until 10 minutes left on the timer before the pit window closes. There is Niall Sinclair coming down towards turn 9. And there is the Wolf & Thompson TVR Tuscan, now changing hands to Dave Thompson. John Wolf started festivities in that one. John Wolf was interviewed in partial dress, shall we say, for the pre-show. Up running again. Everyone just making sure the belts are done. The door can still be open when the engine started, but of course the car can't move until the door is shut. There's Dean Halsey in the 240 car. That's now in 9th place. It must have been a very worrying moment hitting the barrier at 80 miles an hour at Thruxton. One of the fastest circuits on the calendar. But it looks absolutely immaculate. Oh, it's Brian Cohen. He's had a spin in the 331 car. That's just on the exit of the banking, as well, on the entrance to Church indeed, where that's gone wrong. So the 331 Lotus squiggling away on the grass. Of course, that's one of the quicker parts of the circuit. That was Phil Otley in the Scimitar just coming past. Now Brian Cohen getting back up to speed. No damage, it looks like, on the car. The wall is quite some distance away from the circuit, so they've got time to bring the car to rest before the wall intercedes. There's the number 13. That is now Dave Thompson in charge of the V8 Tuscan. Getting his way through turn 8. There's the recovering Brian Cohen. Oh, bit of a wide line coming through turn 7. That's Rocket in. Then turn 8, which is Rocket out. It's Niall Sinclair in the Lotus 7. Now there's Jeff Beale. He's up to 3rd now. Pit stop's done. Jonathan Crayston is in. So the lead will go back over to Jamie Keevil, with Jeff Beale closing him down as quickly as he can. So yet again, it's going to be Keevil and Beale towards the sharper end. Fill up here again, as Mark Werrell has found someone to have a chat to down in the pit lane.
Yeah, I have. John Wolfe has just jumped out of the number 13 TVR Tuscan and hand it over to Dave Thompson. John, what a fantastic start from you.
Well, I got to say, I do good starts, but I wasn't expecting to have to do it from 8th. I mean, we weren't so good in practice, but, you know, walking around the paddock in my underpants has obviously got me fired up for the race.
Yeah, sorry, we caught up with you in your pants earlier on. It all got a bit tight, though. Heading up to turn 1, that great start moved you up with cars 2 and 3 rows ahead, and, oh, it looked close.
Yeah, it felt very close. What I did was I breathed in. And as I breathed in, it made me slightly narrow, and I was able to get through the little tiny gap that was left. Luckily, well, you know, great driving, didn't hit anybody. Nobody hit anybody at all. I mean, it was terribly close. But, you know, I managed to get from that 8th slot to, I think, 3rd-ish after a couple of corners. So I was really happy with that, really happy.
Hard, warm stint out there. Hardly look as though you've broken a sweat.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm doing my best to not look as though I've broken a sweat. In fact, I'm a bit damp. But it was just tremendously exciting. You know, this place is so fantastic, and it's just all corners, and what you forget is that there aren't really any straight bits.
Always something to work on. Dave's out there doing some hard work now. Fingers crossed for a good result.
Yeah, I go and give him the chivvy up on the pit wall. Sometimes he needs a bit of verbal encouragement, but and a bit of, you know, a bit of hand waving. But he'll be up there, because I've done it. He'll be up there, and hopefully we'll get a good result if the car stays together.
Well, we'll let you go and chivvy him up, and we'll hand back upstairs to Chris Buxton.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. You can always rely on a charismatic answer from John Wolfe, can't you? Oh, fantastic. So then, the lead going back over to Jamie Keevil, and here's Lotus and Lamb. So plenty of battles going on, though. Generally, it's people trying to find some space to continue their merry way. It's a bit of a smaller field in this particular race, only 18 cars in this one. Jonathan Crayston has worked his way back up into 6th position. Everybody has pitted now. Oh, that's the number 15 car. That's Steve Chapman in the Triumph TR4. Having an argument with Mr. Crayston. Well, that's Mike Stevenson. Oh, that's Jamie Keevil. Jamie Keevil's gone off. He's pulled that one off. The race leader. His car has failed him. Now that's coming through Church, turn 4. He doesn't seem to be in a hurry to get that one going again. So whatever has happened to our race leader, and out of the car he gets. So that is terminal for the number 9, and he's going to have a look under the bonnet as well. Are we going to see steam pluming out? So the fact that he's taken the bonnet off and then gotten out of the way, that would indicate there is a overheating problem. And he's trying his best to get out onto the service road. It circles the circuit, so that's going to give an easy run for Jeff Beale, assuming that his Sunbeam Lotus doesn't let him down. Oh, what a shame for Jamie Keevil. It was looking good for another Keevil-Beale tussle for the top spots, but that's motor racing for you. Hopefully he'll be able to patch that one up and get that car back out on the road for tomorrow's 40-minute race. So as a reminder, we will see all of our cars again, all of our surviving cars, I should say, in the 40-minute race, so a slightly longer race for tomorrow. And depending on which weather report you look at, it may be slightly inclement as well. So we'll see what happens with that. Steve Chapman in his Triumph TR4. There's Brian Cohen in the treble 3. 331. I can read, I promise you. Now, Brian Cohen is in 16th. Chapman is in 14th, so Dave Roberts in his 74 car is out there somewhere. There's the number 60, that's Bill Watt. He is in what will become 7th position with Jamie Keeble now having parked his car. Niall Sinclair in the 125 car. Now he was hot on the heel of the TR4 of the number 10 car, which is David Bailey last time around. There is David Bailey, so they've actually swapped around in the course of the lap. TR4 seeing what he can do. 6.5 minutes remaining of this race. It's our 4th race of the day. We have another 2 for today, and we do it all over again, and then we have our Magnificent 7 categories joining us tomorrow as well. There's Jeff Beale working his way through the crowd. There's the 52, which is the 3rd of our Datsun 240s, as mentioned. That's Mike Stevenson. So getting to grips with the car. As we see the number 15, the Triumph TR4, Steve Chapman with Dean Halsey. Oh no, that's the Wolf and Thompson. That's the Wolf and Thompson Tuscan. That's a sentence to say, isn't it? That was from 3rd. Now I can't see where that's come to rest. But from 3rd position, the V8 Tuscan has failed. Can it get going again? We will see. Well, this is an opportunity now for Phil Otley in the Reliance Scimitar to get going. Yes, he has. So the 13 car is up and running again. I didn't quite see where that is up at turn 3. That's up at the banking somewhere, because I can now see him coming through church. So he must have had grief. I will suspect he stalled, which is what cost him a lot of time. There's Phil Otley with the 126 car right behind. Well, that's Dave Shackleton in his Lotus Elan. Well, Phil Otley is in 4th. And we'll see when they come over the line whether, yeah, they must have swapped position with the Wolf and Thompson car. Oh, there's Jonathan Grayston. Not wanting to be left out of the festivities. Yeah, so Phil Otley is just coming through the corkscrew now, whereas the Wolf and Thompson car is there. So he now coming through the corkscrew himself. So we may well have a fight for the last podium position in the remaining 4.5 laps. So in the shot on the stream, you can see Otley, Grayston, Shackleton, and Thompson. Now, Dave Shackleton's not in this particular fight as far as position's concerned, so he's likely just to kind of get out of the way of the Wolf and Thompson TVR Tuscan that's going to come through. But that there, between Phil Otley and John Grayston, is currently a battle for the last podium spot. Now, Jeff Beale and Stephen Pickering are long since gone up the road, 18 seconds pretty much separating both of those two. But if Dave Thompson is able to close in on this particular squabble, and here we go again, we've got Phil Otley defending from a Lotus Elan. John Grayston gets a great drive on the exit of turn 8. He's going to have the inside line for 9. But then is the advantage going to go back to Phil Otley when they get through to the straighter parts? I don't quite say straights, because the only straights we're not actually using, which is the Tom Price straight. Into the corkscrew. Phil Otley just needs to bide his time and keep the horses under control. Wider line there from John Grayston to maximise his run down the start-finish straight. And there's the Tuscan. So we are going to have a three-way fight for 3rd. Fantastic in the closing stages of race number 4 here in Anglesey for the Classic Sports Car Club. Alan leads Scimitar, leads Tuscan. What a great mixture of cars. The smallest engine of the three actually leads this particular trio. 1,558 cc's in the S4, 3 litres in the Scimitar, 5 litres in the Tuscan. Tuscan's not there yet, but he's certainly going to be gaining on them. He was about a second and a bit quicker than the pair of them last time around, was Dave Thompson. Phil Otley's going to have to bide his time. He doesn't want to lose too much ground on the Alan ahead of him, but this is where the Scimitar's been a little bit weaker than the nimble Alans. And there's the Tuscan that's homing in on the pair of them. Bill Watts, bigger pardon, there's Niall Sinclair that's gotten ahead of the 121 car. That is Chris Edwards in the Triumph TR4, you can see on the tower. But in fairness to Phil Otley, he has managed to maintain his distance to Jonathan Crayston. Lotus Alan doing a great job of defending, but he's going to have a lot more horses to defend against now. A bit of a slide there from Dave Thompson. As they come over the line, now Crayston is suddenly listed in 5th. Whoa, and a big forward slide from the V8 Tuscan there, coming through turns 1 and 2. Are the tyres a bit too hot, or is Dave Thompson a bit too eager? We'll see. Now, that looks very much like a transponder issue for Jonathan Crayston, because he's now jumped back up into 3rd. I'm not seeing a penalty being awarded to him, so screaming down through Schoolgate and School, the Tuscan is easily dispatched the Scimitar. Is he going to be able to pick up the Alan before the checkered flag falls? The checkered flag is actually being readied now, a minute early, so the winner for race number 4 is Jeff Beale in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Second is going to be Stephen Pickering in the Sunbeam Tiger, but who is going to claim 3rd? The checker flag is there. You can see it being waved. There's Niall Sinclair coming through. Now, who is going to pick up that 3rd position? So, well, actually, Jeff Beale's been awarded a penalty. So it's actually the victory is going to go to Stephen Pickering in the number 6 car. The Sunbeam Tiger, with Jeff Beale being penalised, is now taken 2nd position. And Jonathan Crayston does manage to fend off the advances of Dave Thompson. So it's Pickering from Wolf Thompson from Phil Otley. As Jeff Beale has been awarded a penalty. What he's been awarded a penalty for, I'm not entirely certain. It could be speeding in the pit lane, or not 100% certain what the penalty was for, but Pickering is going to claim the race win. I'm sure he'd be very, very happy about that. I mean, that Sunbeam Tiger is an awesome bit of kit. Jeff Beale, I mean, he had that one won, so quite what that penalty was for, not entirely certain at this stage. Let's see if I can find a notification on why that penalty was given. It could be, I mean, if it is speeding in the pit lane, that's a 60 seconds been added to his time, so I suspect that's what it is. There's the stranded Lotus Elan of Jamie Keevil. But there is now your race winner. Car number 6, Stephen Pickering, the Sunbeam Tiger. Yeah, he looks pretty happy about that. So let's summarise the standings as they currently look before any further stewards' intervention. It is a win for number 6, Stephen Pickering in the Sunbeam Tiger. In 2nd is Jonathan Crayston in the Lotus Elan S4. 3rd is the Wolf Thompson TVR Tuscan V8. 4th is Phil Otley in the Royal Alliance Scimitar. 5th is Jeff Beale in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. 6th, Dean Halsey in the rebuilt Datsun 240Z. 7th, Bill Watt in the Lotus Elan. 8th is Edwards in the Triumph TR4. 9th, Niall Sinclair in the Lotus 7. 10th is Bailey in the Triumph TR4. 11th is the 331 Brian Cohen Lotus Elan. And 12th is Steve Chapman in the Triumph TR4. 13th is the Dave McDonald and Bailey Frost Triumph TR6. They also incurred a penalty as well, along with the 126 car of Dave Shackleton in the Lotus Elan in 14th. 15th is the Donald-led Kieran Bailey at Lotus Elan S4. 16th is the Mike Stevenson Datsun 240Z, and those number 74 was the Dave Roberts Datsun, and the one car that didn't see the flag, sadly, Jamie Keevil in his usually all-conquering Lotus Elan. I mean, would have been an interesting battle if we'd seen him cross swords with Jeff Beale, but a last-minute penalty for Jeff Beale has seen him tumble down to 5th, but that's motor racing for you. And fastest lap still belonged to the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus anyway, but once the cars have made their way back to the holding area, Mark Werrell will find our top 3 and get their views and thoughts on as the racing continues through this gloriously sunny day on the Welsh coastline. That's Jeff Beale's car being recovered back to the pit lane. Again, a great shame that his car had to come to a stop. At least the diff remained intact this time. Hopefully he's able to get that one fixed and ready to go for the second race tomorrow. Now the grid is formed for each race for their second races by the results of today's racing, so Jamie Keevil will be starting from the back if he is able to take part in tomorrow's 40-minute race. Makes the race a little bit longer to give him a chance to make his way through the field, but he certainly will do. He's got the pace and the car to do it, as long as he can sort whatever ails the poor little number 9. And I bet Steve Pickering is very, very pleased with that. Jeff Beale may be a little bit unhappy by that. The rules are the rules, assuming that is a speeding in the pit lane penalty. Judging by where he was when he finished and where he ended up, that does look like it was 60 seconds that was added to his race time. Yeah, I'm not seeing a notification on what that penalty was for just yet, but that will come through, and we'll hopefully have that confirmed before the next race. But, Jeff Beale certainly with the fastest lap of the session by quite some distance. The only car anywhere close to him was Jamie Keevil's Lotus Elan, as Mark Werrell predicted. It was indeed those two for a while. So as the last of the tidying up is being done, circuit being readied for the next race of the day. And Mark Werrell has caught up with our top 3.
Yeah, we've got John Crayston. Unfortunately, the race winner had already disappeared into the pit lane, but we've got John Crayston who finished in 2nd place. John, talk us through the race.
Well, I got a good start and managed to get ahead of the Sunbeam briefly, but he came past me in no time, and then the 2 disappeared off. But yeah, fairly trying to keep the Sunbeam Tiger behind me for the first half of the race, then pit stops, and then coming out and trying to figure out where you are. And then here I am.
Yeah, the pleasant surprise that I informed you of.
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Another race to look forward to tomorrow. Step higher tomorrow?
Well, we can hope. Yeah, we can always hope.
Well done. Congratulations on 2nd place. And we'll grab a quick word with the driver we haven't caught up with. We've already spoken to John Wolfe a couple of times, so we'll grab Dave Thompson this time. Dave, 3rd place at Podium, despite a rally crossing TVR at one point.
Yeah, I thought I'd just mix it up a bit, and have a look at the infield. It looked quite pleasant and green, so I had a look at that, but it was a bit bumpy for me, so I got back on the track.
A bit of a moment. What was it? A few people saying it's a bit slippy out there.
Really, yeah, turn 1 just became incredibly slippery, and the TVR's a very short wheelbase, and once it starts going, and with the amount of grunt it's got, you've got to be pretty good to get it back on, and I'm obviously not that good.
But good finish in the end, from 8th on the grid to finish on the podium overall.
Yeah, fantastic. When we were talking in the collecting area before the race, we both just sort of said, look, just enjoy it. We're not going to get anything out of this. And then, you keep going, perseverance, and we're on the podium. It's fantastic.
And you can do it all again tomorrow as well with another smile on your face.
Looking forward to it. It'll be great. Thank you.
There we go. Sadly, we didn't get the race winner. He's already disappeared into pit lane. We can also get ready for the next of the races that's coming up, which will be our penultimate race of the day. So let's hand you back upstairs to Chris Buxton.
Thank you, Mark. It's always nice to hear from our top 3. Very modest answer there from Dave Thompson. Of course you have the skill to do it, so it got you through to 3rd in the first place. Only 7/10 off the back of Jonathan Crayston, in fairness. Next up is, as Mark said, the penultimate race of the day. It is the Cobalt Sport Tin Tops. This has been one of the most popular and one of the most heavily populated grids in the Classic Sports Car Club for quite a few years. So the Cobalt Sport Tin Top Series deals with saloon hatchback cars with an engine capacity of up to 2 litres, 4-cylinder, non-turbo or supercharged cars except for diesels of any age. There's just, no, they're not out of the holding area yet. That's what I was just having a look at there. So in this series, it's a quick as you can pit stop. So again, same routine that we've just gone through. Bring the car to a halt, engine off, belts off, open the door, get out, shut the door, open the door, and then reverse the process. So that's what they're looking to do. We will have 19 starters, I believe. I haven't had any notification that we've had any withdrawals from our tin top category. We have a good collection of Clios and Fiestas, tend to be the stronger representation in the tin tops, but we have a wide range of cars. We have a Toyota Corolla out there, a number of Fiestas and Clios, a fair few Civic Type R's as well tend to join the field. But with everything being up to 2 litre, we do see some amazingly close racing. We do have a Saxo out there as well. It's, again, a very rarely spotted beast. Here we go. They are now leaving the holding area. So let's have a look at the grid for race number 5, the Cobalt Sport Tin Tops category. On pole, it's the protege of the German. It is number 56, Adam Brown, in his Fiesta. Alongside him is the 113 Clio 182. Stephen Reynolds and John Ridgen. It's Steve Reynolds that starts the show on the front row. Row 2 is the 420 Honda Civic Type R, Kev Smith and Paul Clothier. It's Kev Smith that starts the way. And then it's the Saxo, the number 77 car. It's Mark Alexander Williams alongside Lewis Alexander Williams. It's Mark that starts the way in the Saxo. On row 3 is the 176 car, Rod Phillips in the Civic Type R alongside 318, which is Richard Bethel in his Clio 172. Row 4 is the 777 Michael Dwayne, or Mick Dwayne returns to us, new car for him. It's a Clio 182 for him. It was a Clio 172 previously to that. And joining him is the 119. It's Dominic Rose and Paul Masters in their Clio 172. It's Dominic Rose that starts the way. Row 5, it's James and Steve Fletcher in their Alfa Romeo 33. It's Steve that starts in the 55 car. And Richard Fowle, newcomer to the club, in his Clio 172. On car number 10, starting in 10th place. Tom Mensley, regular in the club, usually towards the sharper ends. He was going to be sharing with Paul Anderton, but Paul switched car. So it's just Tom Mensley in the 23 Clio 172, alongside Michael Peters in the number 41 Fiesta ST. On row 7, it's the number 50 Simon Stowe, Justin Potter. We've seen these two already out in the Austin Healey. They're out in their Clio 172. This time it's Simon Stowe that starts the way. Then it's the Toyota Corolla T-Sport, Liam Place and Lee Norton. Car number 4 in 14th position. It's Liam Place that starts the way. Row 8, Christopher Herwood in the Fiesta ST alongside Thomas Spencer and Paul Anderson in the 155 Clio 172. It's Thomas Spencer that starts the way in the 155 car. Row 9, it's Gregory Smith in his Fiesta ST alongside person we spoke to in the pre-race show, John Baker in the number 110 Satsuma Racing Clio 172. And finally, it's Holly Brown and Paul Turner in their standard Honda Civic. It's Holly Brown that starts the way in the 78 car. Caught your breath yet, Mark?
Just about. I'm not sure either whether it's getting warmer or I'm getting slower, but definitely that walk back from Parc Ferme back to the commentary box, feels longer each time. Looking forward to this one. Yeah, shame we're a bit down on numbers for the tin tops this weekend, but still some competitive cars out there. Adam Brown did a stunning job in qualifying, didn't he, to qualify that car almost 1.8 seconds quicker than anybody else managed, so that Ford Fiesta should go well. The flip side for Adam Brown was that he was a winner last time out at Thruxton in tin tops, so in this shorter race he will carry a 20-second penalty in the pit, so he's got to remain stationary for an additional 20 seconds. So he's going to have to push because he needs to build up that advantage in the early part of the race so that he can overcome it for part 2, Chris.
That's going to be really hard to make up that kind of gap in a field as equally balanced as this. Now, as usually, Andrew Windmill is the usual dominator of this particular class in his car that isn't here this weekend. So it gives an opportunity for somebody else to stand on the top step. And by tradition, he won at Snetterton as well.
And I will apologise to Adam Brown as well, because he said to me that I'd mentioned at Snetterton that he won a race last year, but that was probably because others had got time penalties. So no, nobody else in that race did have a time penalty. So he put me right earlier on. So here's the public apology, Adam. There we go. Move on.
Apologies served. Even the greats make mistakes, so you've heard it here first. As you see the field working their way through the corkscrew, this, as you say, Mark, this should be a fantastic, well, it is a fantastic field. Very much looking forward to this. There is Adam Brown's car, just rolling up to the top spots. The field of 19 competitors just reforming the grid. Again, so many returning names and quite a few either new names or new cars in this field. So again, very much looking forward to seeing how the established names deal with the newcomers. We see them coming through the final turn now. Just waiting for the last few to find their spots. And then we know this procedure by now. Flag will raise, green flag at the back. It is time to get race number 5 of this meeting underway. Adam Brown and Steve Reynolds on the front round. Away we go, roaring away. That's a storming start from Rod Phillips in the 176 car from the third row, and he's into second before they've even gotten through turn 1. Very nicely done. Adam Brown has capitalised on that. Steve Reynolds has just about managed to hang on to that second position. Then you've got the Saxo, the lucky little car in the hand of Mark Alexander Williams, doing a great job there. There's the Stowe Potter car, Simon Stowe starting that one, the number 50 car. Coming through Church now, heading towards the back straight. Adam Brown is trying to check out as best he can. There's one of our Civics, the number 420 car, doing what they can. That's Kev Smith in hard charger. That one's 3 wide coming down towards the braking zone for turn 7. And wow, that's Richard Bethel in the now black car. It was blue before that. There's Mick Dwayne in his new his Clio 182. Along with the Toyota Corolla. So whilst there's a few less names in this field, it's still fairly mixed, but still fabulous racing from our 2-litre tin tops.
Yeah, always good to see the tin tops. Adam Brown propels himself down through the corkscrew for the first time already, with a bit of gap between himself and Stephen Reynolds. Off has gone the Alpha 33, I'm afraid to say, which is Steve Fletcher that started that car, so there's waved yellow flags up at the top section of the circuit whilst that Alpha is stricken on the grass. But in fact, it's got going again, so it was a harmless spin. The Brunswick prepared Alpha is back on track. So Adam Brown already at the end of the first lap leads by 2.6 seconds. However, I did spot a smoky Richard Bethel there. Now, is that tyre rub on the Clio, or is that a little bit of smoke coming from the back of it? It's just going through the banking at the moment. No obvious signs of smoke as he heads up towards Church, but there was definitely some sort of smoke. Maybe it was just a lock tyre briefly as he headed onto the brakes at the banking, perhaps, the black Clio.
Could well be. I mean, he was making a great move to try and claim that third spot. We did claim the third spot. Oh, someone's kicking up a fair amount of dust. I think that was the Saxo that was kicking up some dust on the exit of Church there, as we are on stream looking at the 176 car. As Rob Phillips fending off the advances of Kev Smith in the 420 Civic, and then the not quite as strong starting Saxo qualified in 4th, down into 6th. Oh, some more dust being kicked up there. The Saxo having a look on the inside line of Kev Smith. Can he get it done? Not on this occasion. There's Mick Dwayne right behind them. Mick Dwayne was one of the first people I interviewed actually when I joined the CSCC, and in his lovely Brummie accent, that was at Costal in Wiltshire, he was saying, "I'm here to make fun of myself," was essentially what he said. And new car for him this time around. We haven't seen him for a little while. As a result of that, he's starting as he means to go on. Really well placed for Mick Dwayne in the 777 car.
Yeah, so a couple of laps now completed. I'm just going to try and keep an eye on that black Clio if I can, just to see if there's smoke. I noticed he did lock brakes heading up into Rocket, so I think it's a brake bias issue maybe on the Clio that's just affecting Richard Bethel's car. The rest of the field all filing their way into and out of the banking, including car number 23, which is Tom Mensley. But towards the front, we've got some great battles going on, not least of which is Liam Place at the wheel of the Toyota Corolla, fairly unique car. You don't see many of those race in the UK. He's busy having a fight, as are the 2 Civics ahead, who are again nose to tail heading in towards the braking area for Rocket. It is still just Rob Phillips that hangs on to 4th position. Under attack is Kev Smith from the little light blue Saxo that sits behind, which is Mark Alexander Williams. So this is 4th, 5th and 6th all together heading up towards Rocket, and this time can Mark Alexander Williams thread the little Saxo through and ahead of the number 420 Honda? Yes, he can. So place gained for Mark Alexander Williams, place lost for 420, the Honda Civic of Kev Smith, who started 3rd on the grid, Chris. He's now going to be down to 6th.
Yeah, it's not started too well for Kev Smith, but he saw that the Saxo was alongside and wasn't prepared to try and shut a door with the car in it. He knows better than that, but he's got a fair amount of grunt in the Civic Type R to try and displace the Saxo again as they come through turn 1 and 2. The Civic is still staying fairly close to the Saxo. This is where the Saxo will be slightly disadvantaged. Now, whilst the car engines are up to 2 litre, the Saxo is a little bit smaller than that. The Saxo is in class F, which is 1401cc to 1600cc 8-valve, or up to 1400cc multi-valve. So it is a bit of a smaller engine, but that's not stopping Mark Alexander Williams really putting that car very, very well placed. The Civic then comes through, as you would expect, coming down towards turn 7, and then we'll see, I would imagine, the Saxo start to reel him back in again as we come back up towards the corkscrew.
Yeah, so as they head back towards the corkscrew in a few moments' time, we'll see whether that gap could close up between the pair of them all of the time, whilst Adam Brown is out front and leading the race at this stage. He has also posted the fastest lap of the race at 1 minute 19.456. Remember, he's got to remain stationary for an extra 20 seconds, though. We are only 5 minutes away from the pit window opening, and he's only opened up a 3.6 second gap, so it's not sufficient to overcome the deficit in the pit window. It's up to about 4 seconds at the end of that lap, 3.920. So Adam Brown's got to keep pushing. He might also have a little bit of traffic as well that he might catch before he comes into the pits, because in the next 5 minutes' time, the first of those cars that they would catch is going to be the lovely little Honda Civic EG in the hands of Holly Brown. That's the light blue car, but she's, probably 30 seconds up the road, so it's going to be at least another 3, 4, maybe 5 laps before he catches her.
Mick Twain is fending off the advantage of the Toyota Corolla T-Sport. Liam Place is the one piloting the Toyota. He dispatched of the 119 car, Dominic Rose, in charge of that particular 172. Here we go again. The Civic in the hands, the 420 car. Kev Smith still keeping the Saxo at bay. So they come through turn 7, the rocket in turn now. Again, this is where the advantage switches back towards the Saxo. Is he going to try and dive on the inside line of turn 9? No, he's staying behind. So, well, he went for, I would say he went for the move, but he certainly went for the line quite late, close, very close to the Civic. No, he's not thinking about a move. It's not a heavy braking zone, even for these cars coming into the first part of the corkscrew. By the time you've really slowed down to the slower speeds, you're already committed to being behind the car you're chasing. Always had a good exit from the final turn for Mark Alexander Williams. Can't quite pull alongside before they get into turn 1. And you got Mick Twain and Liam Place behind. Struth alive. The Saxo doing everything he can to reduce the deficit that he's going to experience along that back straight. And again, can't do anything against Kev Smith at the moment, coming out of the banking towards Church. Now the Civic is going to just use that little bit more power it's got to rebuild that gap, but Mark Alexander Williams doing a great job in the Saxo to stay with the Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, he's like one of those annoying wasps in the summer, isn't he, Mark Alexander Williams? He's just not going away as far as Kev Smith is concerned. He sort of swatted him away for a period of time, but you just know that light, nimble, but slightly lesser powered Citroen Saxo through this part of the circuit, as they're up at Rocket and heading it towards Peel and down through the corkscrew, all of a sudden what was a 4 and 5 car length has disappeared down to not a great deal at all. We've also got, by the look of things, a change for third place, because the black Renault Clio, number 318, Richard Bethel, has just been overtaken by Rob Phillips at the wheel of the Honda, but Richard Bethel throws it back up the inside, coming into the corkscrew, and says, no thank you, I'm on third place, and they managed to squeeze the Clio back through and ahead of the Honda. So those are the two cars just coming out of the final corner. Now, Richard Bethel under attack.
Wow, Struth alive. These two are having a great old scrap. As you say, man, that is for third. The more they argue, the more that's going to allow the Smith, Clothier and Alexander Williams cars to close in on them. There's about 5.3 seconds between those two cars at the moment. Richard Bethel is a plasterer by trade. Was run a little bit wide there, coming out of the banking, turn number 3. That could well give a bit of an advantage to Rod Phillips in the Civic, chasing on. Both of them 2-litre cars. Bethel in Class B, which is specifically for 2-litre Renault Clios, or up to 2 litres, I should say. And Rod Phillips in Class A, which is any car up to between 1850 and 2-litre multi-valve and all turbo diesels. I don't recall ever actually seeing a turbo diesel, certainly not in the last few years.
Yeah, we used to have a few Peugeot 306D turbos back in the day, of which Hugo Holder, I think, one of the members of the CSCC, raced one of those. Side by side again, Rob Phillips trying to squeeze his way back through and past the car of Richard Bethel. Through goes the Honda. So that is now Ford that leads. It's Renault second. It's now Honda's third and fourth place. Richard Bethel dropping down into further down through the order and is off the podium spots again at the moment. This is a fantastic battle between these two. We are now only, what, about 40 seconds away from the pit window opening.
Yeah, so Mark Worrell repositioning himself again as Saxo's all over the place on that final turn, just doing everything he can to try and do something against the Kev Smith ahead of him, and Kev Smith's had a bad run coming out of turn 2 along with Mick Dwayne and Liam Place having their own argument for 7th place right behind them now. So the gap between the two squabbles is down to 2 seconds, and the Saxos alongside the Civic going into Church turn 4, but again the Saxos should potentially lose out. Well, should lose out. No one's told Mark Alexander Williams that. Still side by side going down through School, and finally the Civic is able to wrestle that position back, but had to use everything he could to get back up into that 5th place, and they are being caught pretty quickly by Mick Dwayne. Oh, his impact between the Saxo and the Civic. Mark Alexander Williams absolutely threw the Civic on the inside line of turn 7. It's a bit of a touch there, but I wouldn't imagine that's done too much damage. If that's not the steering out of whack, then Kev Smith, well, certainly when he hands that over to Paul Clodier, may struggle a little bit. We will see. But Mick Dwayne is now right with them. Liam Place has been dragged along as well in the Toyota. It's truth alive. Let's see that again. So there's the Saxo that is chasing the 420 car. So Kev Smith doesn't get a good line into that particular turn, and then just turns in a little bit too much, so that might have knocked the steering a little bit out of whack. We will see. But that was a big move from Mark Alexander Williams, and Mick Dwayne is now on the back of Kev Smith. So now the Clio 182 has caught the back of the Civic with the Toyota Corolla in tow, and wow, where's the Civic gone? The Saxo, beg your pardon. Where has the Saxo gone? Or has he come into the pits? He's come into the pits. That's where he's disappeared to. So there is Holly Brown in the other Civic, in the non-Type R number 78 car. I think the Saxo's come into the pits, but if it has, I can't see it. So has there been trouble? Has Mark Alexander Williams overcooked it? We'll see. If that has come into the pits, then it's either directly underneath my commentary position, I can't see it, or we'll catch up with it a little bit later on. Oh, Mick Dwayne on the inside line of Kev. I wonder if there is damage to that car, because he really seems to be slowing down a bit as Liam Place locks up coming into turn 9. And that Civic does not look very happy, so there may well have been damage as a result of the impact between themselves and the 77 Saxo. Is anybody else going to come into the pits this time? No, so Kev Smith isn't. He's dealing with it rather than... oh, there's the Saxo sideways going into the first turn. Okay, you can't decide whether he's actually coming into the pits or not. I think he actually ended up spinning himself into the pits there. It took a very odd line. But either way, I think he's ended up in the pit lane. Whether he intended to or not remains to be seen. But he's ended up in the pits now. So he must have had a particular spin, but he's... Considering how squiggly he's got, then that is an indication that tyres are pretty quite hot in that car. Or is there further trouble as a result of the impact? They're having a good old look at the tail end of the car, just where that impact would have been. And with the tail getting very, very light, that would indicate there's potential damage to the car. You can see the scuff marks on the back. Oh my goodness, a dented wheel rim. Yeah, that's probably going to be a puncture at very least. That is going to spell the end of the race for the Citroen Saxo. What a great change. That was going great guns. But that would explain why the tail was so wild if they have got a puncture on that rear right side. There's the 420 car. It's 420 car. Kev Smith still in charge of that one. Going to hand that one over to Paul Clodier. Nope, not yet he isn't. Going to go and complete another lap. So there's Mick Dwayne just going through the shop. The rest of the field now starting to settle into a bit of a rhythm. Oh, Mick Twain! Oh, huge amount of smoke pouring out of the back of the new car. He's pulled that one off. Something's gone bang in a very, very big way. That's another car that's going to need recovering. Oh my goodness, he pulled that off at a gap in the barrier, so marshals don't have far to recover that car. Huge amount of smoke, and a great, great shame for Michael Twain. Thumbs up. Well, I'm glad you're all right, Mick. That's good to see, but I think your car might need a bit of work. Number 10 car, that's Richard Fowle, relative newcomer to the series. It's the Clio 172, kind of bumblebee flavoured. See if Mark's able to catch up with a few people fairly soon. Just looking at the timing, it looks like Tom Mensley in the 23 car in 9th place is getting quite close to the 119. That was started by Dominic Rose. Paul Masters will take that one over. So we could have a potential battle forming for 8th place at this stage as we continue to watch the number 10. So newcomer to the series, you can see the novice cross on the back of the car. A few people wear that. So again, as a reminder, that is just to indicate they haven't had 6 signatures or haven't completed 6 races yet. So it's an indication to those that are coming up behind them that they're a bit less experienced. Again, so that they can, so those that are coming up behind them can pass them in the right way. There's Adam Brown still leading the way. He's yet to come into the pit lane. He's been increasing his fastest lap by, wow, a huge margin. Oh, that's one of the Odell Motorsport Fiestas that's gone for a bit of a wander. They've got several cars here where they has carried on. That was coming towards Church, I think. Oh, that's getting very, very close. That's the 21 car, so that's Chris Herwood from Bedfordshire. It's gone for a bit of a wander. He's just been passed by Tom Mensley's car. I actually think that's Paul Anderton's car that Tom Mensley is in, just to add a bit of confusion. There's another one of the Odell cars, the number 41. That's Michael Peters in charge of one of the Ford Fiestas. They have a handful of cars. They also deal with Paul Bolton's Nissan 370Z that we've already seen. That one comes out in Modern Classics, I believe it is. So well into the pit stop phase now. As we see again, Kev Smith having a look on the inside line, coming towards turn 1. Can't quite get it done yet. I think that's Tom Mensley he's having an argument with. A few more pit stops being served. Not many left to go now. Kev Smith is one of them that hasn't come in according to my listing. There's Holly Brown. Well, Holly Brown started that car. That'll be Paul Turner now in command of the Honda Civic, the number 78 car. That one has definitely been in. And Mark Werrell has found someone to have a chat to in the pit lane.
Yeah, the driver I've caught up with is Stephen Reynolds, who's just put in a great stint at the wheel of the Renault Clio. Looks hard work out there.
It is hard work. There's no grip and cars sliding around everywhere. We normally run with ABS as well, which I haven't got today, so it's kind of catching me out a little bit. It normally sorts out issues for me, and it's not happening. But you know what? I'm pleased to be hanging on to the Fiesta of Adam Brown. That's the whole idea. He's got a penalty to serve. We're just going to try and hang on to his coattails and see if we can somehow pip him in the pit stop.
Yeah, I mean, the gap between the pair of you before you pitted was about 4 seconds. So, you know, that's still a lot of work for Adam to do to try and hang on to the whim.
Exactly, yeah, and it's all over to my partner, John Ridgen, now, because all the pressure's on him. I've done my bit.
You were also saying 6'4", trying to cram into a Clio, not the easiest thing.
Not the easiest thing, and John's only 5'8". So there's a lot of seat sliding going on. So like, yeah, I'm not made for motor racing. I should be doing rugby or something.
Well, thanks for keeping us entertained. Well done, great stint.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
There you go. We'll go back upstairs to Chris.
Thank you, Mark. Back on to the racing action then. As we see, there's the number 21. That's Chris Herbert. After a bit of a scary moment earlier on, he's carrying on his merry way in the Odell Motorsport Fiesta. Where does he find himself? Car number 21 is going in 13th place. Only a few seconds behind the next of the Odell Fiestas. That's Michael Peters in the number 41 car. They're coming through the shot. That's the Reynolds and Ridgeon car. Started in second. Now John Ridgeon's got that one. Everybody has served their pit stop except for the now stationary Mick Dwayne in the 777, very much detonated car. Last car just going through the pit lane, I can see, is the Clothier and Smith car. So now Paul Clothier's got that one. Continue to watch number 21. Working his way through, trying to, as they gain on Michael Peters. There is the 155. Now that's the Spencer Anderton car. That's Paul Anderton that now has that. And John Baker in the Satsuma Racing. Oh, big lock up there though. That was coming down towards the corkscrew. We had that particular moment. Don't normally build up a lot of pace down there in between Peel and corkscrew. Oh, look at the defensive line from Paul Anderton there. It's true, that's not lively. And then you've got the Toyota Corolla right behind. So that's now Lee Norton that's got that. So Lee Norton's looking to put a lap on them. So he'll want to get through that without without too much bother. And Mark Well has found another driver to have a chat to.
Time to catch up with another driver down in the pit lane. It's Kev Smith this time, who started the number 420 Honda Civic on the front row of the grid. Started on the front row of the grid, but got picked off by a few in the early part of your stint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always struggle with my starts because obviously the first gear is quite high in the car, but I thought I'll let a couple of them go and then start to try and pick them off as I started to get round the back. And it was going really, really great. I had a great race with a blue Citroen. I think him and I were having a great tussle. We had a little bit of a coming together. And unfortunately he span over there, so I managed to get down and carry on with the rest of the track. And then I think another Clio let go right in front of me, dumped all over the circuit, so that was a bit hairy. It was just a massive cloud of blue smoke, so it was good fun.
The Civic came in with a puncture in the end, so they lost a bit of time in the pits, I assume, following the damage. For you, though, you've now handed over the car to Paul Clothier. We know he's a quick racer.
Yeah, that's right. So Paul and I raced together in the Turbo Tin Tops as well. So yeah, Paul and I share the Civic, which I've spent a bit of money on this year getting it rebuilt. So we're really, really close together as well. We're sort of in the hundredths, so there's a good, fair competition, and the banter in the pub afterwards is always good fun.
Well, enjoy the race and fingers crossed for a decent result.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. That's the last of our drivers for the Quad Sports Tin Top. So we'll hand you back upstairs to Chris Buxton in the commentary box.
Thank you, Mark. And the battle between Paul Anderton and John Baker continues apace. You see the number 18 car chasing the 155, so that's for 13th position at the moment. Very, very little between them. As you would imagine, the top three aren't that far apart either. Looking at the board, it's actually the 176 car, Rod Phillips, leading the way in his Civic. And there, you've just seen the 119. Now that will be Paul Masters that's getting close to that particular battle. There's the Toyota Corolla. Not many of them in the wild. Lee Norton now in charge of that one. The 77 Saxo's out again. Good to see that they poked and prodded it and probably hit it with a hammer. Probably sworn at it a few times. It doesn't look like it's got quite as much pace as it did before, but if it was a puncture, then they obviously just changed the wheel. They would have lost a fair amount of time. I mean, they are 3 laps behind the leaders now, which is obviously a big, big shame for them. And they're very much trying to get out of the way of the Stowe and Potter car. So that's Justin Potter that is in charge of the number 50 car. As the Saxo nearly goes for a bit of a wander again on the exit of turn 3. And there is the 119, that's Paul Masters. He's got ahead of John Baker. And they're not on the same lap, so they're not in the same fight. But that is the car that John Baker is looking at, which is the 155 car. Thomas Spencer started that one, Paul Anderton. Oh no, trouble for the Corolla. Now has he gone bang? That's a lot of smoke. Yep, he's pulled that one off. Another engine detonation. I mean, it is fairly warm here in Anglesey, but that's another smoky engine. That's over at turns, that's between turns 7 and 8. And the Toyota Corolla Lee Norton has pulled that one off to a standstill. Oh no, another one that went to the checkered flag. Great chain there. And he's pulled that one off to safety. And now Adam Brown, having served his pit stop penalties, right on the tail, I can see on the timing tower, between himself and John Ridgett. So we have a real battle for second. And much further up the road, the 176 car, Rod Phillips, in that new Civic, leads the way by about 4 seconds with less than 6 minutes to go now. As the Odell pair are still having an argument, the 21 and 41 cars. So Michael Peters still holding that particular crown. That's 10th place that him and Chris Herbert are having an argument for. There is Adam Brown, just coming past Paul Turner in the Civic. So Adam Brown needs to really close in. There he is in the 56 car. Trying to work his way through. I beg your pardon, that wasn't Adam Brown that was coming past the Honda. There's Adam Brown. He's now coming down through the corkscrew into the final turn. That is the car he's chasing. So that is John Ridgen in the 113 car. Wow, the Clio 102 getting very squiggly. Under pressure now from the Fiesta. So Class A, we have A, B and C in our classes leading the top of the top of the tower. Rod Phillips in lead of the race of Class A, which is up to 2 litre multi-valve and all-turbo diesel cars. Leading Class B is the Reynolds and Ridgen car. John Ridgen currently leading the way, thus the Clio class. And leading the Astras is our pole sitter, Adam Brown. Now that car you just saw at the top of the shot there, for those watching the stream, isn't our race leader. In fact, no, yes it was. Beg your pardon, no, it was the 176 car. So now, big lockup for John Ridgen coming into turn 7. Really feeling the pressure from Adam Brown. Has to compromise his line through turn 8. And Adam Brown's capitalised on that. I wonder whether John Ridgen either just let him go or, it looked like John Ridgen's decided, no, don't fancy that, and has just let the Fiesta through. I mean, in fairness, Adam Brown was nearly 2 seconds, as Mark Guerrero was saying earlier, nearly 2 seconds quicker than the Reynolds Ridgen car during qualifying. So you realistically know who you're in a battle with. There is the race leader just going through the shot, just going through turn 1. And then Adam Brown is very much hot on his heels. Only 2.8 seconds separating the two. So Rod Phillips is going to have a lot of work to do in his Civic to keep the charging Adam Brown at bay. Adam Brown still with the fastest lap, the only man into the 2:18s. It's true, he's got the fastest lap by 1.6 seconds over, I believe, is Rod Phillips. Yes, it is. So Adam Brown absolutely flying in the Fiesta. There's the Saxo just coming in the shot with, I think that's the number 50 car right on its tail. You can see the cloud cover really has come in here at Anglesey. There's the 55 car, that's the Alpha 33, the Fletchers. That'll be James Fletcher that currently has that one, just getting past John Baker. That was indeed 4th position. That was 13th place. So John Baker maybe struggling a little bit in the closing stages of this race. There's Paul Anderton in the 155 car, now with the 55 car right with him. Anderton should be on a different lap, actually. Yes, he is. So he won't worry too much about them coming up behind him. 155. No, excuse me. I thought he wasn't a different lap. He isn't. So that's actually a battle for 12th between those 3 cars. Clio leads Alpha, leads Clio in the closing stages of the race for 12th position. John Baker falling a little bit off the back of that particular battle, and now it's going to be up to Paul Anderson to start to push on a bit to try and keep the Fletcher Alfa Romeo behind him. And the Alfa was about 1.3 seconds quicker last time around. It's going to be a difficult battle for him to do. Oh no, Paul Anderson's gone wide. That's up at turn 9. That's up at Peel. Pushed too hard to try and keep the Alfa Romeo behind. But it did look like he was struggling to get the car to turn in properly. So John Baker's gone through as well. And alas, 2 positions lost in the closing stages of the race for Paul Anderson. He's going to press on nonetheless. There goes the Alfa. There goes John Baker coming into turn 1. They will continue their particular battle, but John Baker, they will not quite have the pace of the Alpha ahead to challenge for 12th, what is now 12th place. You can see the gap that's formed between the two cars, so it does look like that position in the hands now, or firmly in the hands of the Alfa Romeo. Less than a second between our top two with less than a minute to go. So we have a very much affirmed battle for the lead. There is our race leader, Rod Phillips, in the Civic. There is his pursuer, not the green Honda Civic, it's the Ford Fiesta. So Adam Brown, that's not 9/10 between them, it was when they came over the line, but Adam Brown has pressed on with great vigour to close in on them. That's Paul Clothier that's just going through the shot. There they are. There is the race leaders. It's going to come down to the flag. They will be waiting for whichever one of them gets there first. Adam Brown going for a wider line. As you see, Rod Phillips taking that defensive line, going full tripod mode, coming into turn 7. Now into 8. Who is going to be brave on the brakes in these last few corners? It's going to be a big banzai move from Adam Brown to try and overhaul Rod Phillips. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it, but we'll see, unless Rod Phillips makes a mistake coming down into the corkscrew. That's Paul Clothier. That's going to be very popular very quickly in a minute. Final turn. That's going to go the way of the Honda, it looks like. And there we go, your winner for race number 5 here at Anglesey is the 176 car. It's Rod Phillips in the Civic. Second by just 0.6 of a second is Adam Brown in the Fiesta. Third is going to be Steve Reynolds and John Ridgen in the Renault Clio. I mean, bearing in mind that Adam Brown had that success penalty to serve, he just lost the lead by 0.6 of a second in the end, or lost the win, I should say, at the very end. Very nicely done. Richard Bethel in the 318 car is going to come home in 4th place. Great effort there for the 318 car. He started 6th and he's going to come home in 4th. And then in 5th position is going to be the 119. That's Dominic Rose and Paul Masters will bring that home in 5th place. Tom Minsley will round out those on the lead lap in the 23 car. Then the Smith Closier 420 Honda Civic in 7th, with Rob Fowl in 8th place. Sorry, Richard Fowl in the Clio. Then it was the 2 Odell cars squabbling for 9th. It was Michael Peters, the one out on that one, in the 41 car, with Chris Herbert in the 21 car right behind. There he is, your race winner on stream now, the 176 Honda Civic. Yeah, you deserve to be happy about that one. You had to work hard for that. In fairness, the Reynolds and Ridgen car was only 7 seconds behind in the end. Adam Brown couldn't quite overhaul it. So there we go. There's the race results being posted on stream before any steward's intervention. Winning Class A, and of course the race overall, is Rob Phillips. Winning Class C, the Ford Fiesta class, is Adam Brown in 2nd. Winning Class B, the Renault Clio category, is Steve Reynolds and John Ridgen. Then Richard Bethel in 4th, Rose Masters 5th, Mensley 6th, Smith Clothier 7th, Fowl 8th, Peters 9, and Herwood in 10th position. Then further down in 11th is Justin Posser and Simon Stowe in the number 50 car. And 12th is the Alfa Romeo. A bit of a late charge, got them up into 12th place. 13th, John Baker in the Clio. 14th is the number 57 car, the Ford Fiesta of Smith. 15th is the Spencer Anderton Renault Clio. 16th is the Brown Turner Honda Civic. Of course, the non-Type R. Then the returning number 77 Alexander Williams Saxo. Those that didn't see the flag were the Playson Norton Toyota Corolla and Mick Dwayne in his Renault Clio 182. Great racing all again. Just one more of the day, and then we get to do it all over again tomorrow. And with the addition of our Magnificent Sevens, our Caterham base class will be with us tomorrow for 2 races. We'll start much earlier in the day. We start at 10 o'clock in the morning. We look forward to that when we get there. As the field will work their way back towards the holding area, and our stranded cars gets recovered from almost opposite corners of the track. Mick Dwayne's car just been recovered. There it is. On stream, great shame. It was going so well, and alas, the engine had other ideas. Yeah, a few drivers have commented on how slippery the circuit has become as we see the quick dry substance going down. to ensure that all liquids are absorbed and to make the track as safe as possible. A fair amount of it that's coming through school. That's turn 6 where that particular spillage has happened. Again, one of the fastest parts of the circuit, but with plenty of space on that inside line, it shouldn't bother the drivers too much. You shouldn't have to deviate too far from that particular line, but if anyone's got a run on someone, that is going to make that overtake a little bit more spicy. Of course, we had the Toyota Corolla, the Place Norton car, detonate its engine up into turn 8. And Mark Werrell has found our podium 3 in the holding area.
Yeah, we're going to start with the second place driver this time around, largely because he was the first to come and join us in the Parc Fermé area. Adam Brown. Adam, you qualified on pole 1.8 seconds quicker than anybody, but we always knew you're going to have to press on because of that time penalty you'd have in the pit lane. You were maybe a lap away from doing it?
Yeah, maybe one more lap we'd have had him. It was very much a look after the front tyres because John was racing out in the turbo tin tops and we saw the condition of his tyres when he came back in. So it was look after the front tyres, look after the car, bearing in mind we've got a race tomorrow and a race next weekend as well. I just misjudged it a bit too much and should have gone a lap faster.
Yeah, what was it, 0.662 at the flag, so close. Was there anything else that you could have thrown into it, or was it flat out as much as you could?
It was flat out towards the end to try and catch. I mean, there was a lot of oil down, so it was sort of experimenting where the oil was and the quickest way around it. But once you figured that out, it was pretty much flat out avoiding the oil, and sadly we just came a little bit short at the end.
Hey, but ever looking for positives out of negatives, it does mean that you haven't now picked up a time penalty today, but Rob will for tomorrow.
There is that, yeah, so it's all to play for tomorrow in the race 2 of the weekend, and see what we've got after tomorrow.
Let's go and have a chat to the race winner. So we'll just come this way and grab a quick word with Rob Phillips, who is out of the Honda Civic and is looking a very happy, smiley chap. Rob, well done. Congratulations. I gather that's probably your first overall win ever.
It is, yeah. I'm really happy with that, made up.
And you had to work for it. You know, you knew he was coming, held him off for a couple of laps, and it was 0.6 of a second in the end.
Yeah, I think another lap, he'd have got me. But I held him off and really happy with that.
You only need to lead on one lap. But the problem is with Classic Sports Car Club racing, it's bittersweet a victory because you've now handed yourself a 30-second penalty in tomorrow's race.
I can live with that. That'll make it more interesting.
Was there anything more that you could have done? Were you driving flat out? Did you know the race was going to come to you?
I didn't realise I was on the last lap, so when I saw the checkered flag, I was made up. It was fantastic.
You're buying the beers tonight, I would imagine, for the team.
Absolutely.
Well done on the win. Congratulations and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
There we go. So that is the Co-Ord Sports tin tops done and dusted with. So let's hand you back upstairs once more to Chris Buxton. Final race of the day is coming up.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, final race of the day then as the cloud cover has descended. It's the track road race, New Millennium and the Viren Builders Open Series. So big engines, raucous cars and lots of fine racing. Again, diversity in the name of the game in this particular category. We have had a few sadly withdraw from the meeting, but that is the nature of the beast. But we still have some wonderful, wonderful cars to look forward to as the Orange Army. Huge respect to our marshals. Literally couldn't go racing without you, doing lots and lots of hard work there, getting all the spillages cleared up, and making sure that all of our racing goes as smoothly as possible. So then we were due to have 18 cars in this lineup, one of which has pulled out, which I'm very sad about, which we'll go over very, very shortly. I would imagine our cars are still in the holding area just yet, waiting for the marshals to finish. Yes, they are. They haven't left the holding area just yet. Again, they won't be able to whilst the marshals are working away. So, yeah, we had a few detonations in the tin tops, which I suspect will lead to one or two more withdrawals from the meeting, which will be a great shame, but if they're able to return to us, that will be all the better. I'm looking in the paddock, I can actually see one car transporter just leaving now, so that's somewhere, I think that's John Fox actually, that doesn't look like he's going to be taking any further part in this weekend's festivities. Big shame there. But we have got a wonderful mix of cars to see off the day, and what we'll be seeing off the weekend is will be the final round of tomorrow as well. So we've got Ginetta G50s or a range of BMWs. We've got a Lotus Exige out there. We've got Paul Bolton's Nissan 370Z. As mentioned, we've got Lotus Europa, as well as a Porsche 911 993 TT3 car, which will be starting on the top spot, which we very, very much look forward to as well. And out they come. They are now starting to leave the holding area. There is the Porsche I have just mentioned. They'll be taking the top spot of the grid. So let's have a run through then of our grid for the final race of the first day of the third event of the Classic Sports Car Club 2022 campaign. On the pole is the number 386 car, is Daniel Petters in the Porsche 911 997 GT3 Cup car. Absolutely blitzed Snetterton not too long ago, and again has got the pole by 1.2 seconds over Mark Smith in the Amspeed prepared M3 E36. Row 2, Stuart Dayburn, he's back out in the Tuscan, and he's alongside Michael Vituli in the M3 E46. Row 3, Tim Holbrook in the 61 BMW E36, another Amspeed prepared machine, alongside Martin Addison in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. He was in a Peugeot leading up to this year. He's decided to go for a bit of a change, and well, it's going to be difficult to make a bigger change than that. Row 4 is the number 2. It's the Petch & Petch Ginetta G50. It's Chris Petch that will be starting festivities in 7th place. And Ollie Smith, we saw him do very well earlier on in the BMW M3 E36 Evolution, and he'll be starting in 8th place. Row 5, Andy Rath in the 178 Lotus Europa, alongside Andrew Robury in the 29 car BMW 1 Series. Row 6 is the 135 car Paul Bolton, the Nissan 370Z, and the Etheridge BMW E3 E46 M3 E36. It's Chris Etheridge that will be starting the number 80 car on 12th place. Row 7 is Aidan Farrell and David Whelan again in the number 42 car, and Jamie Sturgis in the BMW M535 E28 in 14th place. Then row 8 is the number 69 car, Matthew Tipping and Oscar Treppas in the 325i E90. It's Matthew Tipping starting that one from 15th place. And in car number 45, Ross Irvin. Now, he was going to be sharing that car, but I believe that's been changed, because I'm sure I saw in the qualifying order that he was just his name. But that's up for debate. I'm not 100% sure whether Ross is sharing that car or not. That's a Ginetta G40 starting in 16th. And on the back row, Dylan Popovich in the number 9 G50. He had a bit of trouble in qualifying. Is he out there? He is out there. I'm getting a nod from Mark Wirral. Very sad to see the withdrawal of the number 7 Christian Douglas in the Ariel Atom. I'm very sad to see that was withdrawn. Unless it's reappeared, but I'm sure I saw a notification that AT has withdrawn.
Yeah, sadly, Christian Douglas not out. That's been a bit of a highly strung car, really, that Ariel Atom, since Christian Douglas has tried on several occasions to bring it out. It's just been a troublesome car. I don't know what the problem was with him in qualifying, but he didn't do a single lap, did he? So no times recorded. It would have been good to see that. We know Christian's a quick driver. We've seen him do great things in TVR Tuscans in the past, but yes, the rather recalcitrant, I think we could say, Atom has done its atomy thing again.
It was blowing fuses when I had a quick chat with him. He was looking very, I think the best word would be forlorn.
I think Christian's about to blow a fuse and he keeps doing it, surely.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've lost another few cars. James Collins we were going to see in his BMW M3, but he's sadly withdrawn. We see the marshals continuing their fine work to make sure that all the oil absorbing powder is down and in the position it needs to be.
Yeah, I think that was Mick Dwayne's Clio, wasn't it, that came back on the end of a tow rope, and I did, as we spoke to, was it Kev Smith, wasn't it, down there in the pit lane area? He was talking about a Clio blowing up ahead of him, so putting 2 and 2 together, not necessarily getting 4, but I suspect I might have done. So yeah, just a slight delay whilst our ever hard-working, fantastic marshals just do their clearing up. Without them, we couldn't go motor racing, so we sincerely thank them for all of their hard work, not just today or tomorrow, but for the whole of the 2022 season. And if you like what you see and you perhaps want to learn a bit more about the club, head on to the club's website for a bit more information about the remaining race meetings that are coming up. For that, you simply need to log on to www.classicsportscarclub.co.uk. There's a background information into all of the different series that the club runs. It doesn't run any championships, they're all just series, there's no points up for grabs. And if you want to become one of our volunteer marshals, then you can also sign up to a taster day, not via the club's website, but for that you need to go onto the official website for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, which is marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. Most circuits run several taster days throughout the year, so log on to there, have a look at what circuit is closest to you, have a look at what their dates are for the taster day, and sign up. And what happens is your tickets will either get emailed to you or come through the post. You are greeted by an experienced marshal when you arrive at the track for your taster day, and in the morning you get almost a guided tour, all of the different areas where you can work. Yes, we see a lot of marshals out on the individual marshals post, but there's different roles you can do there, from an incident marshal to a flag marshal to a post chief. There's different ways you can get involved in the pit lane. You can marshal in the pit lane, in the assembly area and Parc Fermé, get to understand what scrutineering is, timekeepers, and even sometimes up in the commentary box. You do all of that in the morning, and then finally in the afternoon you go out onto a marshal's post, work with the experienced team that will be with you out on that individual marshal's post. And then from there you can see whether marshalling is for you or not, as the case may be. The great thing is with marshalling, Chris, is you do as many days as you want. If you're busy with work, you don't have to do as many. If you want to be out every single weekend somewhere in the UK or even abroad, you can do that as well. I know several marshals that last weekend were out in Miami marshalling Formula 1.
And a lot of marshals do. They really stick to a full calendar. It's incredible to see. And they're volunteers. It's unpaid positions. It's all done for the love of motorsport and to make sure that we get the motorsport that we all love and enjoy.
Yeah, unpaid volunteers. I think they get a meal voucher today. The Classic Sports Car Club are feeding every marshal, so every marshal I think gets a meal this evening in the facilities here at Anglesey. So other clubs do it a different way, but yeah, largely you're giving your time for free, which is it's the closest you can get to the sport without the expense of competing.
Absolutely. When I was at Cadwell Park, one of the marshals escort, he said, "Do you want to have a climb up the mountain?" Because it was my first time there, and he sort of took one look at me and thought, "Yeah, this is going to be amusing." Because I can certainly confirm that the Cadwell Park mountain is not idly named. It is hellishly steep.
It's steeper than the climb up to Rocket, and that's quite a climb, isn't it? The cars are heading up now up towards Rocket.
Absolutely. So we see Michael Peters. It was ungodly quick at Snetterton when we saw it.
Really impressive. Michael Peters has been a front runner in the pickup truck racing series for a good number of years as well, and has moved over to this fantastic Porsche 911, the 997 GT3 Cup car. So you always knew he was going to be quick. Did I call him Michael Peters? I meant to say Daniel Peters. But yeah, front runner in pickup trucks, similar thing, but on slick tyres, rear wheel drive. This thing here can't run it on slick tyres. The regulations don't allow. But again, lots of power rear wheel drive. He was always going to be quick.
Yeah, he certainly was. I mean, again, you want to talk about a diverse change. We were talking about changing from a Peugeot to an Aston Martin, from a pickup truck to a Porsche. Is pretty impressive. And you raced Citroen C1s, didn't you?
Yeah, I've done a couple of 24-hour races in them in the past, and nowadays it's Enduro KAs, really, the K8 for Mark 1 Ford cars or KAs, which are here in a few weeks' time doing a 24-hour race here at Anglesey.
Wow. That's absolutely amazing. And it's it's all about conservation of momentum, but the racing is fanatic. I mean, the grids are massive in those fields, aren't they?
They are, yeah, absolutely colossal. So I think we're there. Green flag at the back. We're about to go racing.
Excellent stuff then. So final race of the day. Let's see who's going to win out here for the new Millennium and Open Series. Flags are up. Engines rise, and away we go. It was a decent start from Mark Smith, and now the Porsche really gets into his stride, and Michael Peters is denied as they scream through turn one. Porsche leads BMW. So Stuart Dayburn trying to challenge for second, but being beaten back by Michael Vicciulli. All that cement that's being kicked up. Yeah, that was indeed from Mick Dwayne's detonated engine. There's Andy Rath in that Lotus Europa. He suffered a big engine failure at Snetterton last year, I think it was. Big belt of smoke, just as I mentioned that. Hopefully I haven't just commentator cursed him. I'll take it down if he does. But Michael Vicciulli chasing the Porsche. Well, Michael Vicciulli started fourth in this particular race. Then you got Dayburn and Mark Smith. He's unhappy about being behind the battleship grey Tuscan. All the dust being kicked up from the Ginetta, that's the pet Ginetta. It always makes me wonder whether they're actually smoking or whether it's cement dust when they do that. Oh, and a bit of normal dust being kicked up as well. Paul Bolton, the inside line of that 1 Series BMW. There's Andrew Roby in the 29 car challenging as they're coming through turn 8. But, whoa, big slide there from the BMW, and the Petronette has gone a bit wide. It looks like the track is still very, very slippery, and if we have got inclement weather coming tomorrow, oh, that's really going to spice things up.
Yeah, he just managed to hang on to that, Michael Vituli. Lots of arm twirling to try and bring the car back under his spell. Michael Vituli is the only driver in this race that has an extra time penalty come the pit stop window because of his performance at Thruxton. Michael Vituli will have an extra 15 seconds to spend in the pit lane as a result of a second place finish at Thruxton, so he needs to push on again. We've also got Mark Smith there diving up the inside of the great TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn, and is he through yet? The BMW is through and ahead, so Mark Smith now at the wheel of the number 136 E36 Beamer is up into second place. Stuart Dayburn down into third and already falling away to a degree, isn't he, at the wheel of the Tuscan?
Yeah, the Tuscan will start to get its horses galloping, but it's not going to enjoy such a strong performance as he did earlier on in the day when we saw him in the modern classics, but we'll see how well he does. There's Martin Addison in the Aston Martin Vantage, diving on the inside line of the 29-1-2 BMW. That's not been a great start for the Aston Martin. Martin Addison, yes, that I'm going to trip over that a few times. Started in 6th, but now he's fighting with Andrew Roby, what is for 8th place, so he's not had a great start in the Aston, but again, I wonder whether this track doesn't quite suit the Aston quite so well, as we now look at Tom Holbrook in another one of the AMP3 BMWs having an argument with the 36 BMW.
Oliver Smith.
Ollie Smith, yeah, we've already seen, he won his race earlier on. So again, yet again, another battle of the Beamers going on. It's always great to see.
Michael Vituli was on the very edge of a Dijon there, round through turn 1 again. 2 great big black marks as the car sort of started to skip away from him, but again, a little bit of mid-corner oversteer was countered by a bit of opposite lock, so the E46 still remains in what will be 3rd position, or 4th position I should say, at the moment. So down the straight up towards the braking area for Rocket go the leaders. Good fight still going on between Ollie Smith and Tom Holbrook, the 2 E36s together. The bronze coloured number 36 car of Ollie Smith, the black car with its gold wheels in the hands of long-time BMW racer Tom Holbrook. Just off those is the number 2 Ginetta as well, which is Chris Petch at the wheel of the G55. Martin Addison's Aston Martin is 8th, Andy Roby's 1 Series Beamer is 9th, and Andrew Rath in the Lotus completes the top 10 at the moment. But all 3 of those are together, aren't they, for 8th, 9th and 10th?
Absolutely they are, and Andy Rath is looking to do well. He's won the New Millennium Cup for a couple of years, 2018-2019 if memory serves. So he's been very, very successful in that car for a long, long time now, and he's looking to try and improve on his position at the moment. He runs an IT business. He's had that car since 2018, 480 horses in such a tiny frame. That's got to be great fun to do with this. Dylan Popovic, the Bosnian driver, he's doing well. He started at the back of the field. He's now up to 12th. Beg your pardon, he's up to 11th now, having just gotten past Eric Bolton in the... Paul Bolton, beg your pardon, wrong one. There is an Eric Bolton, but he's not in this race. In the 370Z. So, yeah, Dylan Popovic doing well to make up for some lost time. He had a very rough qualifying. He only did a couple of laps. As a result, had to start from the back of the field. But, yeah, I've actually raced against Dylan Popovic in the virtual world. It's one of the few occasions I can say that about a CSCC driver. Whoa, Martin Addison, that's not a very grippy surface out there on the outskirts of turn 7. But I can confirm that Dylan Popovic is a very fast driver virtually, and as are you indeed, of racing against you in the virtual world, Mr. Werrell.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's interesting to see how close virtual racing is now to real racing. Martin Addison at the wheel of that Aston Martin has still got his hands rather full, hasn't he? He's got Andy Roby tucked right up behind him at the wheel of the BMW 1 Series. Andy used to race Marcos Mantis cars a few seasons ago. Then we've got Andrew Rath at the wheel of the green Lotus with the 2 yellow stripes down it, and the ever-improving Dylan Popovic off the back of the grid. What started 17th Popovic up to 11th place, and he's absolutely knocking on the door of the top 10 now, isn't he? Because he is within, what, a couple of cars lengths of Andrew Rath's number 178 Lotus, and if he can pick that off, he's got Andy Roby to try and pick off, and Martin Addison to pick off as well. So, yeah, great fight. 8th, 9th, 10th, and now 11th places, heading out of Church. One great train of cars. Aston, Beamer, Lotus, and Dylan Popovic picks off Andrew Rath, largely because Andrew Rath ran wide coming out of Church Corner. Had to get out of the throttle, and through goes the G50.
Now, that Lotus Europa has been belching a fair amount of flame as it's coming out of the banking turn number 3. So, And these cars will do that. A bit of unspent fuel will get into the exhaust system and just come out as a spit of flame. It's not that unusual, but that many times I'm wondering if that car's running a little bit rich than it should be. We'll see. Dylan Popovich capitalising on that small mistake. There is Addison again, getting very, very squiggly. That thing's a beast to handle at the best of times, let alone trying to go sideways with it.
They've had a few issues with that Aston Martin. I was talking to Martin's father, Bill, who is a very, very successful racer. The Aston coming under pressure. It's gearbox issues with it. They think they'd put in the wrong sort of oil into it, so they've changed the oil that's gone into the gearbox. And that seems, for the moment, to have sorted the issue. But it is good to see that car out there, because it wasn't many days ago that was still in pieces in the garage and still being worked on. So, yeah, lots of work done to even get that Aston Martin to this meeting.
The Lotus Europa having a look on the inside line, but couldn't quite get alongside Andy Rath. I think just losing out on the horsepower battle to the Ginetta. Bill Addison's building an E-Type Jaguar, if memory serves.
Yeah.
So very much look forward to that. I'm not sure whether it is built or is being built. I remember speaking to Martin Snetterton when he changed from Peugeot to Aston. I can't remember whether he said the car is built or being built.
Being built, I think.
Yeah.
I think I'm with you.
Very much look forward to that. And again, sucker for an E-Type Jag.
Yeah, a bit of traffic for our race leader as he comes over the start-finish line. Up at Rocket is still that great fight going on for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th places. Andy Roby still in the 1 Series applying the pressure to Martin Addison. There's not been a chink in the armour as yet, though, from the Aston Martin driver, and therefore the man from the northeast is still at the front of this little quartet of cars. They're about to head over the start-finish line in just a few moments' time. 22 minutes of the race to go. Still this great fight going on, but only, now 2 minutes before that pit window opens.
Indeed, Andy Rath is falling a little bit off the back of this particular pack, and an area that I thought the Lotus Road would be a bit stronger, that tail end of the lap with all the twisty bits. I thought would be prime position for the Lotus Road, and there it is again, belching a bit more flame, quite a bit more flame indeed, out of turn 3. There's our race pair. Michael Petter's not enjoying. I did it now. Daniel Petter's, beg your pardon. Very, very sideways in a very, very powerful car. Good fun, but not the fastest way of doing anything. But being chased by Mark Smith, whose son Aaron Moult Smith actually runs the Amp Speed outfit that services a number of BMWs in the Classic Sports Car Club as they now work their way past. Oh, that's close for Mark Smith. He's going to be caught out just getting through that last turn from the Ginetta. That's the Irvin Davies car. So Ross Irvin has actually shared that car. I thought that Davies had withdrawn.
I thought it was down to a single driver as well. When you mentioned it earlier on, I was with you. I thought it was just Ross Irvin, but we'll maybe have to catch up on that ahead of tomorrow's race, of course, because all of these cars that we see out today come out tomorrow for a second race, and we add to that the Magnificent Sevens tomorrow as well, all of which again will be live streamed to you, brought to you by the Classic Sports Car Club in association with Alpha Live for this weekend. So Daniel Petters still pushing hard as he possibly can up towards the braking area for Rocket. He has not set the fastest lap of the race, so it is that chasing BMW behind Mark Smith that is the fastest lap of the race so far, and we're now not that far away also from the pit window opening.
We have, and someone's mistimed it. It's the Pets Ginetta. They've actually come in, so either they've mistimed the stop or there was a problem for the number 2. That is a great shame. If that is the case, that usually goes great guns, what don't they all? In fairness, it's Dylan Popovich on the outside line on the cement dust, trying to get past Martin Addison, and manages to do it on the way down to turn 7. Of course, talk about brave. But Martin Addison's going to say, no, denied, sir. The man from Teesside is going to then wrestle that Aston Martin back up into that position, which, again, that's a battle for 7th. No, Dylan Popovich is going to claim that one back again, coming towards turn 9. And here comes Andy Roby in the BMW. He put the Aston Martin off. Well, I imagine the battle with Dylan Popovich slightly disrupted the momentum from Martin Addison. And I saw a bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Ginetta there as they're now coming past that. Who are they getting past there? I think that's the Farrell Whelan Lotus 6 Siege. And yeah, that's the Pet and Pet Ginetta. He's stationary. Yeah, the driver has removed his helmet. It's coming to an end. That's a shame. So we didn't really see that car get handed over. It was going to be Harry Petch that was going to take that one over, but alas, not going to be the case. Father Chris started that one. And Harry, the youngest of the Pet sons, didn't get his turn in the sun this time around. As we continue to watch Andy Rath now starting to get back up to speed in the Lotus Europa, still spitting flame at the tail end of it. screaming through Church, or certainly out of Church towards School, but no, the Aston Martin with the horsepower advantage over the Lotus Europa. I think there's a bit more caution being exercised on the brakes because there's a fair amount of slippery moments going on. We saw Daniel Peters getting very, very sideways. We've seen several cars get sideways, but the leader in particular get very sideways in that GT3 Cup Porsche. I would imagine the car like that Lotus Europa would have great fun being sideways because it's such a short car, but either way, they don't want to be losing too much time to anybody. Addison now into the pits comes the Aston Martin. So Martin Addison brings in the 189 car for his scheduled stop. And there is and that's the Petch and Petronella back out again. So whatever issue they've had, I think they've done their pit stop too early because I saw Chris Petch with his helmet off. That's what made me think that they retired the car, but that car's back out there. I reckon they've done their pit stop too early. So if that's the case, then they are going to have a penalty applied to them, or they're going to have to come in again. Either way, Ginetta now down to the tail end of the field, but it's at least still out there as we look at Mark Smith still pestering the back of Daniel Peters in the Porsche. Daniel has brought the car in almost sideways, bringing in that monstrous 911 997 GT3 Cup car. That's going to leave the lead to Mark Smith for a little while at least, being, I'd say, hounded by the Petch Ginetta. I mean, they've cross-swords a few times in the field, as we see the next BMW getting very, very squiggly. That was Michael Vituli having a bit of a moment coming out of the last bend. There is Andy Roby in the 29 1 Series BMW. Stuart Dayburn in the Battleship Grey Tuscan. Is he going to... they say timed pit stop this time, so you're not going to see the frantic undoing of belts, getting out, shutting door, opening door procedure that we've seen for the last few races. It is 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. So as soon as they cross the timing beam, the timer starts, and as soon as they leave the pit lane, so as soon as they cross the pit lane exit timing beam, is when the timer stops. If it's over 2 minutes, they're fine. If it's under 2 minutes, they earn a penalty plus the amount of time they were short by. So that is how the timed pit stop works. It's kind of easier to execute as far as the drivers are concerned, but some of the club participants have voted for the quick as you can pit stop procedure, which used to be the standard before before COVID. As we see Daniel Peters wafting the door, as we said earlier, when it gets really, really hot inside the car, even on a cold day. When we were at Snetterton at the beginning of the season, it was freezing cold outside. I can confirm that because I was doing the pit lane interviews. But inside the car, it was like an absolute oven. So you can imagine how hot it feels when the air temperature is that much higher. Hence why Daniel Peters was wafting the door just to get some airflow through the car. Lots and lots of pit stops going on as the field are spreading out somewhat. There's the current race leader Mark Smith being chased by the returning Petch. That will be Harry Petch that is got hold of that one. One of the next few cars. There's Martin Addison back out onto the field, having done his pit stop. There's race leader with the pink accented car. And said his son, Aaron Moulton Smith, runs the AmSpeed unit that services and keeps a variety of BMWs up to speed. Not just here at the Classic Sports Car Club, but there is usually a fair representative, or a fair representation, I should say, of AmSpeed BMWs here at the Classic Sports Car Club. There are a few. Tom Holbrook is in one of them. You see another few cars. Oh, big lock up there from Michael Vituli. Number 89. Oh, goodness me. Nearly slamming into the back of the 69 car. Is that still Matt Tippings that is involved with that one, or was that handed over? That is Oscar Trepus that has got the 325i E90. And Mark Werrell has found a driver to have a chat with in the pit lane.
Yeah, time to catch it with another driver now that the pit window was open for our last race of the day. And Chris Pretch brought the Ginetta G50 into the pit lane a little bit earlier with a slight problem, Chris.
Yes, the bonnet came open on the back straight, which is a bit alarming. So I lost all vision. It dropped down again as I braked, but I thought it was safe to come in and rather than risk any damage to me or other competitors. It seemed a safe thing to do.
You came in, I think, just before the pit window had opened, but you managed to do a driver change. I think there was quite a significant net loss with the amount of time you spent, but Chris is behind, Harry's behind the wheel now.
Yes, Harry's out there, so he'll be doing a good job of it. Although I've got to say, we've lost our tyres. We're due a new set of tyres, we really are.
Is that an investment for tomorrow?
Oh, we've got them with us. We'll put them on, and we should have put them on for this race, really. It was, anyway, it was still great. It was a great grid. I got a fantastic start. I think that's about third. But then on the turn 3, I forgot what it's called. Church. I lost grip there and lost a couple of places.
Anglesey was kind to you last year as well, wasn't it?
It was, yes. I'm sure we won. We definitely got a close one. We may have won one of the races. The night race was certainly eventful. Our lights turned out at one point, which is pretty alarming.
Even I know that's not good.
It's a bad thing.
So we'll see what happens in this one. A bit of misfortune today, but hopefully fingers crossed for a good result tomorrow.
That's the plan.
Well done, congratulations. Let's go back upstairs to Chris in the commentary box.
Thank you, Mark. As the racing action continues here in Anglesey, 12 3/4 minutes remaining of the final race of the first day here of the third meeting of the 2022 calendar. And looking at the tail end of the number 69 car, now in the hands of Oscar Trepes. Still a few cars to complete their pit stops, but everybody has been in. That's the main thing. Very noisy Janetta from Dylan Popovich is absolutely rocking the commentary box wall as that thing roars past. As does Martin Addison's Aston Martin, actually. Certainly no complaint from my side, I can assure you. On stream, we are seeing the number 36 car, Mark Smith. Or 136 is actually in this race. On the side of the car. Sometimes they have to change it if there's a kind of conflict of numbers. Sometimes they put a 1 or a 0 or some kind of differentiating factor into the numbers. There's Stuart Daber in the TVR Tuscan. He's in 6th position, or was last time over the timing line. With certain pit stops still to complete. I think it's just the one now, which is Andrew Roby in the 29 car. Still to do his particular stop. Everyone else has been through the pit lane now. There's Daniel Petters coming up towards the banking, I think, turn 3. Sideways, as usual. Now onto the faster part of the circuit. Lots and lots of right foot going on. I beg your pardon, that was Church he was going through. But again, still sideways. Now coming in towards turn 7, rocket in. There's the Etheridge BMW, car number 80. Chris Etheridge started that one. Andrew Etheridge now in control of it, as Mark Merrill in the pit lane has found another driver to have a chat to.
So pit stops have just about finished, and one driver that's just climbed out is Chris Etheridge, who's jumped out of the E46 M3. Chris, important race for you as a Welshman here in Anglesey.
Yeah, you know, we're in front of our class anyway, so it's, it looks all right for today for a change.
The circuit out there, everybody's saying there's a distinct lack of grip, but now we've got the cloud cover. Do you feel as though that is still the case?
No, there's a lot of oil on that track anyway, so you are fighting for traction a lot of the fast corners here. So yeah, it is quite difficult to keep out the way of the cloud of dust that the other cars are kicking up, and also going in the oil. So
not a bad stint from you. You've handed the car over to the old man now. Dad's behind the wheel.
Yes, so hopefully he keeps it where it is now, but we'll see.
Well, maybe a place or two higher.
Hopefully, yeah, but we'll see.
Well, great stint, well done, and good luck for tomorrow's race as well.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So there we go, that's our final driver that we're going to interview now that we've got through the pit stop window. So I'll hand you back upstairs to Chris Buxton, and we'll catch up with our last few drivers at the end of this race.
Thank you, Mark. Daniel Petters back in the lead of the race then in the 386 Porsche. He's not too far ahead of that man. There's Mark Smith still chasing him down. So the Porsche still having to work hard to maintain the lead here. Andy Rath still on the back of Andy Roby. The BMW versus Lotus, Andy versus Andy. That is 4. Let's have a look where they are. Well, they're side by side is where they are, coming down towards the Rockets. But they're fighting for 9th at the moment. We'll catch up with them when they've finished their squabble. There's Stuart Dayburn coming out of the last corner, roaring his way past us in the glorious Tuscan, followed by Mark Smith. Series of BMWs now coming past us. The Pet and Pet Ginetta still going. Just climbed up to 7th, interestingly. But I'm fairly sure they will have a penalty to serve. That's the lead battle then. As we can see on stream, working their way through turn 8. So Porsche versus BMW. Peters versus Smith. This is shaping up to be a fine battle. Daniel Peters was absolutely untouchable in that Porsche in Snetterton. But around the more technical circuit of Anglesey, the BMW very much showing its strength well. And look how defensive Daniel Peters had to go. And, parked it on the apex, disrupted the momentum of the BMW, and again is stuck to that defensive line down towards turns 1 and 2. And the BMW is going to skate around the outside to try and take the lead. Oh no, the Porsche's in trouble. It was looking like a great move, but that might be why. Daniel Peters has pulled the car off. Oh, another victim has fallen to the Welsh circuit. Daniel Peters' Porsche is being parked up. Wasn't aiming for alliteration, but I'll go for it. And again, he's parked by the same place that Mick Dwayne parked his car, by where the marshals can easily grab it. Oh, that is a shame. We don't see masses of smoke pouring from it, but Mark Smith will enjoy that as he screams off into the lead now, with quite a gap now back to Stuart Dayburn. Looks like it doesn't look like the rear bumper's been dented in on that car, but I think that's the way the livery looks. But yeah, Mark Smith now is going to have a fairly easy run. There is the now stranded Porsche of Daniel Peters. Such a shame, was going very well, but it did seem to be a little bit off the pace of what we've seen from it in the past. And sadly, the Track Road and Race Porsche, obviously sponsor of the series, has fallen short this time around. But the battle of the Andes continues. Roby ahead of Rath. BMW still keeping Lotus at bay. Can Andy Roby then fend him off for another 6.5 minutes? That's going to be the golden question. They're going to be very well suited actually to this particular track. Both of them fairly short wheelbase, so we'll deal with the twisty bits pretty well. Very different engine size though. The 1 Series BMW has a 3.2 litre engine, whereas Andy Rath has a turbocharged 2 litre engine in the Lotus. So a similar power output. We know that the Lotus has got about 450 horsepower, 480 brake horsepower. Not 100% certain what the BMW is running. And that's another Track Road and Race prepared car. You can see from the TRR on the front of the car. Andy Rath has had a lot of success in the Lotus, so that's a difficult car. Yeah, more flames being belched out of the back. And it doesn't seem to be slowing him down any. I wondered if that was a bit of a precursor to an issue, but no. Well, if it is, no one's told Andy Rath that. And still belching flame. That seems to be getting worse, if anything. So hopefully that's not a developing issue. At the moment, he's keeping Andy Roby company. They work their way through Rocket. Andy Roby's just kind of minding his own business, essentially, just driving his own line. It's going to be up to Andy Rath to find a way past. Doesn't seem to be a huge power difference between the two overall. Was the engine size difference, as we mentioned. It'll be a bit of a weight difference, I'd have thought. Lotus possibly a little bit lighter than the BMW, but it's not giving Andy Rath any particular type of advantage. And Andy Roby doing a great job of maintaining that 8th position. A bit further up, Battle of the Beamers, that's Tom Holbrook in the 61 car, and now up into 3rd place. Now the car behind is Ollie Smith, who is in 4th. Yeah, he's lost that 4th to Tom Holbrook. So they're both E36s, both in the 3.2 litre range. So Ollie Smith has already won today. It's going to be a bit of an arse for him to make it 2 for 2. And the Outspeed logos emblazoned across Tom Holbrook's car. But Mark Smith seems to be, not Mark Smith, but Ollie Smith, beg your pardon, 2 Smiths in the top 5, both in BMWs as well. Different classes though. The way the class structure works in New Millennium, well actually for both New Millennium and Open it's dealt with in engine power, as we see a very, very squiggly BMW there. Coming out of the final turn, we've seen quite a few squiggly cars coming through that final turn in particular. It was the Etheridge car that was being a bit exploratory with grip. As we jump back to Ollie Smith chasing the podium. Are they closing in on Stuart Dayburn? No, Stuart Dayburn is continuing to build that gap, about 4.1 seconds between the Tuscan in second and the BMW pair behind. But it's done on engine size as far as classes are concerned for both New Millennium and Open. So Class A in New Millennium is over 3.5 litre. B is 3 litre to 3.5 litre. C is 2 to 3 litre. And D is up to 2 litre. Then you have M1 and M2. So M1 is for highly modified BMWs either running the S50 or S54 3.2 litre engine. And M2 is lightly modified BMWs running that same engine package. And in Open, it's purely done on engine size. So A is the smaller engine category, like the Millennium, which is the bigger one. So up to 1600cc for A's in the Open category, 1601 to 2 litre for B's, and 2 to 3 litre in the C's. And they made a bit of a change to the class structure for this year. They've got D1 and D2. So D1 is for over 3 litre highly modified and higher power to weight ratio cars. And D2 is over 3 litre but lightly modified or lower power to weight ratio cars. So the New Millennium category looks at is designed for post 2000 production cars and their racing variants, and for cars that are deemed to be in the spirit of the regulations, so older cars running non-standard aero parts or sequential gearboxes and the like. And the Open, sponsored by Viren Builders, is designed for all production saloon, hatchback, sports and GT cars of any age, with some kit car models being accepted with committee approval. So it's a very, as the name would suggest, it's an open series, so it's got less stringent entry requirements, but still has to be okayed, of course, by the board. But it has given us some incredible racing. Only a minute and a half remaining of this race, and Mark Smith, well, dare I say it, has got this one sewn up. Don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but we still have a fair amount of squabbling behind him. Mark Smith looks set to be the victor. Stuart Dayburn, again, another podium visit for him in the Tuscan. Tom Holbrook and Ollie Smith are still having their argument for third. So there is our race leader on the stream, just coming through turns 7 and 8. Up the hill towards Peel, which is turn 9. Yellow lights ablaze. It is getting darker now all the cloud covers come in. And it's looking very ominous for tomorrow. We've enjoyed some beautiful weather here in northern Wales, which seems to have now been masked by this ominous cloud cover. As we said before, depending on which weather report you look at, would dictate if we're going to have rain tomorrow. Final lap then being begun of race number 6 of this event. Mark Smith having lost his playmate Daniel Petters a few laps ago is looking set to run away to a victory. Yeah, Stuart Dayburn pretty comfortable in second. Didn't have too much to worry about from challenge behind. Let's have a look at gaps for Holbrook and Ollie Smith. Well, they seem to have called off their battle a bit, as Tom Holbrook has built up about 1.7 seconds between those two. And Michael Vituli completes a BMW 1-2-3 for third, fourth and fifth. Another 2.5 seconds back. With the Pet and Pest Ginetta having served their oddly early or seemingly early pit stop, and it didn't look like the pit lane was open when Chris Petch brought that one in, so there may well be a post-race penalty coming to the green Ginetta. But that's of no concern to Mark Smith, working his way through the corkscrew for the final time. Checkered flag is being readied for the 136 car. Here he comes, your winner for race number 6 is Mark Smith. The 136 BMW M3 E36 Evo has taken the top spot. Stuart Dayburn will take the second place position in the TBR Tuscan. So some distance behind. It was 24.8 seconds last time around. I would imagine it's going to be a similar gap this time. As fast as that Tuscan is, Mark Smith was just in a class of initially 2, but sadly lost one of his playmates. There's the Tuscan. Then you've got Holbrook coming across the line in 3rd. Then Ollie Smith 4. Being chased home in the end by Michael Vajuli, but Michael Vajuli has a penalty on the board as well. Yeah, it's now come up that the Pets Ginetta does indeed have a penalty to add. It'll be for pitting outside of the pit window, but it still actually leaves them in 5th because Michael Vajuli's penalty demoted him to 6th. So despite the fact that I thought the Pets Ginetta was coming in too early, Dylan Popovich has now jumped up to 5th position because he didn't have a penalty in his Ginetta G50. The Bosnian driver, from starting in last, has actually come home in 5th position. So excellent effort there for Dylan Popovich. Everyone now who is remaining has come over the line. So without Stewart's intervention, this is how the standings look. Mark Smith taking the top spot. Stuart Dayburn 2nd. Tom Holbrook 3rd. Ollie Smith 4th. Dylan Popovich in 5th. Andy Roby fending off the advances of Andy Rath for 6th. Then it's the Petch and Petch Ginetta in 8th. Michael Vajuli demoted down to 9 with a post-race penalty. And Martin Anderson in that Aston down to 10th. And Paul Bolton in 11th. Then the Etheridge BMW in 12th. Jamie Sturgis in 13th. And the Irving Davies Ginetta G40 in 14th. The Farrell Whelan Lotus Exige in 15th. And the Tipping Trepus BMW 325 in 16th. The one retirement we had was the mighty Porsche, sadly failing Daniel Petters in the course of the race. As the recovery truck now goes out to the stricken Porsche. And just wait for the field to work their way back to the holding area for the final time of the day. Mark Werrell will be ready and waiting to have a chat to the top 3 once again. And that will conclude a wonderful day's racing here at Anglesey. And we very much look forward to doing all again tomorrow. So as we said earlier, all classes will be out again, along with our Magnificent 7. So that is all cars based on the original Caterham 7 design. Will be joining us for 2 races tomorrow. They'll have their first qualifying session first thing, and then we'll get tomorrow's races underway. So 40-minute races for tomorrow, with a 15-minute pit window in the middle, and any success penalties will then be their standard length. We reduced them for today's race because today's races were shorter. Even still, that still mixed up the grid quite a bit. So fabulous day's racing, and for the most part, wonderful day's weather, further accentuating the beautiful Welsh countryside that surrounds us here at Anglesey. And Mark Werrell, for the final time today, is ready with our Podium 3.
So our final race winner of the day joins me, Mark Smith. Mark, early stages of the race, you were keeping Daniel Petters really honest at the wheel of that Porsche, and then problems for him means you take the win.
Yeah, it was a little bit of luck for me, but a bit of bad luck for him, which I wouldn't have wished it that way. I'd rather come second and given him an honest fight, but it's my old car actually, so I hope it's not a warranty claim he's coming for. I hope it's something cheap.
Just make sure that it's expired, the warranty.
Yeah, and I hope he's out tomorrow as well. Yeah,
It was a good fight, wasn't it? You were never that far away, so if he can sort the car for tomorrow, could be on for another good fight.
Yeah. It was great. Sort of, he was keeping me focused, and when he came into pit, I think I drifted off with my lap times a bit, and I need someone to chase to dial the old grey matter still. Yeah, it was good fun.
But nice to be back at Anglesey again.
Oh, brilliant. Love the circuit. Yeah, perfect.
Big old smile and do it all again tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mark.
There we go. So that's Mark Smith. We'll wander down and grab a quick word with Stuart Dayburn, who we spoke to earlier on today when he just missed out on a win at the wheel of the Tuscan. And it's another second place, I'm afraid, Stuart, but it's a good day's work.
Well, it's always good to come second, I've heard, but I'd like to win. But no, it was good. I didn't think I was ever going to get anywhere near the BMs because they're very well set up, and this is a few years old now. It's about 30 30 odd years old, so it's still fighting and punching above its weight, so we're quite happy with that.
I think so many people that were around in the era, myself included, look back at the TVR Tuscans, and I don't, looking back with rose-tinted glasses, it was just an amazing one-make series. So what's it like to drive the car?
It's mad. It's absolutely mad because you haven't got any of the sort of help with the driver's aids or anything else, and that's probably what made it so entertaining. And unfortunately, the crowd like to see crashes. If you own the car, you don't want to be doing that.
No, rather counterintuitive. Back out tomorrow for another couple of races?
Absolutely, yeah. We've got the Modern Futures race and another open race.
We'll let you cool down, grab a shower, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm going to need that, thank you.
And then let's go have a word with our final driver of the day, which is Tom Holbrook. Good to see Tom. He's busy smiling away. Tom, that was a fantastic race, but crumbs, you were having a great battle with Ollie Smith for a good mount.
Wasn't that a great battle? That was brilliant. And then when I got past him, he was alongside me for a few of these through the corkscrew up here. It was fantastic. So it was a good battle. I felt like we were down a little bit on power. We were having a little bit of fuel starvation issues, I felt. Otherwise, I probably could have got past him a bit sooner. But it was a good fight. Enjoyed it.
When you're side by side with a driver down through the corkscrew, you have to trust each other.
You do, because I can't see where he is at all. I mean, it's completely blind. So I gave some space, and then actually, as I came out of the exit, I could see that he wasn't alongside me, but I'd just assumed that he was. I think that's the best thing to do.
Well, you know a driver's always enjoyed the race when he's smiling from ear to ear and he's finished third.
Look, I enjoyed it. You know, the AM Speed cars first and third, very happy. So it was good.
Happy little team. We'll see you tomorrow. And we'll see you tomorrow as well, because that's it. Day one of the Classic Sports Car Club here at Anglesey is done and dusted. We'll do it all again tomorrow. We go live on the stream about 9:30 in the morning. So from Chris Buxton, myself, Mark Werrell, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.